Mm. We don't have to wait for 2 weeks for this to change.
The bottom driver.
Well, we'll go ahead and get started here. Thank you all for being here this morning. Hopefully anyone who traveled far distances was able to make it comfortable drive here. Hopefully everyone is well and settled, their accommodations, and hopefully that all worked out well. My name's Liam Harry. I'm a Parks and Outdoor Recreation Planner for the state for Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. I focus a lot of my work on river recreation, commercial use, rulemaking, and other aspects as well of management projects across the state related to state parks, fishing active sites, and in fact, wildlife management areas. And so today we are all convening as the River Recreation Advisory Council. And so we were able to do a few introductions last week over Zoom. I'd first like to introduce some of my colleagues as well who we'll be working with, and then we can go around and do some introductions again of yourselves. And so we'll have both Sarah Sells and Sarah Bassing as our facilitators. If you guys want to add a few words.
Sure. So it's nice to see you all again in person this time rather than over Zoom. So I'm Sarah Sells, the Assistant Unit Leader at the Montana Cooperative Wildlife Research Unit over in Missoula. So I'm on the wildlife faculty, and as you mentioned the other day, I'm also work with USGS as my brother. So happy to be here and being able to lead you through this process with Sarah B.
Hi, I'm Sarah Bassing, or Sarah B, whatever's easiest. I am incoming assistant professor at Montana State in the Department of Ecology. So I'm here to help and kind of learn along with you guys.
And then we have Justin Goody as well for Fish, Wildlife, and Parks.
Hi, everybody. I'm Justin. I'm a research administrator at Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, and part of my role is I'm here for support. Part of my role is just to support decision-making processes for the agency. So whatever questions you have or whatever you need, I can help track down that sort of stuff.
Thanks, Justin. And Deb O'Neill.
Hi, Deb O'Neill, Acting Division Administrator. I met you guys all online. Just wanted to welcome you and thank you again for participating and taking the time out of your busy lives to do this, because we really rely on your input for this. So we really appreciate you doing this. Thank you. Oh, and I will say that the director will be here over lunchtime. He wanted to come this morning, but he couldn't. So he'll be here to say a few words at lunchtime and visit with you guys.
And then we have Peggy and Mike as well. If either of you want to do some introductions.
I'm Mike Lewis, Human Dimensions Program Supervisor. I work in the research unit for the department. I'm here to support as well. Information support primarily. I've done a lot of river recreation studies across the state, not necessarily statewide, but for individual rivers. But again, I'm here to support the process and be a resource to you.
I'm Peggy O'Neill. I'm the Communication Bureau Chief for FWP. I'm in the Education and Information Division. I'm here to just learn more about the council and eventually help you guys get out any messaging. Let me get out to the public.
Yeah. So yeah, we've got a lot of support staff with FWP here today to help you. If you have questions, if you need answers throughout this process, and we hope Sarah's for being here to help facilitate the structured decision-making process that they'll provide an introduction and into that process after we kind of go through introduction presentation on river recreation management across the state of Montana by myself, and then we'll go over some of the results from the workshop and the survey that had went out. And so we'll dive a little bit more in detail. I know you guys got some summary reports from the survey itself, and so we'll dive a little deeper into that. This is our agenda for the week. Or for the 3 days, and so sort of our introductions, we'll bring this up and revisit this as we need to throughout the 3 days. We have Yes, Steph, I will.
Yes, I need to be co-host.
And so what we can start with is just some brief introductions from the group. It'd be appreciated. I know we had some 3 prompting questions. If you want to revisit those 3 prompting questions, we're asking about, you know, why you applied for the council, how you work together as a team member, within a team. And just a little bit maybe about your background in river recreation, what kind of aspects you bring to the table. That would be really helpful, and we can kind of go one by one. Robert, if you want to provide an introduction.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Robert Ray. I live here in Helena, Montana. Background, very briefly, I have a master's degree in marine science. Most of my professional career has been as a bureaucrat. I worked for the state of Maryland in education outreach, doing work on Chesapeake Bay. Worked for the state of Virginia on fish tissue contamination and aquatic plants. Moved to Colorado, worked for the city of Arvada for a number of years, and then moved up to the headwaters of the Colorado River, where I worked for 6 counties and 32 municipalities as a regional water quality planning staff person. I moved to Helena in 2002 and have worked for the Department of Environmental Quality for about 22 years and retired 2 years ago. From a river recreation standpoint, I've been a river user for many, many years, just as a person who loves to be on the water. I'm very aquatic oriented. Again, my professional background is water quality as opposed to specifically recreation. Boated around the country and internationally, from sailing to canoeing to whitewater rafting to telemark skiing on frozen snow. My interest is in working with the committee on whatever we're really tasked with, and I'm still a little bit uncertain as to what the expectations of this committee are, and I sent Liam a question yesterday. After I looked at the information that was provided, I still had questions about, do we have a charter? Which apparently other river recreation committees have been under the guidance of. So I'm still wondering about that. I see that we have a mission statement or a problem statement that we're supposed to come up with. Maybe that's our charter, I'm not sure, but we'll see. In terms of working with the committee, I have a lot of background in terms of collaborative planning efforts. I currently sit on the board of the Blackfoot Challenge. As I said last week, I represent myself. I don't represent the Blackfoot Challenge, but on the Blackfoot Challenge, I've worked for them for 20 years, and we've been working on river recreation over in the Blackfoot for many, many years. We have a recreation plan, management plan on camping and usage, fishing access sites, and so on and so forth. We're still engaged in that process. We just hired a river recreational ambassador for the Blackfoot. We'll see how that moves forward. But again, very interested in collaborative process planning and looking forward to meeting folks from around the state and what you all are interested in doing on river recreation.
Thank you, Robert.
Hi, everybody. My name is Abby Thomas. I'm coming from Gardner. My background is in environmental policy, but I spent my career thus far working as a wildlife biologist for Fish and Wildlife, as well as working for the BLM, doing water quality surveys down in Idaho. Currently, I'm working as an environmental educator in Yellowstone, working for the nonprofit partner over there. So collaborative work and kind of taking deep dives into how all these issues impact people is kind of what I do for my day to day. I'm also just an avid recreational user of the riverways. I love rafting, grew up fishing. I'm from Dillon originally, so spent a lot of time on the Beaverhead and Big Hole down that way. Yeah, just looking forward to working with the group and addressing what issues the state needs to deal with.
I'm Dante Bonanini. I guide down on the Bighorn. I've been doing lots of good stuff with the Bighorn River Alliance, drone mapping the river, the riverbeds, side channel project restoration. Partnered with Eric DeYoung to help this as a fundraiser for the Bighorn River Alliance. I've partnered with FWP to create the Fast Pass for invasive species down on the Bighorn. So I like, you know, the river. I like water. I spend at least 200 days a year on a lake or on a river. Spent most of my life in Helena, and yeah, I think we're doing a lot of cool things for data collection, river restoration, things on the Bighorn that I think could help across the state in helping river recreation.
Sam Schmidt out of Great Falls. I'm a grain buyer, so I buy barley, wheat, just all cereal grains. Been doing that for 20 years here in Montana. Also buy out of all the Dakotas, Nebraska, Wyoming, Colorado, Idaho, Washington, Saskatchewan, and Alberta. Travel all those areas, so I see a pretty diverse layout of how different people, regulate their waters and stuff like that. My partner's 5th generation Obando, and she lives right on the North Fork of the Blackfoot, so I can get pretty involved with that over there. I love float fishing. I average 35 plus days a year, all over the state. You'll find me in Missouri in the wintertime, all the freestones in the springtime. And as far as my intentions or why I wanted to join this, I just want to see a good balance happen going forward that protects our resources, keeps our fish healthy, fish population numbers up. And if we have to limit usage in some way, I'm open to those ideas.
Derek Young, not Derek D. Young. It's Dante Barnett. I get confused for that a lot. I live up in Lakeside. I'm a newcomer to Montana. I've been here 4 years. Prior to here, I lived in Washington State, where I first got involved with cold water conservation issues. I did some fin sampling for the Wild Steelhead Coalition on a river that was close to me. They were trying to determine, what species of wild samonas were coming back into the river. It was typically a river that hosted wild steelhead and big runs of them. And there's hatcheries that had been put in and habitat degradation and just all sort of issues that affected that fishery. And so that got me interested in cold water conservation issues. I guided on the Yakima River for 10 years. I started a TU chapter over there to focus on restoring West Slope cutthroat. So one of the things I love about living where I do up in Lakeside is the proximity to the Flathead system and the West Slope cutthroat that are there and the bull trout that are there. I probably spend 70, 80 days a year on the water. When I'm not working, I work for Sawyer Paddles and Oars. Many of you probably use, if you're guiding, you probably, or on the water, you use the product that I represent. My interest in this group is I spent the last couple of years working for the Flathead Rivers Alliance as a river ambassador. And I didn't really, I fished the Madison, I fished the Blackfoot, I fished the Missouri, and I understand that, fly fishing particularly is a very popular sport. So is kayaking and rafting, all those things. And I've done those things for, most of my life as well. Just the crowding up on the Flathead was really apparent the last couple of years, especially during the pandemic. And my time as an ambassador really opened my eyes to all the great work that nonprofits do in the state in partnership with FWP and DNRC. And so my goal in working with this council is just to represent the voices of the watershed that I spend most of my time in that community up there, and work with all of you to, make the best out of what we have here in our public lands and our public resources.
My name is Ross Johnson. I grew up between Conrad and Shelby. Went to Conrad High School, got an economics degree from Brown University. Knew I wasn't gonna be able to hack it over there. Came back home, went to law school. Because I knew I wasn't gonna stay on the farm. And, now I'm an attorney in Great Falls, where I'm living with my wife and two daughters, who are 6 and 9. As far as an experience standpoint, I'm a civil litigator. Usually, we are entering into situations where, you know, sometimes there's no offer on the table on the other side, and I'm in a completely different number over here. It's a zero-sum game, and, you know, we go to trial less than 5% of the time, so most of the time we do make it work. So, as far as negotiating settlements, I do have a lot of experience that way. What motivated me to come and do this today, is my two daughters who are 6 and 9, and I want to have them, or give them the same experience that I was fortunate enough to have growing up in Montana, being able to use the rivers, being able to use the resource, learning how to hunt, fish, row, all the stuff that, is why I think all of us live here. And to protect and preserve that best we can. That's what I'm doing.
My name is Ben Schmidt. I live in Missoula, graduate University of Montana a couple of years ago. And grew up on the water, paddling, canoeing, kayak, and all that kind of jazz, fishing with my dad, all that kind of upbringing. Out of college, started a canoe and kayak company. Did that till the collapse of 2008. And then went to work for FWP, did that for a decade. Have a lot, one of the reasons for coming to this council or applying was my experience with dealing with river recreation, which was a significant part of my job when I worked for the department. And thought that this might be a good time to stick my feet back into that world. Very curious as to what will be defined today as what people see as a problem with river recreation. Having heard over the years and from everybody, you've got an opinion, and they're all right usually. But how do you distill that down? I'm real curious to find what people have to say, see how that matches up against my lived experience. After working for FWP, I've gone into teaching and instructing swiftwater rescue, keeping people safe on the water, do a lot with recreational boaters, guides, military search and rescue teams, stuff like that. Like I said, to pay the bills, I fish trains and planes and whatever falls into a river out. It keeps me with a roof over my head. Cool, looking forward to it. Thank you all.
Scott Palmer, I am a fishing outfitter out of the Bozeman, Gallatin Gateway, basically the Bozeman area. I've been a fishing outfitter for 9 or 10 years now. Can't remember which. Prior to that, about the same amount of time as a guide in Montana, and then I did 8 years guiding in Alaska. So I joke with people and say I've had a lot of jobs in my life, but the only one that's lasted my entire adult life has been the fact that I have guided fishermen. So I obviously come at this from the perspective of as a river user. There's the other thing too, is it's my job, but this is my way of life. Believe it or not, we actually go fishing from time to time, mostly in the spring, but usually when we get to fall, I'm done with fishing and I just want to go hunting. But I also am pretty active in the industry. I am the vice president of Montana Outfitters and Guides Association, MOGA. I am also the outfitter representative on the Montana Travel Association. And in that capacity, I have been pretty heavily engaged in the past decade or more. I've been on these committees before. I've been through the structured decision-making process before. So if I fall asleep, I apologize. No, I'm just kidding. But I've been on these committees before, and you're gonna see me at FWP commission meetings. You're gonna see me in legislative hearings, not all the time, but I do engage in quite a bit that and quite often Montana Board of Outfitters. Why am I involved? Well, I'm an advocate for our industry. And our industry has gotten kind of a bad eye in the past, and right or wrong. Probably more than anything else, whatever comes out of the future of river recreation in our state, it needs to be a balanced future. And if there's a conservation burden that needs to fall on all river users, it needs to be a shared conservation burden. And it can't just fall on one group or another group. And that's really what the angle that I come into this is as an advocate for that. That's pretty much what I want to see down the road.
Guess I'm last. Hi, Marcus Strange. I am a native Pennsylvanian and converted Montanan. I almost switched those in my head, sorry. Grew up out on the East Coast and did my undergrad down in Utah and took a job with the city of Helena. So I've been in Helena for almost 12 years and I've worked for city of Helena, state of Montana, and then I moved over into the nonprofit space after being stuck in a cubicle in the basement for far too long with the state. So worked for the Montana Wildlife Federation for a number of years, worked for the Association of Land Trusts, and now I work for PERC, which is the Property and Environment Research Center. So I do state policy work all across the Rocky Mountain West, trying to find collaborative, innovative solutions to complex conservation issues, which is part of why I'm interested in this. This is one of the most complex conservation challenges that's facing Montana. And I love the water. I love being out on the water. I love fishing and floating and everything that comes with our rivers, lakes, and streams. So I look at this as yet another challenge of how do we come together and collaborate and find something that maybe not everybody is 100% thrilled about, but we can all live with it and it's good for the resource. So like the rest of you, I think there's going to be some sacrifices made, but it's going to be for the good of Montana. And that's what I hope we come out of this with.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. And yeah, thanks for the introductions. I think as we move through the 3 days, we'll all be very familiar with each other. And it's nice to have that kind of introduction to be able to express kind of where you stand, what your experience is. All of you have broad experience in terms of your lifestyle around river recreation. So it's really important that you keep that in mind as well as your personal piece to this. That's why we brought you here today. We want to hear from you as individuals. We want you guys to be able to collaborate. And so we're facilitating that space for you guys to all collaborate and have some of these hard discussions. And we're really looking forward to it. And I'll be talking probably at you for the next hour, and then I'll be out of your hair and allow you all to really start to engage with each other. Just a few housekeeping items. We have the bathrooms are just out the hallway here to your left, and then take a right. And there's a drinking fountain to your left. We have snacks, coffee, everything that you might need. If there's something missing that you really need, we can pick it up later. There's a special snack or anything like that that keeps you going. We can do that. Just for anyone online, we will have a time for public comment later this afternoon, so at 4:30. So at that point, we'll give you instructions on how you can provide public comment. We'll be providing the presentation up on the screen. And we will have some breakout groups throughout the day, and we'll provide instruction there. So if anyone's online that needs, we'll be sure to communicate that. So kind of without further ado, I guess we'll kind of hop into the first portion of this, which is a presentation that I'll be providing on kind of the background on river recreation across the state. This is primarily focused with Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, FWP kind of managed spaces. But we do kind of bring in a little bit of some information around, what other river systems might be managed by other agencies across the state. So are there any questions right now before we hop into that? Does anyone need to take a quick break?
Question?
Yeah.
From a process standpoint, do we have people online that are part of this group that haven't been able to make it in person, or is the people that are online quote unquote public and the only opportunity they'll have is at 4:30?
Correct, yeah, so there are, not within this group, within the RAC, or none are online. Todd will be joining us. He's just running from Missoula, so he'll be here around 9:30, 10. So we'll miss the introduction presentation, but we wanted to make sure we provide that opportunity. Anyone else who is online is just a public member, and they'll have that opportunity at the end of the day to provide comment. Yeah. So yeah, as I introduced myself, I've been working with FWP for about a year. I've been in Montana for about 10 years or so. I've, just as all of you, been a part of this river recreation aspect of what, you know, why we all enjoy Montana. And I think that's just my personal kind of spiel there of being able to be a part of a community, working with Fish Wildlife Parks in an agency that provides, you know, can help provide this opportunity and facilitate some of this. And I'll dive a little bit into kind of this background information that we've been able to pull from the surveys and the workshops. But just prior to that, we'll dive into a little bit about what the River Recreation Advisory Council kind of. This is our process and engagement piece. So this is our entirety of our process throughout the River Recreation Advisory Council. So if you stood in on any of the workshops, this will be some of the repetitive information, but I've expanded some of it as well. And so we designed this process beginning in around July, opened up the applications for the RAC. We closed those on August 2nd. And then began going through the applications. We selected our initial members that we recommended to the director, and then we identified you all as members that we'd like to join as the RAC. After that approval, we reached out to you and were able to provide you that invitation to join. Initially, we did ask for 12 to appoint 12 River Recreation Council members. 2 were unable to be here in person, and that was one of the things we really wanted to make sure that happened. So we are moving forward with 10 on the council. I think that's still a great number that we can still move forward with these discussions. We still have a broad diversity of members that kind of represent across the state to the capacity that we had. And completely transparent, we just didn't have enough time to vet any new coming members after we announced those initial 12. And so we weren't able to fill those 2 spots, although we wish we would have been able to. And so that doesn't mean you 10 aren't here for great reasons. So appreciate you all being here. And after we identified those you as members, we worked through some workshops. We provided 3 workshops throughout a week. Those workshops gave a similar type of background for river recreation management here in Montana, as well as asking kind of some pointed open-ended questions around river recreation. And we'll dive into those results later in the presentation. We compiled that workshop information, and then we went about convening and getting the logistics together for you all to meet here today. And so and that's where we're at this stage. Is the highlighted portion is the 3-day SCM process that you guys will be working through. And so after this SCM process or pending any other follow-up meetings as a group, you guys will formulate your recommendations to the department. Ideally identifying a time sometime in mid-November to present that to the public. We'll receive public comment on the response, and then kind of build that portfolio of the recommendations and the public comment to then be finalized and presented to the department. And so any questions on kind of the process at this point? Yes, timeline.
You talk about the 3 virtual scoping workshops. Were they, how were they announced? Were they held at various in-person locations or was it strictly online? And what kind of participation did you get?
Yeah, well, thanks for the question. Yeah, we had three virtual workshops, so they're all virtual, they're all online. We held them throughout about a week and a half or so. We had about, I think, 57 participants. So we'll go through their responses on those throughout the three workshops. And so we did provide our news release or public notice that that information would be available for them to link, and hopefully some of you were able to join. I think I do remember a few of you were able to join for those workshops. And then we also have the River Recreation Advisory Council webpage, which is kind of our platform for providing all the information throughout this process. And so that information was also posted there.
Liam, I might add that we know 57 people attended, but there were people who could watch it without being on Zoom. So we have no idea how many attended just by streaming it. And it's also recorded so people can watch it now.
Yeah, so we have those recordings up. So if anyone wanted to go back after the point in time, they were able to kind of view those workshops. Yeah.
Liam, did FWP reach out to just Montana residents, or was there an attempt to outreach to people that were tourists or that were non-residents and took part in these surveys?
Yeah, great question. We provided a list of some of the identifying organizations out there. So any River Alliance groups that were out there, we provided that information to reach out to them. But we didn't have, I think, yeah, Deb.
So we also have a list that we send out announcing different meetings and through our division, communication and education division. So whoever signs up to be on those lists can get this information. And I know we have a lot of non-residents and residents on that list.
You have an idea about the mix of responses you got from resident versus non-resident?
Do we know on the survey? Liam?
Not for the workshop, for the survey itself.
The
we did.
survey
Yeah,
we did,
asked
yeah.
that question specifically. For the workshop, there's not a way we could identify. We didn't ask that specific questions. So a little background here on the RAC and what you guys are here for. So the purpose here is to develop a portfolio of ideas and recommendations for the department for future considerations for river recreation management. Now, quite broad here. We do have some sideboards that we're presenting here, and this is what we are asking as a group of you guys to consider as you move forward through this SDM process. The hope is that you will be able to identify a regulatory framework that works around river recreation use. And so no private property rights would be conferred through these recommendations, so the state continue to manage and be able to would not be any personal private property rights tied to any, say, river use days. And so the state would be able to facilitate that. The state maintains that ownership. And so the framework is ideally participatory, predictable, and functional to address the local and unique circumstances. So thinking about not only the broad level and the state level of managing river recreation use, but able to apply that to kind of the unique local circumstances. And then specifically making it an equitable opportunity. So kind of something that's reasonable, efficient, transparent system for allocating, if that is the recommendation of limiting opportunities, not necessarily equal distribution. So 50 to 50, but equitable. So something that that'll vary as you guys get into your discussions. So any recommended limits on use should be justified and include a quantification and mitigation of impacts on the local communities, local cultural and commercial businesses. So these are kind of just the pointed sideboards that we're asking you all to consider as we move through this. We can come back and revisit this throughout the process to make sure we're kind of staying within that lane. Still pretty broad here, and we'll dive a little bit more into kind of what these issues are, what these challenges are that we saw through the survey and the workshops, and so you guys can start to wrap your heads around a little bit around what that problem statement will look like. So the focus and scope of this is the extent to the department class 1 waters. I did provide you all with a handout of a list of all those class 1 waters that we're considering. Class 1 waters in any FAS site, so any FWP, any sites under the authority of the Wildlife and Parks. So we won't be considering US Forest Service sites or BLM sites kind of throughout these recommendations, although what we decide does, of course, have an impact. Yes, Sam.
So will this group have influence on any class 1 waters that already have restrictions?
Those will be a part of your conversation. So if there are restrictions in place on class 1 waters that are out there, that could be within your scope of consideration. It's not an intention to adjust those by any means, but that's a conversation that you would certainly want to, those details within those rivers, because we're looking at the entirety of the system. So the entirety of what's offered, what river recreation use is across the entire state. So that's, yeah, those are within the purview scope. And so a little bit about the history and river recreation management across the state. I tried to highlight, throughout, 50 plus years with FWP, river recreation, and even, prior to the agency forming new state, as well as, rivers are an incredibly important resource. Prior to roads, prior to infrastructure, they were the way to connect communities. They were the way to connect each of us as individuals and humans. They were a huge resource. So prior to even that, and then recreation, started to become a field of science of understanding recreation around, beyond just the sort of substance of, going fishing and providing, a resource for us as humans, but into kind of a more expansive experience that you get when you're out on a river, and being able to offer that. And so starting to focus on water-based recreation, back in the 60s and 70s, starting to see, angling, of course, is a really popular activity. And since then, we've have about 338 fishing access sites that we manage with the Wildlife Park. So it's a lot of sites. Throughout the entirety of the state, it's constantly, fluctuating. Sometimes we'll have more, seems to continue to increase. And so 1985 was the Montana Stream Access Law. This allowed for public use of waters for water-based recreation use, that most of you are probably all familiar with. And I'll kind of jump from highlight to highlight here. There are, not everything's listed on here. I don't want to force you to go through the entirety of all the projects. And so I tried to focus in on a few significant pieces. In 1999, the department did the authority to regulate recreation use on the water. And so at this point, we're starting to see, throughout the state, certain rivers are starting to see a significant increase in recreation use, especially angling. Obviously, as more people are entering the state, as the population grows, starting to see some of these conflicts arising and trying to identify some solutions. And so by 2004, the river recreation management rules were adopted by the commission and established this process of developing management plans and river recreation rules. And so by 2007, a recreation management planning manual, which you all were provided, was established. This was to advise staff within the department to be able to guide us in pulling together any management plans for a specific river. So any piece of, say, the Big Hole Beaverhead, the Smith, the Bitterroot, parts of some of where you'll see some restrictions are in place, and those are where this planning manual was used. And so I believe the last time this planning manual was used was for the West Fork Bitterroot, where it was guided through using that manual. In 2016, of course, we start to see, you know, back in the 60s and 70s, you're seeing a really large increase in use for anglers. You know, everyone's out fishing. By 2016, we're starting to see FAS usage is not primarily fishing. We're starting to see a trend towards other recreation types of use. And so that'll be a big piece to your considerations as you move forward. Is we're starting to see different types of recreation out there. So, you know, your floaters, your tubers, your the general recreationists who might be picnicking. And so those are pieces that you'll want to think about. By 2021, we had a reorganization. POR is now managing the fishing access site. So fishing access sites moved from the fisheries department over to POR, which is where myself and Deb are at. And so we're looking at kind of a part of this process is, you know, looking at some guidance on managing, you know, these fishing access sites as well as within the purview of the river itself. Guidance, hopefully getting some guidance on recommendations on how to manage this recreation use, especially as it diversifies and continues to do so. As you can see, yeah, there's some other significant kind of management plans, if you have any questions about any of this, there's obviously a lot of work done in between the lines here as well. It can take, as you can see, years and years even for to dial in certain management plans and rules. So any questions on this slide?
Maybe just an observation and a follow-up question is that it looks like there's been a lot of attention on the Smith River. And I guess the question that I have is why so much attention to the Smith as opposed to potentially other rivers that see a lot of usage as well?
It's a great question, and I can give you kind of probably a nuanced answer to that, which is the Smith River is a part of a state park. And so POR was managing that as a state park. Now we don't have all the other river systems aren't state parks, right? And so that was within the POR, and that's why I highlighted the 2021 kind of reorganization is that POR focused on recreation, right? That's part of our purview and part of what we manage. And within fisheries, that's not necessarily within their responsibilities or duties. They're focused on the fishery itself. And so I think that's why the Smith has been historically focused on a lot in the past, and why a lot of effort's been put there is because within POR, that's what state parks were, or that was what the focus was. So we could put a lot of effort and time into the Smith and managing the Smith. And now, as we transition into kind of this reorganization where we have the 330 plus fishing access sites and we're looking at recreation across the entire state, we're looking for guidance as a division and a department on how to manage that, not just as a state park, but also across the board. Does that kind of help answer a little bit? I think it was kind of capacity, and you'll see throughout, you know, I mean, these issues, and that's part of this discussion that you'll hopefully have is, you know, it takes a long time to put in place some recommendations for and identify guidance for management across the state on these rivers. And it's hard to be able to do that on every river. It takes years and years. So we're looking for some guidance to help kind of capture it more broadly.
Liam, as we walk forward through this process, and you know, the question about Robert about the Smith was, I think, was important from a funding perspective. Is FWP looking forward to the future in terms of budgeting for following through on these recommendations that we may make, or is this something that will simply go away if there's not funding to actually implement it?
I can answer that. I'm not a budget guru or anything, but I think, you know, if a recommendation is, you know, that requires more of a budget, then I think, you know, that's part of something that we can say, okay, well, this council's recommended that we're gonna need more funds to be able to implement something like this, and that can become an ask.
So that is within the scope potentially of this advisory committee, is to recommend additional funding for implementing this plan.
Yeah. not-
Yeah, so, yeah, what this committee comes up with, you know, we expect a variety of things to come out of this committee. They could be, legislative authority, which would be a budgetary ask that we would have to go to the legislature and ask for an increase and the authority to spend. It could be a commission authority, it could be FWP authority. So there could be lots of different recommendations that come out of this, and we would react to a variety of ways. And legislative authority is one of them.
One more comment on your Smith question, Robert, is I think what you see is the Smith River has been able to operate in its own sphere. Its management act predates FWP's authority to manage and regulate waterways. So it's a 41 code versus everything else we'll be doing will be 87. And like how the legality of it is. So I think there's been a lot more availability of management to the Smith River because of its legacy component. And that makes it also, because it was in the Parks Department in the good old days versus the fisheries, it also had a different focus on how that management.
And it's unique.
Yeah.
Distance between access points, 59, changes the whole thing.
Yeah, it didn't fall into the typical going into some of the history, like when FWP started moving into this design of having an actual river management, developing fishing access sites, whatever, there was an overarching goal of trying to make access points so that people could enjoy the resource in course of a day. So mileage hopes for access points in the Smith River definitely did not fall within that plan.
Yeah, I mean,
So for rivers that maybe don't receive quite as much management attention, is some of that due to advocacy groups that are doing supplemental kind of management or assistance along these riverways?
we certainly work with other groups when we can, and we have the capacity, obviously, with MPOR, that we have the ability to manage those spaces. You know, the fishing access sites specifically, with the capacity that we have both as a maintenance staff and POR is what we're able to do. I don't think there's any intention to say, oh, okay, this group's handling this. The department itself wants to either be in collaboration or supporting those efforts as well. And we'll get to a little bit of some of the research and some of the projects we have, you know, in the past worked with universities and other groups across the state. I think that helps support, you know, that's a huge piece to managing these spaces is the support and the collaboration with these other groups. So yeah, enhancing those is certainly an aspect and a goal of the department is to be able to use that because there's only so much capacity within the department. So I just provide a little bit of framework here on the legislative and regulatory aspects. If you were part of the workshops, we kind of ran through this. I did provide you all with the summary as well of each of these rules and regulations that apply to river recreation use. These are commission regulations, broad authority for Fish, Wildlife and Parks. Some of the statutory authority, hopefully you all got a chance. I'll touch primarily on the recreational water use rules that apply specifically to recreation. Some of these also do have an impact on kind of guiding how we manage and what rules are out there for the department as well as kind of for the commission and broadly for the state to manage rivers, but specifically for recreation use, 1211.4 and 14.1, which is the commercial aspect, commercial use aspect of permitting, use on those rivers. So, just a quick definition, I think, of class 1 waters, you have that list. The scope and focus is not limited necessarily to that entirety of that list. That's a defined list that we have, but what we're asking of the council is to think about, you know, some of those rivers that might still have the capacity for recreational use. Think about those as well as that, think about the localized, even some of these smaller streams, some of these that allow for possibly commercial use to occur. At times, it might not be your small little creek in your backyard, but we do want you to consider if recreation use is occurring on a river or stream, then it should be considered in your recommendations. And so a pretty broad swath there. Primarily defining class 1 waters, this comes from the rules and regs, is, you know, having the capability of supporting commercial activity. This goes way back to, you know, the logging days when things were being used for industrial purposes, but it's now being kind of applied to that recreational aspect of defining class 1 waters where commercial use is occurring, or general recreation is starting to occur as well. So just wanted any kind of questions about the scope, kind of the definition there of class 1 waters.
Just for clarification, the federal navigability, I know is a broad definition that's also used for things like regulatory authority over wetlands and things like that. Potentially covers a lot more than just the class 1 waters that are listed below. And again, just for clarification, we should be thinking about people being, for example, able to wade, fish in creeks and streams that are access to the public, as well as potentially just a list of class 1.
Yeah, I think that's within your purview to consider. If that's something you feel as a group needs to be considered in your recommendations, certainly. Basically, bottom line, if recreation's occurring on a waterway, then you should be considering how to manage that, provide recommendations for that space. So once again, that's a list that's been formed within the department, so it's not beholden to that list. If there's adaptations, of course, or reconsiderations or ways you want to clarify what that is, that can be up to you as a group as well.
Dave, just another question. In terms of identifying stakeholders, I noticed there's nobody here from tribal representation. Is that a consideration just moving forward?
That is consideration, and we were hoping throughout the process of opening the applications that we get some form of tribal representation or application, and we left it pretty open to you know, we wanted to just allow applications to come in and receive, and so we were kind of beholden to who applied at that point. We did, provide some of that outreach, and so we certainly, as the recommendations come through, you as a council would certainly be reaching out to the tribal community for a public comment.
Liam, I'll add into that too, Derek, is I sit on the board of the Montana Travel Association. Travel's big. It's big in the fact that there are so many different bins. And I work with a lot of people in a lot of different bins and a lot of different silos. So obviously I just deal with one aspect of it, but certainly if there's anything that needs to come into this group from outside from them, is I can be kind of a figurehead for that.
Derek and Scott.
Yeah, on living on the Bighorn on the Crow Indian Reservation, I know that a lot of issues get completely separated and missed because of a section of river is on tribal land. So just something that as a group, we miss a lot of stuff that ends up getting ruled on tribal property, or it just falls through the cracks of well, this is kind of a weird no man's land type area. And who do we go talk to? You know, and the tribal stuff is interesting and the council changes very often. It's interesting living.
Appreciate that. Yeah, and you'll see I've got a large printout map and should have all received a PDF version of the map as well, and kind of outline that entirety of the land management scope across the state. So you will see where river sections are passing through tribal property, tribal managed areas. And so
Eric, maybe I misheard. Did you say travel or tribal?
Tribal.
BAL. Sorry. My bad. I
Also,
misheard.
also appropriate though too.
I must have been listening with the good ear, or the bad ear.
Thanks
Now
for
I
clarity.
clearly understand.
So yeah, we've got that list. This is just a kind of summarized list of that. Once again, not beholden to that, but primarily where a lot of your focus will be, because these are some of the larger river drainages, larger water body systems, some of which do have restrictions, allocations in place. We'll touch on that a little bit here, and some, of course, that do not. Just a little bit of kind of information. So most of you are probably familiar with a lot of the jargon that's out there, but the acronyms, definitions. I think the definition sheet will be really important. I want to emphasize that with your handouts. I think it's really important to have a consistency in language, and when you're presenting information or presenting recommendations, that language is definable. And so everyone's got a handout of the definitions, a list of definitions that come across all the rules and regs. And so hopefully that captures a lot of them. There might be some definitions that aren't included and that you might need to define yourselves as well. And so as a group of making sure that you're having a consistent dialogue between each other. If you're saying river use stays, that everyone knows what that means. That way you can move through without confusion. So that's kind of all I have on there. Just some acronyms. If you're needing you get confused with the alphabet soup. So, yeah, Robert.
Again, a question of jurisdiction and recommendation and what that covers. Obviously, I don't see anybody here that is specifically representing some of the federal land management agencies, specifically BLM and Forest Service. And I would suspect that both of those agencies do manage significant access points. And what might be our recommendations that might go forward? Could they potentially include recommendations to these federal land management agencies, and or how would we potentially coordinate with those organizations?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we were just talking about our authority, so only FWP authority. We've on the Madison, you know that the BLM manages some access points there as well. And when we did scoping for the Madison, recommendations came forward for that, and we had BLM partners in the room, but we did nothing to carry those recommendations forward. It's just going to be what we can control and what's in our certain sphere of influence, really. Marcus?
Just clarification, because I've heard this a couple of times and maybe I'm getting a little off in the weeds here, but in the past, when I've been a part of these, like I've heard people say I'm representing so-and-so, I'm representing so-and-so. My understanding is that when we come together as a group, we're not necessarily representing, like I'm not representing PERC. I bring my experience from PERC, my knowledge, my expertise, but I'm not here trying to get the best outcome for PERC. And so I keep hearing people saying I'm representing so-and-so. Are we representing and advocating for our groups, or are we bringing our expertise and experience and coming up with the best?
That's a really good question. We I think expect the latter, what you just said, the expertise, and we heard people in the room saying, I'm not representing the Black Book Challenge, I'm representing myself. And what we would like to hear from the group is when we get public comment and when you look at all the surveys, you're representing the Montana public and the water users as a whole. and looking for the outcome for the best outcome for the recreationists and users.
Yeah, so to that end, I think it's important to consider that there are user groups missing and maybe some perspectives missing, but I think the group that we have here is the best group possible because we all represent a different slice of Montana, and that's really what we should be doing. So while I would love to have somebody from BLM or whoever here, hopefully they'll have advocates online that can speak up for that perspective, but I don't know. I'm not too worried about who's not here. I think we have the right.
You know, certainly if we hear something that we can bring to our partners, you know, we'll say, we heard this loud and clear in either the surveys or in this room. But they're not going to be part of the formal recommendations to our director. Certainly you can make a recommendation that says, please work with the BLM on their access points, something like that. But just know that, you know, within our sphere of influence, it's not something that we can control. Other than bringing it to them.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate kind of that dialogue there and thinking about, you know, what is that sphere of influence? What we have for your recommendations as well as what you guys are all bringing here to the group, and bringing your expertise, and you all have a diverse background. You know, it's not just I'm this. You know, I think it's important to also reflect on that as well as, like, you know, you might be a fisher, a hunter, you know. Each of you has a diverse background as well. What type of recreation? I'm sure not any one of us just does hiking. You know, we're out there doing a lot of different other activities around river recreation. So, and if you haven't, you have the opportunity as well, and you want to be able to provide that or be able to provide that as well to everyone. So we'll move along here. So a little bit more on the background. So as we kind of developed the management approach through 2007, started developing some river recreation rules through the statewide river recreation rules and river recreation planning manual that kind of directed the development of specific management plans and rules across rivers. So you can kind of see that in the Blackfoot a little bit. We have the West Fork View. The Smith applied it as well. So they used kind of any rivers, the Big Hole, Beaverhead used and applied some of the planning manual as well, and some of those checkpoints, checklists on the process that was used to define those rivers and the allocation systems or the restrictions in place. And so that was a similar type of process. It didn't use specifically SDM in all of them, but it was a similar type of public input process for getting together local councils to then guide recommendations and then implement and deploy those recommendations. And so in addition to that, the department has its own rules around public use rules. Those apply to fishing access sites, state parks, and wildlife management areas. Those are now all kind of compiled into one public use rules, and those are around, you know, camping stay limits, for example, or other kind of use situations. There are commercial use permit biannual fee rules. So there are fee rules that get reviewed every 2 years, just to determine kind of what the fee is for commercial use and permitting. We have annual fee rules for both state park and fishing access sites. Working on trying to kind of consolidate those in the future, but we do have fee rules that go through the commission each year to establish, say, you know, the cost of reserving a campsite or using a campsite for the evening, for the night at a fishing access site. And so those fee rules are assessed each year. In addition, we have some specific, once again, the Smith River is kind of that outlier, has specific biannual rules that it reviews as well. So we also have some, yeah.
Who manages nonprofit usage of rivers?
We have a special group permitting system. So any groups over, depends on if it's a wildlife management area or a fishing access site or a state park, but any groups over, I believe, 10 or 15 have to get a special use permit. So say a nonprofit wants to go float a river and has a group of 20, they have to get a special use permit.
I believe a river is 30.
30.
Groups of 30 or larger.
Yeah.
Groups of 30.
30, 50, I think it's 15 for WMAs. So,
And then yes, less for that. Less folks for.
yeah, less for WMAs, but yeah, I think it is over 30 for state parks and fishing access sites, so if they're non-commercial, so if it could be just a group of people also just getting.
Yeah, there's a guide school on the Bighorn that sends out somewhere between 10 and 20 boats a day. That's a nonprofit. And they don't seem to be following the normal rules of river recreation or commercial use because they're a nonprofit. But are they guiding? Are they not guiding? Are they a guide school? What rules do they fall under?
Yeah, they, that's part of the conversation we've had. I know certain rivers have challenges with that, large nonprofit or kind of organized groups, I guess, that are commercially based. We have a permitting system that we ask, they're required to get if they're over 30 people or individuals to use that. And so there's an aspect to enforcement there as well of, does that group have a permit? And kind of tracking that as well. Part of that conversation. Yeah, as I kind of spoke, special river recreation management rules and permitting. So a lot of these, a few of these rivers throughout the state have gone through using the planning manual or similar processes, specifically localized kind of a river reach to address issues of river recreation use, and have now deployed and have restrictions in place for those sections. So the Beaverhead and Big Hole rivers, and I'm sure most of you are familiar with these rivers if you've been on them. Upper West Fork Bitterroot, Blackfoot, and Madison rivers, and the Smith River. And we haven't got to the map yet, but once again, that kind of outlines the map itself, which I have up here. Maybe it might be useful if I post it at some point or get it on the table. But that'll help you kind of picture the entirety of the state and what has been kind of put in place for use restrictions and permitting. What are those systems that are in place, and then what rivers obviously do not have that. Might need some more consideration. So each system's a little bit different, of course. So each one's a bit unique. The planning manual has kind of allowed for that, but I think there's certainly more discussion around what those options are.
Give us apologies for how it worked.
You got a spot right, you got a spot right there.
I'll let you get settled on, and then we can maybe do a quick introduction here. So any questions around kind of some of the background on river recreation management, some of the past slide on the rules that are in place, and as well as some of these specific rules and permitting systems that are in place.
Are you considering, or do you have a complete list of rivers that do have some sort of a program in place, be it a restricted use, commercial use, that can also be provided to us?
Yeah.
Is that on your map?
That's the map. Yep. The map will be, we can dive, obviously, I couldn't get everything on the map of especially for, say, the Beaverhead Big Hole where, you have multiple days or different times of use, commercial, non-commercial, so resident, non-resident situations. So, but we can, as you need, if you need to start diving into those, that ideally we're still kind of keeping it pretty broad, but we do have that information available to you, and that includes on the map as well, federally wild and scenic rivers, tribal land managed rivers within the tribal land management reservations as well. So we do have that information. So a little bit, I just wanted to highlight specifically the statewide river recreation rules that were in place. Very, very similar to kind of what the sideboards are I provided to you guys earlier. Looking at promoting the quality of experience and protecting the natural resource, making plans or recommendations that are feasible, legal, measurable, and enforceable, Addressing social conflicts, so we're looking at river recreation, primarily social, social aspect of this, right? So we certainly aspects to fisheries and those considerations, but really dialing in on what the human to human or people to people interaction, what are those issues? How can we, what are some recommendations to resolve that? Prioritizing from least to most restrictive, obviously, we want to be able to provide a template and some guidance and managing a space that is first and foremost, the least restrictive, and then in what case or cases do we need to move to a more possible restrictive, approach. And then, of course, no property rights attached to certain days. So this goes a little bit of the transferability, but also discussing around the ownership of FWP and fishing access sites, managing that space, and that it would not be tied to a private property right, basically. So if you're allocating, you do get to a point of recommending allocation of days that those are not personal property days.
So enforceability, we haven't had a game warden down on the Bighorn I've been down there for 13 years now, and I know for at least the last 10. So there's no enforcement of anything on the Bighorn River, essentially, like nobody checking licenses really, there's nobody enforcing the rules that we have right now. So if we make more rules, I don't know who's gonna enforce that, I guess.
Yeah, I'll let you guys all talk amongst yourselves about how you
Yeah.
approach that.
Yeah, that could be definitely another one of your recommendations is, if you develop these rules, we need some backup for that.
Right, I mean, there's
And
no.
that could be, saying the legislature needs to give us more FTE.
Right, there's no enforcement of any of the rules that are current, and that's just one of the hurdles that's down on the Bighorn.
It's not unique to there.
I'm sure.
They struggle and have for years, and I don't want to speak for you, Deb, but struggled for years in providing adequate enforcement for a state as large as ours and diverse as ours is. And I don't think you're ever going to overcome that hurdle. But there are a lot of other places that, why have rules if they can't be enforced?
Right.
And my answer to that is simple, is don't have the rules, can't be enforced. So it's a hurdle that we're gonna have to grapple with, and they grapple with on a daily basis, correct?
Now, on the other note, I do think sometimes when you post a speed limit, most people are gonna follow the rules.
And most people do it on the river.
Right. You're always gonna have your rule breakers that don't follow the rules or whatnot, but sometimes I don't know if you need enforcement on 2-fly rigs, hypothetically. You do it like where you can check every fisherman's, how many flies they're running, you can't enforce that type of stuff.
I think your point is well taken, though. When you say something is socially accepted and there's a social agreement that this is going to be something that everybody says, yeah, I understand why you have a speed limit, and I may go 2 miles over the speed limit, but I understand why that is something that is socially acceptable, and I'm willing to live with that. I think that that's something that also, I think, carries some weight.
The rules will have a different effect on which user group they're applied to, too. For outfitters and guides, you might lose your license if you don't follow the rules. If Joe Blow fisherman has 3 nymphs on his rig, he might get a ticket.
Right, I think I was 18 and I got a ticket for $130 fine for pegging a beat. And I lost my rod and reel, had to pay $130 fine. 2011, we ruled that unsporting, was also illegal. Then we've revisited the rules and we've made it no longer than 3 inches. So pegging a bead is now a legal rig, and there's no enforcement on it unless you get caught using it. On the Bighorn for years, guys just clipped their rigs at the end of the day so that if they got checked, they wouldn't be in violation. But why have these rules like you were saying in the first place, again, like a speed limit, I don't peg a bead until now because it's legal. They've said no more than 3 inches. So if it's legal, it's in my tackle box.
So it sounds like it's working.
Right.
At least on you.
So that's what I see.
And what Robert was talking to is this. I'm sorry if I'm phrasing incorrectly, so correct me if I am, but is to fill those gaps that you just can't have enough enforcement of certain things. Education can be huge. Those socially agreed contracts and getting the word out is doing that best as we possibly can. Really closes those gaps, or can close those gaps, not completely and totally, because you always have bad actors.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Never me.
Having some of those rules in those locations is going to institutionalize somebody who's aware of the rules in one spot, might know that they could get pegged in that area. So when they go to another area, they're gonna be more cognizant of the rules and regulations of that zone. So they're gonna do more self-driven education to make sure that they don't get pegged. So it's good to have that institutionalized rule.
And appreciate the dialogue. Yeah, thanks for diving into all that, and we'll kind of keep moving. You'll have 3 days to mull over all of that and continue to have that conversation. Todd, I want to give you some time to introduce yourself real quick if you want to provide just a quick introduction. You're thriving.
You want me to do an introduction? Is that what I started reading?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. My name's Todd Frank. I own the Trailhead in Missoula, and I had 250 people in my store at 7:30 this morning, so I had to be there for a few minutes. I own a Pal Sports store and an outdoor store in Missoula. I grew up in Montana. I've been, involved in river stuff my whole life, so not an outfitter. But I do sell a lot of product to people, do that sort of thing, so. Questions?
Helpful. Yeah, appreciate you being able to make it this morning.
Again, I apologize. Just changed last minute.
We'll keep moving on. I know I want to make sure that we get to the, start of the FDM process and make sure we have as much time as we can for you guys to start facilitating, so we're not talking as much. I might move a little bit quicker through some of this. You just want to hold on to some of that conversation, those points, make some notes for when we time, starting that SDM process. Feel free to do that and we can have that conversation. This is just some screenshots of kind of what the planning manual looks like, what's it been in place, kind of help guide the department in making decisions around river recreation management plans. And so this is primarily specific to a specific river or section. So there's not a lot of direction in terms of like what a statewide planning manual might look like. And so that's something that we're hoping that you guys can kind of identify as, how do we look at this from a really broad, rather than just, okay, here by river, but still allowing something like this to be applied to a certain section or a specific river section. So still having kind of this in place, what are some, recommendations on possibly reviewing and revising some of this information, but having that planning manual as a kind of baseline is what the department works with at this time. And so anything kind of recommendations, if it, any recommendations around revisions or reconsiderations of how that planning manual functions is also within your purview. It's pulled from a citation from Bo Shelby and David Whitaker. This is just a kind of definition of some of the allocation systems and allocation mechanisms that are out there. You get to a point of recommending what is out there, or at least for considering what they could look like from your recommendations. So if you have recommendations and objectives that are set in place, considering how possibly an allocation system or an allocation mechanism might function within those objectives. So I won't have you read through all of it, but I just want to make sure you are all aware of what kind of out there in the literature from science-based scope of kind of what has been used in the past, not only within Montana, but broadly across the United States, across the world, in terms of systems that are out there and the mechanisms used to do that. It's a lot more. This entire kind of guide, it's around 40-50 pages, so you can always reference that as you need it. If needed. River recreation management, today we've touched on kind of the rules and regs that are in place. This is a little bit more like hands-on, what we as a department do. You know, identifying issues around, you know, where do we need increased staff presence, data collection, user education society. We've had a little bit of that discussion. We have a fishing access site permit in place for guides. It's commercial use permits as well, specific commercial use permitting permits for specific rivers. Some at times special recreation permits or SRPs that are in collaboration, say with the BLM or another agency. And so there are a number of different permitting systems, and you can start to see how this can get kind of confusing. Start to, you know, have to dive into, okay, what do I need as a user? What is allowed? What is not allowed? And so we have conservation and fishing licenses, of course. And so we're, you know, as a general user, if you're out fishing, you're required to have a fishing license, or if you're if you're at a fishing access site or wildlife management or another FWP owned site outside of the state park, you're required to have a conservation license. And that was put in place in the last couple of years. And if you have any further questions on that, we can provide some clarity. I think most of you are probably familiar with that. We talked a little bit already about agreements and coordination. We do have private land agreements that help provide more access to rivers. So we work with private landowners to provide, you know, an easement or access to, say, a certain river or a certain river access point through private property. We have collaborative groups and processes working with other river alliances, other river groups. Obviously, as an agency, we like to collaborate and, you know, increase the capacity of what we're able to do by working with these groups. And then, of course, agency agreements, certain specific rivers, say the Blackfoot, West Fork Bitterroot with the Forest Service, the Blackfoot with the BLM. So those are examples of kind of special recreation permits that are in place that we've worked with other agencies to identify kind of a management direction, implementing some form of use restriction or way of allocating use. Specific management plans, obviously, you know, Smith Rivers has one, the Blackfoot River as well. We worked with BLM to build that in 2000, I believe, for the Blackfoot River. Still in place and still uses guidance for river recreation management. That's 2 rivers. How many rivers do we have in Montana? So you can kind of start to see where some of these gaps are, and, you know, what the capacity is as a department, and why we're seeking some recommendations on, okay, how do we move forward to make sure we're not just focused on 2 rivers here. It's an entire system. We have data collection and use monitoring aspects that we use, fishing related data, going back to angler pressure and creel surveys that kind of allows us to get some sense of recreation use across certain river systems. It's not, you know, specific to river recreation, but parts of it is half of the users are fishers or anglers. And so that only gives us a portion of that river recreation use that's occurring, the type of use. And I'll get to your question. We have permits and licenses, of course, that I touched on. We have commercial use reporting data where it's required or applied. We ask, you know, outfitters and guides, depending on the use restrictions, to report their use. We also deploy camera and vehicle counter data across all of our state parks, but not entirely comprehensive across all of our fishing access sites. So it depends kind of on the region and what they have funds for and what they want to focus on. We do have funds to allow and implement kind of vehicle counters or camera data and collect that data, but no overall program specific to visitation to, say, a fishing access site. We have public input and public comment processes that we collect information at, and then, of course, kind of specific river recreation surveys and research as well.
There hasn't been a creel survey done on the Bighorn in 20 years. And how does that process get, you know, it's one of the most popular rivers in the state. Why is that not happen there? Or how does that get done on a river?
Yeah, I think it's a good question. Within our scope of what we're asking this group and be within kind of, well, you know, I think it's important to collect data and information, but specific to fisheries kind of data is not necessarily what we're asking of this group. We're looking at, so it would be the entirety of recreation use, so not just the anglers. It would be tubers. So looking at management of that as well. And so we're able to gather fisheries data and get that, but within the fisheries department or division, that would be something kind of outside the scope of what we're asking, if that makes sense.
Sure.
Yeah. I can't answer that question. So
Okay.
I can
If-
give you, so
Yeah.
the way the creel surveys are, they're routinely done, but not on every water body like you're describing. And the regional fisheries managers will, when they decide that they want creel data on a specific water body, they'll implement there's funding for creel surveys, but it sort of is rotated around. So it's a regional fisheries staff decide where they want the catch data
Okay.
to combine with the angler pressure data. So the creel data are just about how many fish of which species are getting caught or kept to complement the estimates of pressure. And sometimes to provide better estimates of number of angler days. Because the larger water bodies, the statewide survey will provide excellent estimates of how many angler days. But the smaller water bodies, sometimes those estimates are very uncertain. So there's a lot of creel effort when it is when they implement a creel survey these days, it's focused on smaller water bodies where we don't have good estimates of angler pressure. We get good estimates of angler days on the Bighorn or other well-used rivers through the statewide survey. And so the creel survey there would only provide information on how many fish are being caught in addition to that.
Okay. Thank you.
Can you go back on screen?
Well, yeah, we can provide these slides to you as well, so I'll have all this information as well. If we can move forward. Don't need to spend too much time here. I just wanted to make sure you're all aware kind of where the research and some of the data collection we have done in the past. This is not completely comprehensive, but thought it would just be helpful to kind of identify some of the work that the department's done around social science. This is primarily focused on, you know, specific rivers or specific areas. Nothing comprehensive across the state. We do have, you know, as you can see, it's, you know, for the Bitterroot or the Rock Creek or the Stillwater. And so we have some focus areas that we've applied some social science research and data collection to, but not comprehensive across the entirety of the state. And as you can see, some of the work we've done as well as cooperating with universities and students as well. I'm currently working on a project right now down in Region 3 on river recreation use quantification. So developing methodology of identifying how we quantify river recreation use across kind of the big hole, Madison, Ruby, and yeah, working with them at Montana State. This is just kind of to give you a little quick image of, you know, what that scope looks like. You know, it almost could be 3D as well, where we're looking at kind of the no restriction use limits. We have this map as well for you guys to all reference as you need it, but just kind of that spectrum of use and spectrum of restrictions out there. And just a few examples here. Here's that map. Obviously we can get more detailed as well. You can open that up as you need it through Adobe, or you have a larger printout here as well if you need to find. There are a few. One mistake that I had in here, and this would be the continuation from here all the way to that connection here. So it just needs that little piece of, just so you're aware that that is one correction. we're part of the workshop. I can play this video, you've probably already seen this video, but just to give you kind of a mind break here, we'll give you a quick little one. So yeah, it gives you a little bit of sense of kind of what the broad experience and opportunities are across Montana, some visual representation. We worked in collaboration with some other agencies to develop a set of 3 videos similar to this. This video continues to move forward on kind of some etiquette aspects, education aspects across Montana, and produce these videos. And so I'd be happy to provide those if you want those as materials moving forward. But I think it's a nice way to capture kind of the essence of river recreation across Montana. Now it won't let me. The skateboard? So, yeah, we can take maybe a couple minutes if we'd like. We have some time. Yeah, if anyone needs to use the restroom, then we can start to dive into the workshop and survey results. So that's kind of the end of the introduction portion of river recreation management across the state, and then we can kind of move forward with that. So if you want to maybe, let's see here, it's 10:04, so maybe in just 1 or 2 minutes, if you need to use the restroom, want to grab some coffee, a snack, or anything, go ahead.
I'm good, how are you doing? I know. No. How are you doing?
Good.
Yeah.
In there.
Yeah.
Well, we did. So we. In the basement.
Oh, I just.
8 stations.
I'm good. Lots of travel, which has been fun.
Travel for work or?
Weddings.
Oh, that's good.
Just feels like I'm at that stage where everyone I know is getting married.
It's kind of cool.
Yeah. And then lots of work. 22 months. Yeah. They are. Yeah. I'm happy to be a part of this.
Yeah.
Taking up the work there.
I'm really content.
You said there's more topics you didn't get. Yeah, absolutely. I think.
I might have pushed
Oh.
the speed limit.
That's
There you go. You're so welcome.
Thank you.
And I can bake more as well. I just
Right.
ate lunch order. Oh, okay, I'm just gonna stick it, you can take it. There's menus attached to it.
Awesome.
What are we getting? Panda Express.
Oh.
I ordered it for like another
Okay.
workshop and it was a huge hit.
Do it.
How much
Yeah.
of the river
Something-
Big
Yeah,
Four
I haven't until I went to Bozeman.
from the dam down?
Well, I tried to do Qdoba, but they said they had too many catering orders. I'm not a huge fan either.
Is,
Liam had mentioned it and I was like, well,
On
they have a
tribal
big
lands
variety.
versus what's.
That's the one where they give you rice and chicken.
Yeah, it's like a
Oh.
burrito bowl.
That's kind of an interesting one.
But, like I said, I've had it twice now in the book. It's
Yeah.
office, so I'm like, wow.
Uh,
Completely unique.
So
Yeah.
really only on tribal.
Every time I drive by there.
It's about the two wagons.
We don't wanna go there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Uh,
I've never been there.
It's honestly,
And then
but
the
for a lunch, like.
so many,
never
3
had that
miles or
for
so of the
lunch,
river,
so
it's
like-
2.5 miles is Bighorn Canyon National.
Yeah, if you don't think
You had
about
the additional 100 feet plus the highway.
I like panda. Oh, really? Partial. Yeah.
I mean, but for our lunch for this, yeah, totally.
Yeah, well, it was like a tribal
Right-hand
engagement
side,
workshop. There's people
Okay.
specifically requested
Left-hand side of the river.
Panda Express,
That's okay.
which was
that.
funny, because I'd never thought about
There's a
it.
reason why that.
And so it's,
But
it's.
when I was doing this, I was like, I don't know what to get for this one.
The reason why it was.
They-
Whether you're on
Regular,
private property.
that and Dave's
There's so much
barbecue.
access, man.
Oh, yeah.
And
Whenever we get
then
it.
you can get a thing. about
Yeah,
private
they opened at 11,
recreation.
so I'm gonna call them and make sure they can.
There,
do it.
that's what it is, technically access.
But yeah, I don't- I
But
don't
it's
know,
so
because I noticed a
vague
couple
that-
of no one's died. They have to are
Well, is this a
vegetarian.
tribal trust law or is
Because
this
I
a
was looking at the
private
menu and I was
law?
like, I'm making potato salad, I wonder if it has bacon.
Their beans certainly do. their coleslaw.
And it's very
Yeah.
interesting, like in my house, by our family. They,
Yeah,
and it has to be done.
I'm gonna give them a call, so maybe the catering person like you. Yeah.
And, or, you know, he's watching now, like, my wife stayed. So, she owns.
Yeah, that's tomorrow's, yeah.
They are doing it.
All of
Yes.
That's a lot. We're talking.
3 days of.
Yeah, yeah, I brought it.
You catch more.
Oh, yeah. The dining, I think you have like some. Salads, yeah.
But.
Yep.
You're gonna come on.
Oh.
It's so exciting.
If you need anything else, let me know.
It was like,
Yeah, that was the reason why.
Stop working, I'm like, oh, no.
No, yeah.
No, there's some apps like. Just function exactly the same.
No.
Why do you want
Line and bridge, those two operate under the same rules. And.
Would you have? So there was this outdoor.
So it's still.
Yeah, I'm trying to get that figured out a little bit, because my boys are, you know, they have some of those right. Interesting stuff.
Well, it doesn't contribute, it's a different river, because it doesn't contribute.
Yeah, the big one's a cool place, but. Then it's a place where, you know, whatever, takes weird shape.
Yeah. My opinion on the whole, I had my efficient votes on the Alabama. You were going down that at the right time. Basically early. Assigning.
And we have the split jurisdiction where Bighorn Canyon National Recreation Area, boat in, is a park.
Immediately post run.
Then where you take out. Zip.
Yeah.
Depending upon which boat ramp.
And then
And then.
Park, Big National Recreation Areas actually manage its headquarters.
It actually changed.
Wyoming.
So that's the other thing.
So.
In Manhattan, for the East Gallatin.
Technically
Technically, West Gallatin. The name's kind of
Rules are
Or they use.
over here, because they're down
Yeah, right off the Central. I tried,
That whole, I actually tried. Bridge and all the Gallatin Canyon downstream there. In Manhattan. It's a boat, it's, I don't wanna still kind of. I wanna say that's like all the guy about it. There's a lot of great water in there. It's just really, really hard to access. I'll get you taken care of. Give me a call back, you know, right away. Or a measurable distance. to get away. I haven't seen any in the boat is the easy way to do it.
Yeah, it's one of the most heavily used rivers.
A lot of times, it better be the right.
You know, to have.
All right, well, we'll go ahead and
Can't afford anything. Yeah, I'm not-
start diving into some of these workshop rules.
Things like that, like basic Montana
I'll
standards.
let you wrap up those conversations. We can kind of start the conversation around these workshop results and the survey results. As you're aware, we did three workshops, and collected information data from, we used a program called Menhi. And so presented similar types of information up front to the group for any participants, and then asked them a set of 10 questions, through the workshops. And we had, as Deb mentioned, we had more attendees than actual like participants. Participants were those who actually engaged and responded to the questions that were provided. We most likely had more attendees than what's listed here. So it's 57 total participants, 10 questions, 3 of which were open response. The other 7 were kind of word cloud based. And so for each of the questions, I'll kind of go through. I put together kind of a quick little word cloud of what it looked like. Basically, I didn't provide all the counts of what the words that were most frequently used, but I was able to pull together some categories of what that information and what that was presented. And so the first question is kind of very simple, straightforward, just asking what recreation activities do you participate in? And I think this is just a helpful way for you guys as you start to process, okay, what goes on out there. A lot of discussion, of course, will be around angling as a recreation activity, but we can start to see, and I'll mention as well is that these categories are not put in any priority level or frequency level. It's just kind of what we pulled from the data, from the responses. And just as you kind of look through these responses as well, I want you to keep in mind this is only 57 respondents, right? This is not a representation of the entire state. This is just kind of that scoping effort and indication of kind of what is out there. But I think we have 57 people in the room, probably get a pretty good idea of what type of activity is occurring across some of these access sites. So
going back to the previous question, so it's a cumulative count. So like question 1, there were 157. So a number of those 57 were engaged in multiple categories of usage. Okay.
Yeah, so this is not, this could be, if the word fish came up or fishing, like that's gonna be categorized into a fishing activity basically, and they could say fishing on a raft. That could be the same, like basically the raft, okay. Now we're looking at water sports as well. So there's just kind of general categories of what we're seeing out there, what people are, general recreational activities. If they weren't specific to what they were doing, they just said, I like to recreate. That would just be a recreation activity. So, so this is kind of our results here on the left, and we'll kind of go through each of the questions.
What was the smallest,
Funniest one? I think the skinny dipping one. Yeah, skinny. It's viewing.
Yeah, I saw it a few times up there.
It's a enjoyable activity for some, maybe not for others. Yeah, so we'll kind of move through these somewhat quickly. I'll make sure I pause to let you guys kind of take a look at what the categories are. Once again, this is just to get your minds going about kind of what we're seeing from these responses in just the 57, so.
The size of the type an indication of the numbers that were responded.
Yeah, so the visual is the word cloud, so what was most prominently responded to. What aspects for recreation experience do you enjoy the least? Question, but take note of, especially as you start to think about the problems that we'll be working together.
Did you get, I'm sure you did, but is there a way to parse out some of these categories? Like crowding issues is obviously very broad. Like, are we talking crowding on the river, crowding at the access points? Like, what does that mean? And same thing with noise. I'm just curious if we'll have access to some of that, other than just going through each of the individual answers.
So we asked those pointed questions through the survey, because we kind of used this, it's kind of like, okay, they're saying crowding. I didn't get to that specific or analysis on this. We could go back through all the responses, of course, and provide that, but we asked that specific question on the survey, which we'll go through, which is, do you feel crowded or if there's too many people at an access site specifically?
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah. So yeah, we kind of used these responses a little bit and just the department's managers to be able to come up with the survey questions that were supported by the categories and themes that we saw in responses.
So I see, obviously I see, water's a big one there, and then I see boat permit, and then below that is needed. Does that mean? Is that one thing? Permit needed or what is needed or?
Needed could be, it was just a word that was pulled for a
Okay,
certain amount of
okay.
counts, so it'd be hard to, that's why I didn't do a frequency or the word cloud does that frequency. But I think just for the term of it only being 57 respondents, we didn't want to emphasize that like needed is what, all Montanans want, that is just kind of, this is part of that smaller sample size. So needed could be needed.
Applied to everything.
Yeah, needed community needed.
I see water. I see managing there in very small print. I don't see education. Do you see the word education or knowledge or skills or anything like that?
I see ambassadors up there.
I did this. I'm sure a lot of you did this as well. I did this, there were 3 of them, I did 2 of them. And the one thing I did notice, I knew what my answers were from the first one. So the one thing I did notice, and not discounting anything anybody said, I'm not trying to say that, but the one thing I did notice is because I knew my answers the first time around, the second time around, I typed them in pretty quick. And compared to the first time around, when I typed something in, it started getting bigger and bigger and bigger. There was a little bit of groupthink that happened there. And that's what I'm getting at with the needed thing is maybe somebody typed it in and another person said, oh yeah, that resonates with me. I'm gonna type in needed as well. And then it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Even though we don't exactly know what that means.
Yeah, the platform Menti, does allow that process to function where you're seeing live responses. So as you're starting to think of how to respond and you see something flash up on the screen, of course, that's going to probably play a role in how you respond. So once again, keep in mind, 57 respondents, just a small very portion, but starting to kind of capture that essence, that indication. what specific communication channels are best for reaching river recreation is. So we are kind of discussing a little bit more about kind of that education, communication aspect. What are, and then of course, each of these questions had fewer than maybe 57 of the participants, so kind of depends on the sample size, but yeah, kind of see where at least this group thought it would be helpful to have what would be the best channel. And so I think that's helpful for you guys to consider as well as we move through this, is like what works for you, what works for what you're seeing up here on the screen in terms of your recommendations, and how if there are recommendations that need to be broadly addressed and communicated, then what are some of those channels? Are there any specific emerging trends or technologies that you think would benefit river recreation management? Obviously, river, of course, large fold there. Pretty general categories, so hopefully we'll be able to kind of just capture what that larger lane is, and dial into the specifics of what that means. So if you're looking at community engagement and education as an aspect of benefiting kind of technology, these aren't going to be specific to a specific app, but app was used. So we got some open response questions. Do restrictions on river use impact your recreation experience? If so, how? So these are kind of some general categories, themes that were pulled. Basically similar process. I created a word cloud and then pulled, tried to categorize them into each kind of one of these eight kind of general categories in terms of how do river restrictions impact their experience. So once again, not in any priority or frequency level, just trying to capture all of the responses. Some cases it might just be one respondent who said it. Anyone need any more time with this slide? How can management address conflicting interests between recreational users? Response questions similar to the last one. Built out some general categories. In this case too, had some additional ideas category or other where it was difficult to categorize. This question applies really well to kind of think what that scope is, what the scope is that you guys will be working on. So, what is the impact of what your recommendations are? So, I'm starting to think about the problem, some of these objectives. What is the impact that could have on the recreation user?
Quick question, because I'm looking at that enforced conservation license requirements. The fees that come from the conservation license, Where are they allocated, or are they all directed to parks, recreation management, or?
Good question. I'm not too privy on the budget and where that all gets allocated. I know there's certain, we get our budget each year. Some of the funds go to fishing access sites, maintenance. Not exactly sure. We could kind of dive into that a little bit about where it's.
Because I think about that in relation to the fishing permits. And I suspect that fishing permit fees go largely, if not wholly, to the fishing management or the fisheries division. Do you know?
No, the license sales are not, for the most part, they're not allocated to specific programs. They're not earmarked. The department funding license sales, fishing license sales are the same as like mule deer license sales, elk license sales. There's portions of hunting license sales and conservation license go to specific things like, which is statutorily, it's allocated by the statute that created it.
By the legislation.
But for the most part, it's a general license account that gets divvied out to different programs in the department every year at the legislature. Like we present the budget and they modify it, and that's what we work on.
Okay, thank you very much.
What is the biggest challenge on river recreation management in Montana? So we see a kind of, once again, some categorical points here, discussing kind of what is that biggest challenge? Start the, kind of, I think this captures it pretty well when we're talking about what you're tasked with as a group is, categories such as the social, cultural kind of dynamics, looking at management and policy and that user experience and education, kind of categories here with river recreation management. Of course, there'll be aspects to the environmental impact and kind of the water management as well, and like what those impacts are. But does represent pretty well what are the kind of three focus categories there. And this was the last question. This is kind of the long-term river recreation management in Montana. What is that goal? So we start to see kind of starting to see some consistency in the language that's being used, some consistency in the categories of, what is the biggest challenge as well as what is the long-term goal. So hopefully this kind of repetition of responses and repetition of categories is starting to get you to capture, okay, this is where the tunnel I should be kind of working in. Of course, similar to, what we touched on and kind of the sideboards is, not only from the rules themselves, but then also from the public, we're starting to see some responses that reflect what quality experience, equitable use, that's what the public, or at least these 57 respondents are saying should be involved. So have some verification of the current rules in place, kind of direction. Anyone need any more time on this? So survey results. So this, you guys all got the summary report. Basically, I went back through, I talked with a lot of the managers across the state, river recreation managers, work across the state. We thought it'd be helpful to separate it out by region. So we did not get a large sample size for region 6 or 7. So we only had one respondent who said their primary time spent recreating on rivers in region 6 was 1. So we only had one respondent there. So I did include it just to keep it comprehensive, but just kind of note those, once again, those sample sizes, those number of responses. I think this, This is kind of a general information for you to start kind of seeing this repetition of responses and kind of where your focus area should be going forward based off of kind of the scoping responses that we received. So once again, self-selected sample, not a random sample. We didn't provide that method as an approach. We allowed people to respond as they felt necessary. These are just indications of trends and challenges, general frequency, and the results. I only broke it regionally down for question 2, which is the frequency of a certain event or issue occurring. But I'll go through all the questions that were in the survey. And then question 3, similar to what I did with the workshop questions and the qualitative responses, I created some categories and then pulled those out as defining it as more general. Anything in the blue shade is basically what SurveyMonkey applied and said, this is significantly different than the item below it. So for example, or I'll get to that and explain that further, but first question is, during the past 3 years, in what FWP region have you spent the most time recreating? So we asked, so we could break this down regionally. We had 386 people respond to the survey. I think we did send out the second one. I did take a quick glance at that yesterday. I think we only had about 6 more to include maybe. We can always pull that information too if you feel it's necessary. Yeah, you can start to kind of see where the respondents were, primarily where they spent most of their time recreating. Anything kind of circled in red is something I would just helpful for you to kind of direct your eye towards. We did combine categories 4 and 5 because a lot of the questions were asking about issues and challenges, specific social issues. And so we thought it'd be interesting to kind of combine 4 and 5 frequency into one, and then look at, anything that's over, say, I think 20% of frequency. And so that would be in the case of, 1 out of 5 is experiencing this frequently. So for a manager's perspective, we kind of set that as the lower bar, just to say, look, if 1 out of 5 is experiencing this, this is probably an issue or probably a concern that should be addressed. And so you'll see some significant differences, as I said, in the blue squares. Basically, this percentage here is statistically significantly different than D. And so significantly different than D, vice versa for that. So you can see that very infrequently for region 5, quite different from what region 4 is experiencing there. You can see the total of all regions at the bottom there too. So you can start to parse out, okay, what regions might be dealing with specific issues or more challenges than maybe another region. And I think as you move along, I'll highlight some of the category or some of the questions that have 4 and 5 words, like almost 50% across all regions. See which topics those are. So this one's too loud or too noisy. You're seeing that, region 4, of the respondents, region 4 is kind of much higher percentage there. So they're experiencing that. Seems like respondents there in region 4 dealing with that issue a lot more. Any clarification I can give on kind of what's on the board here? They'll be pretty much the same way. Encountered other river users who were displaying poor behavior and or etiquette. Once again, over kind of that 20% baseline, the frequency of an issue. I'm starting to see a little bit of separation as well, again, with region 5. I think you'll see that throughout the responses. Region 5 kind of sits as an outlier compared to the other regions in terms of the frequency or infrequency of something, but something, obviously can change down the road. It's not static, it's dynamic. We took the survey again in maybe a year, might be different. So start to see it's kind of increasing in that upper echelon of 4 and 5 combined at 42.6%. So a little bit more of an issue, say they're loud or noisy, poor behavior in a kid, and sometimes that could be seen as the same thing as well, so. Experience unsafe situation that occurred due to the presence and or behavior of other users. This one, question we felt like was necessary to ask, just as from a safety standpoint, from an enforcement standpoint. Starting to see that in these respondents, not much of a, big concern. Yes, very, very infrequent majority of it, majority feeling that it's very infrequent that they're experiencing unsafe conditions due to others. This is kind of our first kind of large 4 and 5 category. So I highlighted that. You can start to see the separation between region 4 and region 2, both with much higher percentages, say, than region 1 and region 5. You're seeing 67.5% of the entire across the state that are what they consider to be too many people in their vehicles at the river access point. So specific question to the access point that you were asking about, Marcus. Experience not being able to find a parking spot at a river access. So looking at specifically the infrastructure that's out there, what an FAS provides, very close to that 50% experiencing the difference. You can see that region 1 and 2 both are at that kind of higher end, and region 4 a little bit the lower end there. Or I guess the way I kind of set this up is that these three were pretty much significantly different than, say, region 5. So they're not dealing with out at region 5 parking at a river access site. That river access point is not nearly as frequent. Experience a long wait time to launch watercraft at a river access point. Here we start to see once again kind of that trend of around region 5. Sorry, I haven't touched on 6 or 7 much. It just, we didn't have much of a sample available to us. But once again, we start to see region 5 is kind of sitting as a unique scenario. But once again, most likely could be dealing with those issues in the future too. So. On the lower end of the combined categories of 4 and 5. Observe what you consider to be too many people who are not commercially outfitted guided float fishing a river. Once again, we see kind of the smaller impact there, but still over that 20% threshold that we wanted to make aware. Pretty. And realizing that both this question and the next question too can be difficult at times to identify who a commercial user is or who's not a commercial user. So keeping that in mind as well. Some of these questions, at times, and so keeping in mind that even within these questions, there's some room for error as well. But hopefully, helping you kind of identify where more important conversation should be. Observe what you consider to be too many commercially outfitted guided people float fishing a river. So this focusing on the float fishing aspect, the angling aspect. You can start to see once again a large category or large percentage with categories 4 and 5 combined. Not really too much significant difference between each of the regions. When we're looking at 4 and 5, even 5's included, kind of somewhat consistently compared to the other regions as well. Once again, note of the sample size is not a representation. I thought this one was interesting. Observe what you consider to be too many people who are not commercially outfitted guided floating a river for recreational purposes other than fishing, so we wanted to make sure we pull away from just the angling aspect, make sure we captured some of those other recreation types, use types out there, so. Yeah, felt, you know. You can see Region 5 is not experiencing it very frequent at all. Outside the angling. We still see significantly, so as we have that discussion, as you have that discussion around, okay, about 50% of the users at these FAS sites are angling, they're fishing, whether they're wading or they're floating. We still have another 50% who are not there doing that at all, so. That's the user group that we're hoping to kind of understand more, provide some recommendations as well.
So in many places, you know, a fishing access site is maybe a community's closest place to get to the river. So you might find 10 people there just with their cars parked. City Beach. Yeah, City Beach, walking up and down the river and so forth. So it's interesting that is there potentially a difference between could an access point be categorized as a fishing access site versus a river access site, and how might that data parse out, because those are two different groups. I go to Presentine Launch on the Flathead, and a lot of the year that is that's a gravel bar that you have to drive through water to get out to get to the launch, whether it's putting a boat in the water or just getting to. And more than often than not, it's people just out there sunbathing or running their dogs around. So there is a difference between a fishing floating access site and simply just a river access site. And you see two different types of user groups or more interfacing with those areas. And that's what raises conflict is I can't back my boat into the water because so-and-so is having a picnic on the boat launch.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I think the verbiage we use is fishing access site, that's what they're called, across WP ownership and management. Obviously that's changing. It's not just a fishing access site, it's a river access site, but apologize if that gets confusing. I think as you guys as a group too, that's a great point to bring up is, okay, are we talking about, specifically fishing access site, what that offers, or are we talking about river access points across the board? What that looks like in managing that. So, you kind of mull through that, but great point. Thanks, Derek.
And I could be wrong, and I don't know who told me this, but I was told that fishing provides most of the funding for these access sites. Is that right or wrong?
So fishing licenses provide a lot of funding for that, and that's why last session we were successful in getting a bill through that requires anybody to use a fishing access site to have a conservation license. Because, I'm sorry?
Was that?
Yes, that was Representative Logan's bill. And that was because, they use the services there. They use the restroom, they, put trash in containers. And the majority of people at our fishing access sites were not actually fishing. So they did not have a fishing license. So they were not financially supporting any of our sites. And so now anybody who actually uses those sites are required to have a conservation license to help support those sites.
So if you read the statewide fisheries management plan, and I don't recommend reading it, it's long, but if you read it, the genesis of what we call FAS, 338 of them, am I saying that right? Across the state, those official access points that are managed by FWP, the genesis was one thing and one thing only, and that's fishing access to the river. It's all that they were there for. Come to find out that actually 51% of the use at those places is non-fishing. So there's a question in the statewide fisheries management plan from the department that says, you know what, we didn't really consider this in the past, but do we need to change the infrastructure that wasn't there to accommodate sunbathing and all these other things that people do at FAS, walking your dog? Do we need to basically accommodate the infrastructure at these places to provide for those other opportunities and then reduce the conflict? There's a question in the statewide fisheries management plan on that very, very same thing.
Yeah, imagine going to Camp Baker and finding volleyball courts and
Yeah.
barbecue grills. Like it's a state park, most state parks have got those options there for you.
That's amenities, yeah.
I mean, that's the gamut, right? You know, if you go to that After Bay Access on the Bighorn, you know, it's pretty one-dimensional. If you go to Sharon and Missoula, it's definitely not one-dimensional, right? I mean, it's a very, so you have this whole spectrum, and I think our job is gonna be to understand that there is gonna be that spectrum of conflict and use and desire for ratcheting down things in a way. And I think our job is gonna be to figure out how to do it at a statewide level that allows for a process that's the same everywhere, even though the outcome can be very different. If that makes sense.
No, that's a great point, man. It does. Historical use has a lot to do with the culture of your town or your rivershed. I mean, just has a lot to do with it. So the boat launch at Summers, people double park in there taking up boat and trailer spaces, but that's just what they've always done. And there's an FWP there, a person there every once in a while, but there's no addressing that conflict that takes place. That's a great point.
And if you think about, for example, the recreation activities that are at the Columbus Fishing Access Site that run the gamut, they're very different again from something you might see at on the Blackfoot.
In a Rainbow Bend, you don't see people up there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll let Mark get, and then I'll continue. Mark.
Just not to criticize your data, but just something I've been thinking about is you sampled this from people that are engaged in fish, wildlife, and parks. And so I would assume that the majority of respondents here are probably anglers to some extent. I think one thing we should just keep in mind is, you know, this is probably skewed from an angling perspective. And we're gonna be making management decisions based on people wanting to recreate. And I don't know that this necessarily captures that. And I'm not saying that should necessarily have a huge impact on what we come up with, because we are talking about properties managed by Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. Scott made the observation that primarily they're supposed to be fishing, but we have this push and pull that we have to think about. And so I'm looking at this thinking about, if you were able to get a representative sample of all users, how would it change and shift this data? And I just don't know. I mean, I've talked to a lot of people that don't even know they're supposed to be getting that conservation license. And that's a huge problem. Like, I don't know that we're reaching the people that are using the fishing access sites and educating them on, like, what is this place for? What do you need to use it for? And so I'm looking at this data, not necessarily like who responded, but thinking about who didn't respond to this, and how do we reach them in the future? So
That's a
just-
good point, Marcus, because this is self-selected. So absolutely, that's a perfect point. Mike and I were just talking about something similar to that.
And sorry, just one more thought, like anglers, like, over any other user group are very passionate about their fishing access. And so I think we are getting a good response from that group, but I'm not sure that, I mean, I don't know how many of your outfitters and guides weighed in on this. I mean, you would have a better idea.
Not a ton. This kind of flew under the radar.
Yeah,
And we put notifications out, and phone, I believe, did as well, but it still kind of flew under the radar.
And again, like, this is totally anecdotal, but if I talk to a lot of my friends who aren't hunters, who aren't anglers, they all use fishing access sites. They had no idea that this was even going on. I was just texting with somebody, they're like, what is this RRAC thing that you're doing today? So I think we should just keep that in mind as we talk about this.
That's exactly what Mike
Yeah,
and I were
I
talking
think
about.
that's a really good point. I wanted to make sure, and again, I don't want to step on your toes or anything, Liam, because you're doing a really good job, and you guys are all very thoughtful. You have a better understanding of what's going on from your perspective on a variety of different issues. When we did this online survey, it was just sort of an attempt to garner some information from the public about, hey, where are some red flag areas that we may see be occurring? If we were to have done it properly, I would have wanted to do this a year ago scientifically and get all the different representation that we would want to get in a typical survey. to make sure that we could say, here's what the numbers are, and we think this really represents Montanans as a whole. This really doesn't do that. It's just a snapshot. It's showing some direction of where the wind is blowing on some of these types of issues. Are you seeing a lot of this stuff when you're out there over the past 3 years? It's giving you a sense, here are some issues from the perspective of not a representative population, but at least a population of people that's saying, here are some issues that are popping up. I think that you guys have a pretty good understanding of what some of those issues are from your perspective. And I think that's what you need to think about when you're working through this whole process and developing what you develop as a group for river recreation in Montana. This is just a piece of information. So I don't know if that makes any sense.
I guess.
I hope
maybe
it does.
To say it more directly, I think that. like,
Yeah, just-
an acceptable use of this kind of information is to make a list of issues that people raised, like scoping comments. We'll have a scoping meeting and people will come and say,
Yeah.
here is an issue I have. And you can look at it by region, like where people are having these issues, but the percentages, we have no faith that this represents Montana.
No, and we have no intent of using this data as being concrete evidence of anything.
Right.
It's just a piece of information.
So like some of the other ones that we just looked at where people have gone to a fishing access site and you've got 60% of them that responded saying that was too crowded at that fishing access. I've been frequently at fishing access sites and it's too crowded. Well, put that on the list. That's an issue that's going to come up in river recreation management. That's the way to use this, not that 60% of the people thought that.
Yeah, don't get caught up with those
Get caught up in the
numbers.
percentages.
Yeah, thank you,
It's
Justin.
not that you wouldn't have already known that that's an issue. People encounter fishing access sites that are too crowded, but that's what we can use this for, just to put it on a list that is an issue that you're going to see.
Is this data granular enough to get down to like a heat map level where you could actually pinpoint where these responses are coming from?
No.
No.
Not even close.
And I think, yeah, for another analogy, thank you, Justin, Mike, and Marcus for that conversation. I think really pushing that home of, what this data is. I think the analogy I've thought about is, make sure we're not driving the wrong way down the road for this type of information. Make sure we're, going the correct direction on what are those red flags? What are those, anything that comes up?
And I would add one more thing. I mean, I do a lot of research for the department. A recommendation could be that we do a scientific study to further quantify some of this kind of stuff. To get detailed, good numbers that you feel comfortable with.
I don't think we're ever gonna be in a position to have enough data to make management decisions based on survey data. We're always behind the 8 ball and never collecting the amount of data we need to make the decisions that we're gonna be forced to make because we're, then the horse is already out of the barn at that point. And so, my sense is we need to help develop a structure for decision-making that allows you to take those things into context and make a decision with necessarily not having all of the data, but making a decision and then seeing what the result of that decision is and being able to revisit it.
It's a good point.
God, you seem like maybe you're a plant here, but we're not a plant, Tim. But just to add to what he said, though, if we have that framework, then that provides the guidance we need on what we need to monitor as well. So like what data can we use to inform these decisions?
Yeah,
I wholeheartedly agree with what you said.
And I think whatever happens, we have to build in a system that allows or forces, probably is a better word, the department to revisit any potential regulations anywhere on a cyclical basis where they can reevaluate what happened when they did the Big Hole Beaverhead routes. And 5 years later, what the outfitters say about how that was working for them. Were there tweaks that needed to be made to adjust it to make it work better for the population as a whole? I mean, I think that's gonna be our role. That's how I view being here.
Although I guess I would also say that what may not be our role, but is certainly going to be a consideration from my perspective is the resources available. Again, what I'm hearing is that, I mean, every agency is resource limited. And maybe what we need to provide is again, that framework that provides at least some direction to the agency on here's what we think is a priority that you guys will need to focus on. But obviously, there's a lot more out there that's gonna either not be addressed or be addressed in a very different fashion.
Appreciate the conversation. Yeah, I think, having this, I'll just kind of wrap. We've got a few more questions here and then we'll hop into like the SCM and very naturally, you guys are already doing that, so appreciate the dialogue. This is, observed what you consider to be too many commercially outfitted guided people floating, a river for recreational purpose other than fishing, so kind of delineating again, the non-fishing aspect of that. Kind of start to see there's a little separation there as well, pretty low percentage of 4 and 5. Observe what you consider to be too many people bank wade fishing a river. Be enough, at least from the respondents here, starting to see pretty low percentage of frequency or feeling too many people bank wade or fishing a river across all regions. Observe large groups of people, more than 10 people in a group who are recreating on a river. Indicator of there's over that 20% kind of threshold that we kind of arbitrarily built out, but just a way to kind of frame it. Again, region 5 will significantly or slightly different. I think the questions themselves as well are helpful too, kind of thinking about what was being asked, what the managers on site are seeing as well from their experience and what they struggle with.
Derek, what's going on in Region 1?
Well, this goes to Dante's point. I mean, if you have enforcement presence, most of the time, just a presence is enough to remedy a lot of these social and cultural use issues. I mean, if there's an enforcement agent who's there frequently, people know that there's going to be a presence there. The Flathead, you might have 10 or 15 miles between river access point. Whereas on Clark Fork or the Missouri, you've got 3. So you do see more vandalism in heavy use areas where there's not a lot of presence and there's distance between access points.
I think this is helpful, this question specifically, where we kind of start to see an item or a question being asked that is somewhat different from, that outlier of region 5 where we do see region 1. And so you start to think about that kind of laundry list of issues and challenges, concerns across the state, like maybe one region has seen something more or less than another, but that doesn't mean it can't happen in another region too. So. A little bit about litter and trash along the river. Relatively low percentage in region 4. Lower. This one is above that 50%. So, of course, this is 3 more questions here. Notice litter and trash at a river access point. Issues around affecting the experience that they have seen litter and trash, how that impacts ecosystem and ecology in that space. A little bit lower percentage in 3. Still about half, over half, feeling that they've noticed litter and trash at a river access point in the past 10 years. Notice pet waste at a river access point. Pretty pointed question that the managers really wanted to see included, just as it's come up quite often, just as a challenge for them. So wanted to make sure that was included. You can see region 5's pretty low percentage. Pretty high frequency in region 4 there for the frequent.
Understanding that this survey was not meant to be scientific, to use the word. you changed your style of questioning in question 11. Where everything went from a negative statement and the use of the word to switching over and how that's affecting, whether it's affecting your numbers or the spectrum of those numbers is noteworthy. If I understand we're not using the hard data here, but I'm seeing a problematic statistical attempt here with a changing from all negative statements to an actual trying to find an answer versus it seems like your survey and gentleman mentioned we're looking for red flags, right? We ever consider doing a survey where we're looking for what is going well?
What is going on?
Yeah, what's
Yeah.
going well? Like,
Oh, what's going well?
yeah,
Yeah.
we haven't had a conversation, and I didn't hear anything in any of I visited the meetings, surveys. There hasn't been a question or even a comment, from the department on, here's something we like, here's something we're doing well. So we're about to go into developing a problem statement. Something,
Yeah,
just talking.
No, I appreciate that. I think it's really helpful to think about, we do talk about issues and challenges. I mean, that's what we have to, as a department, that's where we have to focus is, but what is the challenge? What is the issue at hand? What's working well? Move forward with that and keep that in place. And I think, we can pat ourselves on the back and say, yeah, we feel like this is going well. We're doing a good job with this. I think it would be nice to hear that from the public, but we did see that, we did see that in some of these open responses is, look, this is a great start. This RAC is a great start. Like, really appreciate the public comment or opportunities. Like, this is a good start. And so we do see some of that positive framework. And, I've got my master's in park tourism and recreation management from UM. Like, I know the consistency around the science-based information and what's presented and, the frameworks that we use is conflict and challenge-based, frameworks.
We're just going through the survey, and once again, I understand we're not doing this for science, but if we were to use this survey, the only thing we have to worry about is parking and people at the fishing access sites, a little bit of pet waste and some litter. Otherwise, every other statement in here, the majority of people find that there's either not a problem or that the problem isn't frequent enough to note. But yet, every statement was a negative statement. So
I kind of disagree a little bit with that, with the framing of the questions. So the framing of the questions before this notice ban, so notice vandalism of facilities or noticed a group of people floating down the river of 10 or more, that's either yes or no. It's not asking for a subjective perspective. But like whether something is overcrowded or not, that's a very subjective answer. So I don't think there's a problem with the question or the difference in questions. There just is a difference.
Yeah. So I just want to make the point too is your survey results are different than what you'd sent us before, just because you're breaking it down by region. Yours were totaled, which you'd sent us earlier.
Yeah, this bottom should be the total that you saw in the.
Yeah, so if you look at frequent and very frequent on the negative question, which that's a great point you bring up. But 67%, there's too many people at the access points.
Mhm.
When you look at non-commercial versus commercial as being frequent or very frequent, it's 28% a problem for non-commercial and 57% for commercial. That's a big number.
it's, I think it's cool that we've got like a little bit of this framework to play off of. But once again, you're saying sample size, selective, respondents, how questions are geared, my point is I think we just want to be real careful about what is data and how is that data queried.
Yeah, great. I think it's a great point for all of you to consider there and, thinking as you work through this process of getting you know, a lot of this scoping, what was provided here is to get your gears going, okay? Get that concept of, okay, what are we focusing on? What do we need to consider broadly? What does that laundry list look like? So just to get, you know, as we dive into this, obviously, we've had that conversation. These are starting that conversation. That's ideally what I was hoping to do, was to say that you're beholden to this data, you're required to make a decision off of this, not the case. Hopefully gets you thinking, activated. So I'll think, then this was the last question. For the quantitative aspect of Q2, question 2, which is that matrix. And then we had a open response question 3, so similar to you know, how I categorized 5 broad categories of responses. Once again, talking about what you can kind of start to see some similarities and consistency of responses from the workshops, as well as this open response question here in the survey itself of what are these broad categories of related issues around river recreation. So you see that etiquette piece, user group conflicts, overcrowding, things you are probably all familiar with, and at times you've probably experienced yourself. Sorry, I'm gonna speed up a little bit. I really have to use the bathroom. And so this is quite a few more questions to question 4. Are you a resident of Montana? So we did ask that question, separated out. We did ask the following questions as well, primarily residents. Fishing license, so we did ask if they purchased a Montana fishing license in the past year. So majority had. Once again, a majority had purchased a conservation license as well. Of course, yeah, ideally, you know, there was a large sample size with a statistical kind of method in place. It would be interesting to break this up into who purchased one, who didn't, break up the responses that way. But handful, about 10%, tour guide, outfitter, water-based service provider. About the same percentage as well. Who are,
Can you go back to that one?
Yeah.
That's backwards.
That flipped.
Yeah,
Yeah.
a lot of guys answered this.
Yeah.
It's flipped, that's reversed.
Your results you sent to us are.
Or opposite of that.
oh, flipped of that. Oh, maybe I pulled the wrong screenshot. Sorry about that.
I think the numbers are probably right. It's just the yes, no should be.
Yeah.
Results before were 36 commercial and 348.
Okay. Oh, yeah, maybe this just meant to. I would go off the summary report I provided earlier. A lot of screenshots that I was pulling. So apologize for that. That kind of wraps things up for the introduction, some of those results and the information there, and maybe that kind of got everyone's gears turning, kind of good idea of where we're headed with STM and start with that process. I know ran a little bit over time. So. Yeah, maybe a 5-minute break and we can reconvene for that start at 12. We'll have the director in here as well for a presentation, which at that point lunch will be provided as well. Thank you.
I was gonna pass it out for. This is for lunch. Yes, so yeah, don't worry. Don't worry.
You pushed, I can give you my direct phone number.
Nice.
Yeah.
We almost the water.
It's something like, not just like, what's the?
I'm aware of
Approach.
the black.
Yeah.
Slipstream is the new.
Anyway, those are their own. Those are square meters, right?
Interested in making their own or So you, no, it's an advantage. That's an interesting.
Yeah, can I get you'll have the slides available.
Yeah, I can send those to you here.
Okay. Can I get some of the packets?
Oh,
Seems like an opportunity. So there are now 3 different push sleeves that we have to carry to the shop. One for soil, the split, they're big. And then standard.
We'll get into the conversation a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have a lot of bias.
Right, yeah. Because.
Yeah, it's put us in a pickle.
Thanks, Deb.
Getting the right thing, and if they're going to measure, they gotta make sure they get the right sleeve. So with Sawyer, we only carry real craft Sawyer, or we don't buy any.
What about Smithcraft or Hayes?
Yeah, for the most, Stealthcrafts or Sawyer.
Maybe that's.
Most of the small. I don't know of any other boat manufacturer that isn't using a Sawyer oar as an OEM product other than Monorex. Yeah, they designed their own oar, or like a James Gatton.
Had a buddy just buy one of those Stealthcrafts.
Yeah. They're actually probably, they're probably one of the biggest purchasers of Sawyer oars. They're in the top 3 for sure. Yeah.
Biggest place for that.
Stealthcraft in Michigan. I think they drive out here with a semi truck.
Yeah, they were at Sawyer when I was there. Like spring.
Yeah.
Had one boat on the trail and they're picking 3 or 4.
So,
Yeah.
so they actually, that flatbed truck actually just drives around the country buying, selling boats and picking up oars. They just do it every like 3 months. They just go. Track around.
I tried it. They were willing to open it. All smart.
Yeah. And they make, they're pretty proud of it.
Once you're on,
Yeah.
they're pretty good.
Yeah.
Behind Disney,
Yeah.
waiting to get a seat the rest of it. Sit down, you're eating your appetizers, everybody's happy.
You missed mostly just the introductions and hardly any of the slides.
So you got 3 and 1.
I got home. Amazing.
I have to sit in on the internal view of their work.
Landscape, weather, experience, everything about it.
Lunch.
Unfortunately.
I was planning on coming directly from there.
Did you guys?
I was packed up, right? I had enough space. That'd be now.
I can be upside down.
Now you
Start
around.
Sunday night. I was at the bar. That's at my table, looking at football. About midnight, I'm like.
Stay there for a day. I'll go over at
Baxter, dinner.
We used to go over to Twin Bridges and stuff.
Yeah.
They tell the alliance about some stuff, highlights some issues that we are doing over there. That I think overlaps to this group, but, they can't. That's so many. Right, I mean, I think it's just this here, things are cycling, restoration, things that we're doing over there, like water quality monitoring. Yeah, some of it pertains and some of it has nothing to do.
I'll make it. That's your.
Welcome to Killing.
Yeah, welcome to Montana.
Right, exactly. That's what I was thinking.
It was a really fun trip. Then I was rugby. No, that's just. Set you, this is your, tomorrow, or, you know, we walk out there.
Oh. I'm on the board of the Bighorn River Alliance, and I think they're doing some really cool things that overlap to maybe some concerns that we're talking about, like river water quality testing, access, things like that. I just, if anybody wants some information about what's going on over on the Bighorn, I can pass some of this out. If anybody wants it, you don't, no big deal.
I need some.
Thank you.
Yeah.
When we were able to sell stuff, I thought.
Yeah, I mean, it's not, nothing
Yeah, some free
sales.
stuff. that you
I'm
can
not
pass
selling
on.
anything. I'm just trying to show what we're doing over on the Bighorn.
Thanks.
I'm kind of surprised to hear that you haven't had much warden activity in the big farm. Skylar, one of the wardens over there, has checked literally every time I put foot on the water.
That's so weird.
And I've been on the water twice.
I'll come over to it once.
All right, we'll go ahead and get started.
Yeah, I apologize.
But we're awesome. Appreciate that, Mike.
So I appreciate all the really great conversation so far, and we have only about 40 minutes till lunch, so we're gonna dive into some discussion on what are we actually going to be doing, and then we'll get started a little bit, and then take lunch, and then dive in more fully after. So, you know, really what we're here to do is work through a difficult decision.
Yeah.
And so we're going to be providing recommendations to decision makers, FWP and the commission, right? And we're going to use the process known as structured decision making to do this. This is SDM, acronym you've heard me say several times. I want to emphasize that SDM is not something that's a debate, it's not conflict resolution, but it's a process for really thinking about what we value, in this case about river recreation. So we're going to really think about our values and use that to help drive this process. A nice quote from Keeney is that SDM is a formal application of common sense when you have situations that are too complex for the informal use of common sense. So we, you know, anytime you're trying to get into a more difficult decision, then this is just going to take common sense and apply it in a more structured way. It's the name structured decision making. So you can think of it as a way of thinking. It formalizes this process of making decisions. It doesn't make the decision for you, it'll clarify it. And it leads to decisions that are more transparent. And so they're easier to have everyone understand how you arrived at the decision you did. They're really explicit, going through all the important elements, and they're deliberative. So obviously we're spending 3 days to come up with some parts of this framework that will then go to FWP to carry it on to the next step. And that's a lot of deliberation on your part, and then more will happen at FWP's side afterwards. So it's done using what's known as PROACT, where we start out by defining the problem. Then we think about our objectives, the things we really care about. We then actually get to talk about the fun ideas of actions and alternative things you might do to help solve the problem. And then we get into the next 2 steps of predicting consequences. So how well each alternative meets each objective. And then we get into trade-offs and optimization. So trying to identify which of those different alternatives actually does a good job at meeting all your objectives. And obviously you can pretty much never have one solution to a problem that does everything perfectly. So there's always trade-offs involved, and that's part of that step, the last one there. But we're actually gonna only go through problems, objectives, and alternatives in this group. And so I'm gonna show you how this works in concert, just so you have an idea of where this can go. But we're gonna spend those 3 days here thinking about those for 3 parts. So I do want to point out that often when we're faced with a problem, we tend to start saying, well, what can we do about it? And that's just human nature. But if you don't start out by thinking about what the problem is, making sure everyone has the same definition and understanding of that problem, and we don't define what we really care about, then how can you come up with a good solution to the problem? So that's why we start with spending a lot of time really getting to the bottom of the problem statement and defining our objectives. And that's what we're going to spend most of today and tomorrow working on. So in illustration form, we call this the Hoendergram. So you can see we move between problem statement to objectives, alternative, consequential, trade-offs, and then a decision. But I want to show that those arrows point backwards too, because this is an iterative process. We might go back. We probably almost certainly will with this group. We'll start with the problem statement today. We'll dive into objectives tomorrow, most likely. But then we might think that, oh, we missed something in the problem statement. So we'll go back and revise. So don't ever feel like just because we move on to the next step that we can't move back to a previous step as we realize we might have overlooked something important. So yeah, we're a little bit behind schedule today, but I'm not worried about that. It's been a really good conversation so far. And I think all the things that Liam presented are going to help us really write this problem statement. So we'll get through this little bit here until lunch, then we'll keep spending most of the rest of today getting into really working on this problem statement. And we might get into objectives later today, we'll see though. And we'll have public comment at 4:30. We'll wrap up at 5. Tomorrow, again, we'll start at 8:30. This time we'll be over at Montana Wild. So Liam sent you the info about that. And we'll just dive into wherever, we leave off today. Probably getting going with objectives first thing, depending on how we feel about today's progress. And then we might get into alternatives after lunch. And again, public comment will be at 4:30, done at 5. Day 3, Friday, will again be at Montana Wild. And I want to emphasize we are starting early at 8 a.m. that day because we're going to wrap up at 3:30. So everyone has time to get home and all that good stuff. But this day will especially be kind of just revisiting any of these elements of this decision framing that we think we need to spend more time on. And public comment on this day will be at 12:30 until 1. So the purpose of the council is to propose a set of recommendations for managing river recreation in Montana and administering the use of water-related activities. So the focus area extends to the department lands and water bodies that are restricted under the authority of FWP, and this includes recreation use on and along the waterway, including fishing access sites. All right, let's talk about SDM a little bit more. So you're thinking about some decision you need to make. You know something needs to be done, but what do you do about it? So starting with the problem, this is the really important first step of any decision analysis. And it seems like this should be simple, but we're going to see that it can really be actually a huge challenge to define clearly, and it can lead to some frustrations and difficulties of doing that, right? So we'll be working through that, and we'll get to something that everyone can feel is a shared representation of the problem definition on hand. If we don't start here, again, we can end up solving the wrong problem entirely. We might approach the problem by using the wrong tools and information, and we could then invest in the wrong solution, which would be an even worse thing probably than maybe not even working on the problem at all. And so this is why we spend so much time on it. I want to give you a really kind of simple example of SDM in action. And for this, imagine you are a family trying to buy a house or thinking about a house. You're living in one currently, and you think that there are some issues with it. So for this family, they might say, our house is too small for our family and we have a small yard for the kids to play in. Adding to our current house and living with a small yard or purchasing a larger house with a larger yard would be costly. We live in the city, so commute times to work are short, but schools in the suburbs can be better. We can afford to increase their monthly mortgage payments, but need to stay within budget. So you can begin to think about what this family is facing for this decision. Are they going to stay in their current house and renovate, or are they going to look at a new one? And then there's a lot of things that go into thinking about this decision. So then once we've come up with a problem statement, we're ready to better define those objectives, and they're hidden in part of within that statement, but we can pull them out explicitly. So you get to think about what we really care about in the decision. If we could solve the problem perfectly, what would we accomplish? I like to always come back to that. There's no perfect world, but let's imagine if there was a perfect world, everything that we would achieve. So we want to think about where we want to go with this decision. What is the bottom line, and what do we really care about? So for this example with the house decision, their objectives would be things like the house should be big enough, so should the yard for the kids, school should be high quality, neighborhood should be family friendly, commute times should be reasonable, costs should be minimized. So you can see how those derive from the problem statement, and as we work through our problem statement today, we're gonna be naturally leading to the objectives that we dive into as the second step. Okay, so step 3, alternatives. Again, this is where we tend to start thinking when we're faced with a decision. But again, if you start here, how can you come up with good alternatives if you don't really understand the problem fully and the objectives that you hope to achieve? So this is the fun part though. Again, we get to think about those options and solutions and management actions, things we can do to help meet our objectives and solve the problem. And as we get to these steps, I'm going to go through a few more slides to give you obviously a little bit more direction on them, but this is just the beginning of an idea here. Anytime we are thinking about alternatives, they have to be financially, legally, and politically reasonable. So you'll be staying within those bounds, obviously, with this decision too. So say for this family, they could do nothing. That is always where we start with any decision. We have a status quo, what is happening now? We want to compare that to the new things we come up with, right? So we'll include that, but then you could renovate the current house, or you could buy a house, say on Eaton Street, on Wade Street, or on West Boulevard. All right, and so the next few steps that I'm going to show you is just to give you an idea of what FWP might do with this information that you give them from the first problem statement, objectives, and alternative steps. So with consequences, FWP will be trying to predict the outcome of each objective under each alternative that you come up with. So this is where we start putting in data. So maybe in a new survey, professional judgment from FWP, or talking with people who have more ideas of how to predict those consequences. And this is naturally a really difficult step. So what it does though, is it allows us to put everything in a formal table. This is often where we go with decisions like this. This is known as a consequence table. You have your objectives there on the first column and your alternatives across the different additional columns. And then each of those alternatives you can see are how many bedrooms are included in the house. We want a big house, so we have somewhere between 2 and 4 bedrooms under these 5 different things we're evaluating. And so it allows you to think and see all this, side by side, begin to maybe picture where some of these alternatives are doing well and where they're not, right? And so one thing that can become apparent at this stage is that one alternative might just be a bad idea because it doesn't do any better on these different objectives. So for example, Eaton Street has 4 bedrooms, so it is big, but Renovate and Wade Street also have 4 bedrooms, so it's not actually doing any better there. The yard is among the smaller side. Schools are only fair quality, neighborhood is poor, has a super long commute time, and it's expensive. So when you put it all side by side, what is initially kind of an overwhelming decision allows you to then cross something out immediately and say, okay, that one is obviously not our best decision. And then when we do that, other things begin to appear on these kinds of tables. So commute time now is only between 15 and 25 minutes. Is that really something that is significantly different? Do you care that much? Maybe not, right? You could probably eliminate that from consideration too. And that shrinks down this table then into something a little bit more manageable. But this still leaves us with then lots of trade-offs and optimization to really identify the best solution here. And so at this point, we're looking at those alternatives based on the relative consequences for objectives. And I'll show you what that means in a sec. But this will allow the decision maker to really kind of use their judgment to identify the best decision out of the set here, or maybe go back and revise and make new alternatives that might meet those objectives better. So here, everything before was number of bedrooms and square footage and cost. We can put those on to just simple ranks. So 1 would be good and 3 is bad. And so everything's kind of relative to one another, and that allows you to compare apples to apples rather than apples to oranges. So everything now is in that single 1 to 3 scale on this table, and that can help us better visualize these trade-offs as well. So for example, one thing you could do is just sum down each column, and that's the score. The lower score is better here, since the ones are good and 3s are bad. And so what that might mean is that Wade Street has the lowest score, but say, rarely are your objectives all of equal importance. And maybe in this case, minimizing costs is actually really important, but it's the most expensive option there with a 3. So maybe that isn't the best choice. And then maybe we go to the next best, renovate with a score of 10. But again, this is where SDM isn't making this decision for us, it's only allowing us to really see these trade-offs and think about this in a more clear way. So maybe we actually say, we can come up with that extra cash to gain everything else that we do under that alternative. And so really, don't worry that anything that we do with this kind of framework is gonna ever spit out a decision, and we can always go back and revise and, use the expert judgment of everyone making these decisions. So at that point, you're ready to decide and take action and say they decided on that one on Wade Street. So ground rules for this this whole working group will be to obviously honor the process and have mutual respect for one another, not want any filibustering. We're gonna really work hard to stay on course and focused. So we're gonna minimize stories, respect the breaks, and also stay within council charges. Okay, so maybe this is what the cute dog decides to do here with the skunk. Any questions about that whirlwind SDM overview? I don't want you to worry about particulars right now, but you'll see how it kind of helps us really work through these different steps as we keep going. Okay.
Can I just ask the question, that when we hand off what the work that we do to FWP management and I assume director and everybody that's involved, what are their options? Do nothing? I mean, is it, like, are we gonna, what's the process after we hand it over?
Yeah, I'll let FWP folks.
Yeah, that's a really good question, because that could be an option. I mean, if it's something that we can't live with, meaning it's something that we would never support. Our job here is to let you know as the process goes on, saying, we can't do that and here's why. When I coordinated the Citizens Advisory Council for elk management, they were talking about party hunting, and that's something that FWP would never support. So they immediately took that off the table. I said you could recommend it, but that's not something we'll ever support. So that's what our job here is to keep you within the sideboards. And Sarah just said, it has to be legal, and there's other things that we have to consider. But really, this is all up to you. And we'll try to tell you as you go along what we can and can't support and why. But when you guys do present us with the packet of recommendations, there's a whole slew of options. There would be, some of it might fall under our authority, and we might be able to just implement it that way. Other, we might need to seek legislative authority or commission authority. Does that answer your question?
Follow-up question would be expectations regarding problem statement and objectives in terms of, are we looking at one problem statement? Are we looking at 20 problem statements? Are we trying to develop objectives for each of those? We're here for 3 days, so.
We're gonna work on a single problem statement, and it will probably be quite a lot longer than the one that you saw for the house example, because obviously this is a complex issue. And there's different, even levels of the issue, so like regional versus local river decisions and things like that. So we want this problem statement to communicate to anyone who looks at it what this group is thinking about and what makes this a complex issue. And probably lots of things that Liam was showing us would be things to fold into that. Like, these are challenges that some users perceive, if not everyone. Things like that will go in there. And then those objectives will be thinking about what we would like to see if we could solve the problem perfectly. And again, that would be like local river level up to the regional levels too. So it's kind of, we'll see how it all goes as it develops. Like, we can't really anticipate exactly what will happen here, but that's kind of the vision for it right now and what we normally do with this. And everyone might not agree with every single statement in a problem statement or the objectives we put forward, but the group as a whole says this does capture the conversation, and these are things I can live with, even if I don't necessarily agree, but it does represent some people's views of the challenge at hand. Does that answer your question?
Give you an idea, Robert, if I may, probably one of the most recent ones, the Nuclear Advisory Council. That problem statement was, I believe, about 2 pages long. Not saying we should shoot for that.
That's helpful.
Yeah, we've used this process a lot over the years. I've actually been helping FWP with this kind of thing for 13 years. And that's part of why we come in as, outsiders from FWP to help facilitate these groups to just kind of like work through these challenging processes. But in the end, it's always, everyone agrees, pretty enlightening of like making sure that we really all do get like the full breadth of the problem, and we have put on paper like the things we care about. If we could really solve this problem, this is what we would do, and then here are some alternative ways you might actually think about solving the problem, and that will help then FWP take that information and come up with solutions that really get at the ideas that you come up with as like potential actions to solve the problem, but how well do they meet all those different things you say we care about in solving this? So yeah, usually these problem statements are a page or more in these cases, and we'll just see how it goes. Yes.
Am I right to assume that the department who is here in the room is here strictly to support us and not part of the process of developing the statement?
Yep, this is gonna come from you as the council. So use them for questions or all that good stuff as we go, but yeah, they're here just to kind of, and they're gonna stop me if we start heading down a rabbit hole that isn't productive. Sometimes we have to explore those rabbit holes a little bit to figure that out, but sometimes we'll say, okay, we're gonna back out to something a little bit higher level, since that's probably not really within the purview of this group. So, yeah.
Department of politicians.
Yeah, that's the question that comes to my mind is, organizational willingness to actually, to listen to these responses. And we do have some socio-political changes that could be coming to our environment that could dictate whether or not this is implemented or not.
And that's always going to happen. I mean, we can't influence that at all. What I can say is that the director is 100% supportive of this effort, and so is the current governor, and that's why we're doing this. Is we haven't figured it out in decades. We need some help. We want to go to the source.
Yeah, and FWP and the commission have always really valued, like, obviously you're all volunteering your time and you were picked out of a large group of applicants, and you're here to provide this guidance to the agency, the commission. And so it's something that will be highly valued. Still goes out for public comment, right? Anytime a decision is put forward.
Well, can I add, talk about the public comment? So in this case, when FWP makes a recommendation to the commission or something that we're deciding on and we go out for public comment, the public comment generally can sway how we frame what our solution is. In this case, that's not what we're gonna do here, because this is coming from you as a group. So we're gonna be taking public comment, but we're kind of keeping that separate. Because when you leave here today, or Friday rather, the problem statement, the objectives, all that's gonna be pretty much solidified by you guys already. So we're not gonna go back. We, FWP, are not gonna go take public comment on something you create and tweak it, because then we own it. We don't want this to be our product, it's your product. So what we'll do is we'll collect that public comment on your product and then present it to the director, in conjunction with each other. So we're not going to tweak your product at all. We want to make sure that you understand that this is yours and not ours.
Is there a timeline for this? I mean, it has to be done in 3 days?
Well, I'll let Sarah address that, but what I'm thinking what we can do, if we absolutely have to, we can come back together, but it would probably not be in person. But I'm gonna let Sarah discuss that. We really want to get it to the director by mid-December. And the reason being is if you guys come up with something that has a legislative component, we really need to get it by mid-December.
Yeah, and usually like 3 days is about right to work through this, these first 3 steps, but we'll see. Yeah, if we need another in-person, we'll see if that's feasible. Otherwise, we can follow up with some Zoom meetings to just touch base and things like that too. And make sure that any like final edits, can be, approved by all of you. So just, we might want some time to think about what we come up with after we leave here and then follow up with a couple hours on Zoom if that's what we think it will take. But yeah, we'll kind of see how this all plays out in the next 3 days.
I'm gonna ask a historical question. I'm sorry to jump in. So I'm looking at a letter in front of me that's dated November 6th of 2002. That talks about the halfway point being reached for the RRAC appointed by Fish, Wildlife and Parks Director consisting of 22 citizens from around the state. Was that, how was that process, which nothing ever came of, different than what we're gonna do here? The only thing I can see is that there was no FWP or legislators in this one where there were in the other.
You said that was 2002.
This is November 6, 2002. It says we've reached the halfway point in efforts to develop recommendations for managing recreational use on rivers in Montana and addressing concerns about crowding and conflict among users. 2002.
That
22.
dates my time a bit, but I don't know, Justin.
Mike, I think Mike was in there for those, and so that, the guidance that you got, I forget what it's called, but you guys got a document from Liam. That's the guidance for river recreation management. So that is
7, right?
That's when the document was finalized.
5 years later.
Yeah, and so that is what we've used to manage river recreation.
And it has its challenges. I mean, that was a very lengthy process back in the early 2000s. And a lot of what you see in there is probably not applicable now. I mean, this is a chance for you to start fresh from that.
Thank you.
So you were on that one?
No. I wasn't personally, I was involved.
Okay.
My question is just more procedural, and you guys are gonna be here to help us. Invariably, we're gonna not all agree on what the problem is, what solutions are. How do we decide what ends up being in the recommendations? Is it, do we vote, like, what's going on there?
So with the problem statement, yeah, we'll phrase it like some groups think this, right? Like if not everyone agrees, and that's, there's probably rarely something everyone would agree on.
Oh, yeah, well, it's not.
So language like that's helpful there. What we'll most likely have here, by the end of Friday is kind of, so we'll have problem statement, a whole set of objectives, like perfect world scenario, what we'd achieve, and then the alternatives will probably be something like a menu of things. So if you're like thinking about a particular like group of actions you could take, so say how you might provide permits or something on the river, if you can come up with a whole slew of different ways you could do that, that's one option on the menu. And then you have like, well, I'll show you how this actually works when we get to this, but like you can envision actions that fall under different categories. And then we have this set of things you could pick and choose from that to address the needs on a particular river. So that's something that FWP would actually do the picking and choosing, probably is, I think, where this will go. Justin, feel free to clarify.
No, I'm with you. I think, Ross, your point is well made, but these first few steps that provide the framework, I'm gonna be surprised if there isn't consensus about those.
Sure.
But when we get to the point of like, somebody has to decide, trade-offs have to be made.
Yeah.
That, like, how important is meeting each objective relative to one another? Those are things that people are not gonna agree on. So guidance from your group would be helpful there.
Gotcha.
So we're not asking you to make the decision, that's where conflict is gonna come and people are gonna disagree, but I think you should strive for consensus on the framework, which should be something that can be described in a way that everybody that would disagree can look at it and say, yeah, that's the problem. Those are great objectives, those are the choices that can be made, and people still might make a different choice because people are different. People value things different.
That's helpful. Thank you.
So we won't get into specifics for any particular recommendation, right? But that kind of menu of options, and I'm sure there'll be things that you all don't like in there too, but like, at least this does represent, you know, within the legal and, you know, framework and the other constraints here, the things that could be done. And then FWP will have to work with that and think about, you know, all your objectives and how they're likely to be met, by making any particular decision. And that's where, at that point, then there'd be additional public, comment periods for any particular decision put forward, right? It would be built on this framework that you come up with, but then,
Whatever might come next. I mean, if it's, you give us recommendations that clearly we need additional legislative authority, well, they have their own comment process on that. Or if you provide direction that we need some kind of big picture approach to management that might result in some kind of a management plan or something, that is defined in statute. There's a public process for that. Or if there are things that we can do that the commission can decide, there are public processes for that. So it just really depends what we get from it.
yeah, so we'll be thinking about across Montana, all river recreation and like these like, regional scale things that like what makes it a problem at the regional scale to think about different elements of river recreation and then what's at the finer river level or even flow stretch scales, the things that are challenges there. What do you care about? What are the different challenges for managing those things? And then, yeah, we'll deliver all this to FWP to think about as the whole framework for the statewide river recreation decisions, but those decisions are going to be made at different scales too. So this is complex. It's going to be fun to think about all these different elements. All right, so we dive into just this idea of how we're going to actually start framing the problem. We have about 10 minutes to lunch, so we'll get through this and then we'll, I think Director Temple will be here to talk with us and we'll get some lunch. We'll dive back into actually doing this afterwards. So we're going to be defining the problem in a problem statement. And I do take your point, I think it was Ben, right? That, you know, it's a problem, like we phrasing it in a way, this is just the SDM lingo. So it's really just designed to help us understand what makes a decision challenging. And so everyone can be on the same page. So we just went through this example. You saw the problem statement from this family. This is like a super short and sweet one. Again, what you come up with is going to be as lengthy as it needs to be to really help anyone who picks it up understand the whole scope of the challenge of river recreation. So hopefully not more than a few pages, but we'll see what we can do. So this is going to help identify a framework for making these decisions about river recreation around the state. It's going to provide us with this understanding of the problem at hand, and it's going to define that boundary of the problem. So we're going to think about the spatial and temporal extent, the legal considerations, and so on. We're going to think about the key players. So be explicit about the different stakeholders that are involved, and you saw some of those in this presentation. We're going to also think about, you know, public, who might not identify as a particular stakeholder, but how and where they might be involved with this kind of decision, and the considerations for them in this decision. Of course, FWP and the commission and their role in this decision, and anyone else that you can think of that might be the key player for this particular challenge of river recreation. We're gonna always obviously keep in mind the legal and regulatory context, so we make sure we're still within the bounds of that. So, you know, if we need to get more information about legislation or the regulations that really kind of confine the decision that could be made or so on, we can get that information if we don't already have it. But we'll be thinking about how it affects the things we might care about and the things we have to stay within, right? Like legal constraints are constraints, you can't go outside of those. We're gonna think about, again, the frequency and timing of this decision. And so like how often is FWP going to be making a decision about river recreation? Are decisions linked? And that's where I mentioned a few times this idea of scale at like regional versus local. Those are linked decisions. What happens at the local level affects the regional river management and vice versa, right? So that's what makes this particular one a really kind of fun thing to think about, I think, is just how much these interplay across these different scales. So scope, how large, broad, and complex is the problem, making sure that's in our problem statement. The kinds of decisions that could be made, again, the constraints, that we need to consider, and uncertainty. So sometimes uncertainty is something we can work around, but sometimes uncertainty is actually really important to a problem. And we can talk about that in the problem statement, and that could be something that helps FWP find a direction for, say, more research on like social science aspects of this in the future. So we're going to, be going through this iteratively. We're going to start out by working just individually to jot down some notes of what you think. And then we're going to do some breakout groups. And so we'll split into 2 groups of 5 and kind of start drafting one together, come back and share those, probably go back to breakout again and keep revising. And then at some point when you feel like we're ready to take one of those and start editing it and move the material from the other one over, that we can actually, begin to solidify a group problem statement, we'll do that. But this is going to be a difficult step. Like, you're going to feel frustrated sometimes that we're still working on this. But even though, we might all think we understand the problem right now collectively, as soon as we start talking about it, we're going to realize that that's not true. And so you're going to have, I think, some aha moments as we all listen to each other. And we've already heard really good conversations so far today. So more of that is going to just be the goal throughout today, to make sure that we've, explored all these different parts of this and we get it recorded on paper. And so that's where this idea that the problem definition itself is probably going to kind of keep adapting as we learn more about this problem through talking through it. So when you think about starting a problem statement, it can be helpful to put it in this kind of template. And this is super dense, but just as if you write one sentence, you could say decision maker D is trying to do what X to achieve what Y, the goal, over time Z, and in place W, considering B. So there's the decision maker, the actions, goals, the extent of the decision, this temporally and spatially, and particular constraints and uncertainties. So you could try to write something like that as a first step, if that kind of thing works for you.
So when you say statement template, is this the problem statement?
Yeah, so this is kind of what we say when you start working on a problem statement. Just try to jot down a sentence or 2 that begins to address this kind of thing. But again, this might not work for you, and you don't have to stick with this kind of template at all. I personally like something more like this, where we've got some prompts. So the trigger: why is the plan? Why is a decision here needed? Recommendations needed. Why does it matter? Who will make decisions from the recommendations? The parties involved, the stakeholders. What actions need to be made? How often will this decision happen? How big temporally is this decision, and spatially is this decision? What do we care about? So the objectives we hope to see, what are the constraints, and what uncertainty is present if there is some. So yeah, just replace plan with framework or recommendations here in this. So
Sarah, can you give us that PowerPoint?
yes, yeah. When we do breakout groups, half of you will be Sarah B, and I'll have half of you, and we'll have that to show and use as prompts. Just in the last few minutes before lunch, I'll show you another example. This one is another short one, but this came from how I got involved with SDN. Was my master's work with FWP on bighorn pneumonia die-offs. And if you know about bighorn sheep, they suffer from pneumonia. This was a big concern for FWP of trying to prevent these die-offs from happening. So they came up with this problem statement where you can kind of see the different elements in play. And again, you might not have everything in a problem statement, but those prompts are designed to get you thinking at least of what might need to go in there. So here, the trigger is that FWP has experience with bighorn sheep pneumonia episodic events that have affected conservation and public enjoyment of bighorn sheep. FWP currently has no tools for evaluating whether taking actions to proactively prevent similar events will produce more desirable results. And so that really is the beginning of why we even were coming together to think about this problem. The decision makers, FWP, wildlife managers, biologists at more local levels. They need these risk assessment and decision analysis tools to help, think about what to do. And what they're going to do is prioritize and allocate resources to identify and manage the risk of major disease events. So that's the action here. Timing and scope: these tools need flexibility in their implementation so that decisions about bighorn sheep management and conservation remain local and community-based. And for objectives and uncertainty, management actions and tools should be implemented with a monitoring program in a way that will reduce uncertainty and risk in the future. So yeah, we could have probably expanded on some of these things at the time, but for FWP, this really helped them get on the same page of what that group was trying to do in solving this issue of bighorn pneumonia. So that's just an example. Again, you'll probably end up with quite a bit more text on yours, if I already guess. But let's take, so we have 5 minutes to lunch. Let's take those 5 minutes. And if you have paper or you want to pull out a computer, whatever is easiest, we can probably find some scrap paper if you need. And I think there's pens over here too, if anyone needs. But if you want to start jotting some of these things down, that would be helpful. And then we can talk about those after lunch.
Anybody need any paper?
And yeah, any questions either that we haven't covered yet?
The scope box where it says spatial and temporal scale plan decisions, can you just explain that a little more?
Yeah, like in this case, I think for that kind of thing, what comes to mind for me would be like the idea of the scope here is statewide, that this, you know, these recommendations should be statewide, but they also need to be at finer spatial scales too. And they're hopefully something like over time, or at least for some foreseeable future, you know, capturing all the things that you care about.
So for example, a statewide management plan that is watershed by watershed.
Sure, yeah, I mean, whatever, I think sense here to note down. So take 30 for lunch. We will redirect our attention back up here when the director is here, but food is behind you. Feel free to dive in and
The director, I told him to be here anytime between 12 and 12:30, so. I'm not sure when I'll get here, but if you know, this side is vegetarian and this side is refrigerated often or not, so.
how did it go with jotting down some initial ideas? It's kind of tough, right? Like to start doing this. I think what we'll do is go around and share what you came up with. And Robert, start with you. If you just kind of share some of the key points that you jotted down during our.
I was thinking about triggers and problem statement. I was thinking about flow changes, mostly lower stream flows with more consumption of water upstream. Temperature increases, impacts to the resource, specifically the aquatic environment in general. Conflicting activities, conflicting expectations, and significant increases in use of the resource.
Abby? I put a lot of those same points, but I guess I'll add that I also jotted down like bank the road.
Mostly just limiting use and the loss of the economics locally from those types of impacts.
Great, Sam?
Overcrowding, fish degradation.
Comment on which, on triggers?
Anything that you jotted down for
Oh.
any of these, so yeah, if anyone wants to add any other things from this for you that. And then.
Just for, as a, you know, the trigger, hardness and outdated river management plan.
I just put the crowd conflicts, fisheries health, river health in general, due to climate change.
Yeah, I tried to do what you did in your Bighorn sheep thing. So why is a plan needed? For decades, Montanans have both experienced issues and expressed concerns about overuse of Montana's rivers.
both at fishing access sites and while recreating on the river. Why does it matter? This issue is critical to Montanans because the issue of overcrowding in of itself decreases the quality of recreational experiences of Montanans using the river resource. And then who will make the decisions from this plan? I assume that that's just Fish and Game. And the stakeholders, I didn't know the answer to this one. I assume it's the citizens of the state of Montana. And that's what's at stake here, water use. And what is the decision to be made? Sounds like we're not gonna know that, but it could either be regulation, legislation, or nothing. That's as far as I got.
That's great, yeah. And so as we go into breakout groups as a next step, like starting to put this in, start in bullet form, eventually we'll put it in more paragraph form. That sounds like we're kind of already beginning this kinds of, all the different parts of it. So it's a nice way to just start trying to write it all out.
Just a couple of points on some of these. Some comments I heard already today that I thought were really constructive was on the concept of the uncertainty is how do we build something that can then also be proven? How do we go back and see what this action did? Can we build a system that has measurable outcomes to find out if we went the right direction or how we walk that back or change course? And that also put into the thought process of scope in the fact that we're trying to do a statewide plan, but how do you build it with flexibility to be used in that local componentry and with the regular revisions and spitballing like every 5 year is what we maybe is a number to start for revision.
Okay, so in the interest of full disclosure, I'll say that I was an overachiever and actually wrote up a problem statement. I'll leave that there. So instead, I just worked through these. I'll just read what I wrote. Trigger, I wrote, there is a concern that increased recreational use of Montana rivers and streams will lead to resource degradation, my most important concern. And there is a concern from some users that this use is lessening their river experience. Decision maker, FWP, or potentially legislature, depending on whether we need MCA code or can do it in an arm rule. And then key parties involved, and I didn't parse this out, I just said all river users, and that's important because one point that I want to make now and we'll make in the future is people tend to I'm an outfitter and people tend to think of us as additive to the resource. We're adding to the resource. That's not what we do. What we do is we serve a portion of the general public that wants to utilize that resource, but doesn't have the knowledge, the equipment, or the skills to get it done themselves. So we're not additive to it. We're just part of all that big bin of recreational users that use that resource. So certainly we can, parse it down into different stakeholders, but for me, for now, as a general broad, I just put all river users. And that's as far as I got.
This is stream of conscious, so there's not really any structure here, but I put down water resources are limited and fragile, and the demand is increasing with no end in sight. Types of demands are diverse and continue to diversify, often pitting different types of users against each other. Demand types differ from the intended structure, and that was just trying to capture like the fishing access site discussion is, this was intended for one thing and now it's different, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, but we think about that. Challenges vary across waterways, meaning a tailored approach is needed, but not necessarily present at this time. Enforcement of current structure is lacking, and how do you go about improving that enforcement? Education and buy-in of the current structure is also lacking. A changing climate further complicates all of these approaches, whether it's recreation such as floating or recreation in terms of catching fish. limited resources available to managers, limit potential solutions. Implementation lags behind, changing conditions frequently. The perceived loss in certain solutions. So if we propose something, somebody inevitably is going to perceive a loss to their opportunity in that solution. And then just, as somebody that's worked in public policy for a while, as we start to talk about like, where do we run this solution through? I think we just need to consider that if we do it through the regulatory process, it may not have the teeth it needs to get the intended outcome. But if we run it through a legislative approach, it may be limiting flexibility, meaning the legislature's will is done and regulation is not necessarily always followed through on to the degree that the public wants it to. So those are just something we're gonna have to think about and balance, and that kind of tees off of what you were saying about ARM or legislature.
It can change from MCA to ARM code.
Yep.
As you know.
Exactly. So just something that I'm thinking about is like, what's the best avenue to move this through so that we get the maximum out of our recommendation?
So that's all a really good start, and I think I can imagine most or all of that being folded into, the prop statement that this group develops ultimately. Any feedback, reflections on what you've heard so far from each other, or questions for FWP based on this conversation so far?
I think everybody's putting the detours ahead of everything else. List of everybody's comments.
If we don't have that, nobody else.
So then FWP, I mean, you've got, you have parks, and then you have the the science side of things. And we really haven't talked too much about like species specific river closures. Or, to my knowledge, the only real native fish in Montana are what West Hill Cut River bull trout. Yeah, not like it. Yeah. But typical game fish, I mean, we're out there pursuing rainbow trout and brown trout and cutthroat trout. Crazy pike minnows. So I mean, a species, we have the issue of, bucket biologists that are bringing in fish from other areas and affecting our fisheries. And that in itself is in a conflict. When you go to a place like Craig and you've got now motorboats going up and down the river going for walleye, and you've got fishermen and drift boats. So the science side of this, I think, is also, if this is a parks issue versus a science side of the issue, where does that fit into this framework of problem solving?
I'm gonna turn that question over to FWP.
Yeah, I mean, I think, well, there's a couple types of science we're talking about here. We're talking about biological science is what you're mentioning, and then there's social science, which is the POR side, the parks and outdoor recreation side. And this group is really here to focus on the social science aspect of it and the crowding. We're intentionally not focusing on when we talk about the resource, it's the recreational resource and the access to that resource. And on the social side to that resource, we're not really talking about the biological resource itself. That's a different group of people. That's a different room. We're really needing to focus on the social science side of it and what we perceive really above the water. If that makes sense.
I can't divorce one from the other.
I think if you're gonna talk about building a structure to regulate use on rivers in any way, one of the key components of that has to be the biological justification for those changes as well as the social justification. I mean, people don't feel crowded, but they're killing off the fish.
Well, I'm gonna let Justin
I
weigh
mean,
in on this.
I don't know that you can parse them out that way.
Right, I think if you take care of water quality, you make everybody happy. I mean, if we don't have clean water, nobody's gonna be recreating there.
And FWP isn't in charge of clean water too, that's outside of our authority. That's a DEQ thing, really. But Justin, I was wondering if you want to weigh in on the biological.
Yeah, I guess
side of
I'm not
things.
opposed to that. Like, if we're gonna provide a framework for how decisions about river recreation management should be made. I think what I hear you saying is biological impacts, like impacts to the fishery, that's happening, and we've gotta do something about the recreation that's causing it, if there's a tie there. That seems totally reasonable, but I think the point Deb is trying to make is that like the most fished rivers in the state, we don't see biological impacts of angling. Angling is managed so that this managing the social interactions, like basically keeping people happy, recreational, reducing crowding or whatever that would look like. That's gonna be an issue way before we have biological issues.
I think that it's on the river though. I mean,
Yeah,
I
could
feel like Missouri can support, you know, way more fishermen than Blackfoot can support.
And
Yeah,
maybe,
So I'm not opposed to like saying, yeah. We have to make sure that the biological resource is not impacted. And give that as part of the framework, and if you're gonna make a decision at the local level, and that is occurring, then for sure, anything that. I don't, FWP, I guess, the way I'm thinking about it is with the fisheries, the focus on fisheries that we have. There's no future in which that isn't the case, like, we're never gonna have. River management that doesn't consider impact on fisheries. So I think it's fine to provide that direction. And then also, the main focus here needs to be the rest of the framework, like how do we balance the social interests here?
yeah, that's a good point, because keep in mind, the fisheries division in our agency, you know, there's fishing regulations. That's what manages the biological resource. And if they see an impact to the biological resource, that's how they manage it, is through the regulations.
But if the regulation needs to be stronger than just changing fishing regulations and saying, you know, you can't fish this way or whatever. And the regulation of the fishery needs to involve the number of people or the kind of people that are on the river. You can't separate those two. Does that make any sense?
I'm also wondering though, if the tool isn't already in place, don't we, I would view that we have within FWP structure, biological oversight that's already in place that can trump any recreation decision that's made, given current tools. So for instance, we're talking about fishing, you know, using fishing as a specific, we have food out, right? Well, the downside of that is targeted towards fisher anglers, right? There is damage to a fishery from simply having any boat cross over fishing. So, but the fisheries department, I would say, would probably still have a tool if they so desired to be like, all right, this time of year due to reds or spawning or whatever, this area, I believe that the tools to regulate that kind of farm are probably already in place. I think we should put a nod to those types of thought processes. At access points, you know, boat ramps, our class 1 roundup, for instance, just destroyed, right? Well, the fisheries does have the ability within their current framework, they can go through bank stabilization process. They could correct that malfeasance within their already framework. So if we're wanting to like deal with parking or overcrowding at a specific access point, any decision we would make would also have to be signed off on by a local fisheries manager to find out, does your involvement on redeveloping that site interfere with our biological needs? So I'm agreeing that we put a nod to it, but I don't think our scope needs to include recommendation for how the biology is put forward. Because I feel like the department has tools, maybe not perfect tools, but tools, a process already in place for that.
And that's all I was trying to say, is like, it's fine, you should, don't ignore it. I'm not saying that, but I think most of the time, the recreation management Well, it's like you said, the fisheries management is going to trump the recreation management because of the existing way, the tools we already have to set the regulations or improve the habitat. But one other thing you said did it reinforced the idea that these things are linked, is the hoot owl, you know, like hoot owl happens every year now across southwest Montana. Even it happens in northwest Montana. We have closures. And when that happens, it affects recreation because those people in general don't stop fishing, they go somewhere else to fish. So those things are linked.
And it doesn't also create the shared, sacrifice, correct, right? So, I mean, I'm not a fisheries biologist, but I had the privilege of floating over every single salmon in the Middle Fork of the salmon in 1 year, in one float. Every salmon that made it to the Middle Fork, I got to see physically all 9 of them. So there's nothing to say, we can't ignore the fact that because hoot owl restricts your ability to fish, but there's nothing to restrict 29 tubers getting together and floating over that same hole, disturbing, you know, the trout trying to make a run at Montour, you know, the falls, whatever. So, like I say, I think we can put a nod to it, but I believe the fisheries, if they were so inclined, probably socially be real problematic, could pressure to have some sort of a no watercraft rule between these timeframes. I think that framework is in place. I just don't think socially that's ever been an acceptable thing.
And I
Yeah,
want to say.
so there's no regulations to fishing, to spawning fish or anything like that. It's completely legal to go stomp on the reds and catch all the fish you want.
But I believe the power, the authority, the rule-making decision is available to the department to do those things within.
And I don't want to stymie this group at all. I mean, you could put whatever recommendations forward that, you know, you think, and certainly you could say, you know, fisheries needs to address these concerns based on what recommendations we make, because you just thinking about when we get petitions for wake boating come before the commission, fisheries weighs in on those, even though it's a recreational thing, they're not actively fishing, you know, they weigh in on the habitat portion of it. So there is a lot of interaction between our divisions and talking about all the resources that we manage.
Well, I mean, if you're trying to fish when I'm wake surfing, I'm swamping your boat out. I mean,
And the final talking about like water quality, yeah, DEQ has that authority, but fisheries very much has a say in it with any sort of stream bank project. How much sediment's going into the water? Does that have an impact? So I believe that
they haven't done anything down on the Bighorn forever.
Yeah.
So from the beginning of the dam, they haven't done any DEQ water quality testing, and it's one of those gaps that gets missed because it's on the reservation.
Yeah. Yeah. But I believe that's I'm hearing more of a lack of involvement than a lack of ability to be involved.
And I don't disagree with that. You know, like the Bighorn River Alliance has taken on a lot of those water quality management data collection because nobody is. So.
Deb, would it be fair to ask, isn't this group put together basically to address people use? And if we don't have a tool in place as an agency that addresses people use to affect a biological issue, say there's too many anglers and we're killing fish, and so we have a tool in place, as you've described, to be able to change regulations and limit use to bring the health of that fish population back. But you gave another example of you've got non-angling floaters who are affecting a biological resource. Well, we don't have tools in place to manage that kind of stuff. So maybe a better discussion would be if we don't have a tool in place to manage the potential effect of people affecting people or biological resources, then maybe that's on the table. Does that seem fair?
I think so. I mean, the one word that did not come up in any of these word clouds is stewardship. And I mean, I guided for 10 years and one of my guiding principles was, this is my office. I will do nothing to make my office either unbearable for myself or for my customers or anybody around me. And I believe to my core that any outfitter or guide that's out there that's ethical and doing the right thing feels the same way. Maybe stronger than I do or the same as I do, but nobody goes out there with the intention of making their office a worse experience for themselves or anybody else around them. I don't know that I can say the same from a stewardship standpoint, from recreational floaters, tubers, that sort of thing. There's not a sense of ownership that I feel is this that's stronger with guides, outfitters, shops, that perspective. If we can gain that, I mean, certainly outreach and education, we can gain that. NGOs, nonprofits, organizations like yours can do those things, but it's not just the responsibility in my mind that guides and outfitters or commercial activities bear all of the weight for the burden of solving these issues. Thank you. I mean, it's too important to the resource of this state, to the economy of this state, to all the folks that have done this for generations and generations. It's just too important. So stewardship, I think, has got to be someplace in this discussion. If it's not, it isn't there in every user group.
Maybe growing that sense of stewardship among the different user groups and also thinking about like current stewardship and stewardship for future generations. We talk about kids and not wanting your kids to enjoy the resource and too. So yeah, all important things to think about putting in your problem statement. So we could take some more time, do some individual brainstorming, or we could break out into groups and start working on a joint statement together. What preference?
Add something to this greater discussion.
Yeah, of course.
One of the things that I didn't hear come up that I think is important to note in terms of stakeholdership is that we are also dealing with the agricultural stakeholdership that utilizes the rivers in conjunction with our recreational use. So I think we have to take those interactions into consideration as well. Just want to mention it.
Part of that stewardship.
Yeah.
The third leg of that stool, for sure, for stewardship.
Do we have any influence over that?
Well, we do we do in terms of, for instance, if you want to make a recommendation on improve outreach and collaboration with ag producers, which we already are. I mean, the governor has, wanted us to work closely with ag producers. So something like that you have influence over, asking FWP to work more productively with landowners or something, along those lines.
Well, I would hold out the Blackfoot Challenge as a good example of an organization that's been doing that for many, many years. And that shared sacrifice, another term that they use over there, about everybody gives a little to ensure that the resource at the fundamental level is protected. It's critical.
That Blackfoot River Recreation Corridor is a treasure for that very reason.
Any further discussion on this stuff right now, or you wanna? I was sensing maybe a lean to doing the breakout groups next. Yeah. Okay, so Robert, I'm gonna go 1, 2, 1, 2. So Robert, you're group 1, Abby 2, Dante 1, Sam 2, Derek 1, Todd 2, Ross 1, Ben 2, Scott 1, and Marcus 2. Ones are gonna stay in here with Sarah B. And if you've got your laptop and you wanna open it up, I sent you an email earlier to each group. And so you can follow a link to a document that we can work off of. So you can see it on the screen in front of you, or you just share screens if you don't have a computer, whatever you prefer. Group 2 will go with me, and Justin's gonna show us just across the parking lot on the other side there is another room we can use for this breakout group time. So I think we'll probably plan on taking, Sarah and I will text at the 45 minutes after, see how the groups are doing. We'll plan on roughly 40-ish minutes of seeing, we're feeling like another little bit of time, we're ready to come back and share what each group has come up with. So we'll just kind of play it by ear, but Yeah, see if we can't start framing out this a little bit more formally.
Are you suggesting we all take computers or just?
I think it's easier and a lot to have a computer to look at, because the document will be live on your screen if you follow the link I sent to you, so you can see what's being typed and you can, multiple people can type at the same time that way too. So whatever the group wants to do though.
I need a website or some, permission to get into the network.
The website, so in order to get on the network here, you follow the guest hotspot and it bumps you out to a webpage where they ask me for my email address. And then I was able to get one, so that should do it. And then we'll see once we get over to the other office, what changes over there, anything, but, any questions about what we're trying to do?
Yes,
Scott?
excuse me. So our goal, what we're trying to do is come up with a group problem
Yeah.
statement.
And it can be bullets, it can be a paragraph, whatever you guys want at this point. I mean, ultimately, we usually end up with mostly paragraph form, but bullets might be part of it too, so. It's kind of whatever the group wants, you know, how do you want to present this info? Or just gonna leave this up. I'm going to leave.
And for the folks online, we're going to just keep the recording going and the streaming going for the folks in this room, but when the other group comes back, you'll be able to hear. I'm gonna keep it going for these.
So, I'll just leave this on the screen though, so. Okay, but yes, they can hear this group now.
They'll hear this group and then the other group will come back and you'll be able to hear what they have to say.
And anyone that's able to get onto Google Docs will be able to see.
Thank you.
what our group is writing.
And then it's just Justin.
Okay.
And then you, of course.
Okay, so I'll be ready for you guys.
Okay, yeah, I can just stop share. I'm just gonna mark it real quick.
They close at 2:30.
Okay.
MT guest hotspot.
Yeah. I think you're supposed to go with that group. I think she, yeah, I think she said you. You can say.
Just
your
every
spot.
other one. I saw you right down the number two.
I tell my clients I can't count past two when they're down us, you know?
No, your other left hand.
That's
Yeah.
it.
Your other left hand.
Quit counting after we get to two.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take care of that and I'm gonna pick up the key for tomorrow too. Okay.
Yeah. I need paper reading.
If y'all need anything, that's probably.
I have my mouse at the beginning.
Okay. Is everybody able to find the email, access their email?
Yes, the Google Doc.
You're in, so you find the email and get it on. The email should have been Sarah. So it's,
Pass around that problem statement that you made.
Actually, my technology skills are limited. I did save it on my computer. I
Oh,
probably
okay.
would share it. Everybody, or maybe reply to an email. Yeah, I could do that.
yeah,
That'll
you
make-
wanna share that?
That might be the easiest thing to do is. That'd be.
Put both of them into ChatGPT and see what comes up.
That's where I got it from.
Yeah, just call these guys and say, we're already done.
We're done.
You guys want to,
Cookies for the rest of the
you want to, as a group, kind of contribute some ideas first, or do you want to see what Scott has written and then elaborate what?
Well, y'all kind
Yeah,
of.
Scott and Ross put something together.
Oh,
Yeah.
I drafted.
That's true, actually, yeah, you guys, okay, cool, well, yeah, if you guys wanna,
I got chickens.
you can reply.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's my too.
Reply to this email then.
So, Sarah,
Yes.
are you going to be
put in the words.
Yes, if that is helpful, I can be the one typing, please excuse my spelling, I'm typing fast. So I'm happy to do that, and you guys can either correct me as I go, or I can write it out, and then we can.
I can copy paste what I put in there.
Okay, yeah.
Is that good?
Yeah, that sounds good. Whatever.
Go on.
It literally yesterday changed now. How my email server, which is Yahoo, they changed it yesterday. So this, trying to figure it out now.
Yeah, what other things are.
So bear with me, but in the meantime,
You can also do a roster and just copy and paste
Yeah,
it
do you have,
into the
do you
document.
have you have it saved?
I do this.
So the formatting's all jacked up, but it's in there. Are you gonna put this in there? Scott?
So I'm seeing something, it says group one draft problem statement, round one.
Yep.
Is that where I should be?
Yes,
Okay.
And then I just, someone is editing it as we go, yeah, okay.
yeah, so you should see there's now text in there, and I'm
Shoot, we're in.
trying to
You're an anonymous gopher.
reformatting a little bit. Okay, yeah, it did weird things to the formatting.
Oh, okay, now I'm in Google Docs, okay, so. I can just,
Yeah, so you can edit at the same time. I would say edit lower down so that we're not writing over each other.
This is good, Scott. I like it.
run graph. Where should I put this, at the bottom?
Yeah, I
Where
was-
you're editing?
Yeah, put it down at the bottom. Yep, perfect.
Anonymous kangaroo.
Okay, I just put it in there.
Perfect. All right, well, let me take a second to read
Take a break
these
now.
and then
Yeah.
we can elaborate.
So you would want the hard copy, or you want this one back, Scott?
Oh, yeah, as a kind of a preface to this, that first paragraph, there's 3 paragraphs, that first paragraph is kind of some flowery introductory language. From reading these things in the past, you tend to have that, I've found in a problem statement. Not necessarily needed, but it's just kind of.
Well, when I read this, you did a very good job of bringing in not only some data, right, what's already been reported, but this also gives people some language to say, yes, that's me, but I don't agree with that, or yes, that's me. And so now I've got some ownership in what you've written because of the way that you've written it, because it reflects more than just a hard and fast data set.
So I just questioned about this third sentence of the first paragraph. The recreational survey is done by the department and private entity to a high degree of user satisfaction. I mean, I only got the survey that we saw this morning, that was not.
So I'll elaborate on that
Yeah.
if you want. So there are. And Robert may be able to elaborate a little bit more on Blackfoot, because I'm not specifically aware of any user satisfaction surveys for the Blackfoot River that have been conducted. Probably the most extensive one that has been conducted in the past is on the Madison River. And in that user survey, and it's long, it's very detailed, and it really encompasses a ton of data. In that user survey, basically, a preponderance of the issues identified are crowding at access points. Okay?
Okay.
And most of them most of the answers to survey questions, the degree of satisfaction is higher than the degree of dissatisfaction. And I based it to 2018. I remember right. So that's one. The other one that's out there, private entities, is the Upper Yellowstone Watershed Group. Has been doing a study, partially funded by the Arthur Blank Foundation, partially by some other things. And essentially, they're a private entity just putting together kind of a baseline of what recreational use is on the Upper Yellowstone River. So that's basically from the park boundaries down to Livingston, essentially, okay? And that one is something I could certainly send to you, and you can look it over. There's a
Who are the,
3-pager.
who are the users that you're asking? For survey? Are they people from Montana, or are they
largely,
people from all over?
largely from Park and Gallatin County.
Okay.
There's data in their report that shows that breakdown, how many of these people are non-residents, how many are residents, so forth. They also have camera traps so that they can basically get a count in river sections. They have them in multiple river sections, how many boats have went through, whether they're personal watercrafts, whether they're fishing, so forth. And then they also do what they do sweeps of the fishing access sites so that they can kind of compare that to the camera traps. And then they also do fairly open-ended, I believe, if I remember right, fairly open-ended satisfaction surveys. And how this whole study fits into the realm of whether or not it's viable in the realm of social science, I'm not entirely sure, but I think it's confidence interval in this is pretty high,
Well,
from what
so
I've been told.
when I read this first paragraph, it seems to me that according to your problem statement, there is no problem. Everybody's satisfied, everybody's
Not
good.
everybody.
But when we look at the survey that we looked at this morning, people are highly dissatisfied with both the river access sites and the actual use on the river.
It's completely different than anyone I've ever seen.
Good.
I'll be the first one to admit that.
Well, and
Completely different.
whether it's completely different than what you've seen or not, it's been my experience living in Montana my whole life that it's getting worse and worse. The overcrowding is an issue. If we can't agree that overcrowding is an issue, we are not gonna be able to come up with a problem statement.
Can I interject, just kind of adjusting some of the language here, as Sarah Sells mentioned, we can acknowledge that some groups may perceive the situation one way and other groups perceive the situation a different way. So here we could say, some surveys from the department and private entities suggest there is higher satisfaction, whereas other groups may feel there's less
Well,
satisfaction.
actually, from Scott's problem statement, the second paragraph acknowledges that. What he's saying is, any recreational use that negatively impacts his health should be addressed. However, more difficult to determine is whether increased recreational use leads to degradation of user satisfaction and user experiences, because the opinion on these social concerns varies widely among different users. I
agree with that.
Yeah. I
Okay.
purposely
Yeah.
put that.
So
Now,
are we all right to leave?
we could sit here if you guys want to and wordsmith this and completely change that one that you just
Yeah.
flagged to something that's a little bit more agreeable to you, and I have no problem with that whatsoever. That's what this is all about.
Sure.
So change it. I think my point was, this is exactly what I just said to you is, I read what we saw on the screen, the handout, I read it in advance, and my initial reaction was, holy hell, that's completely different than what I've seen in the past for these things. Completely different. Not saying that there isn't problems. And you know what? As more and more people come here and recreate in rivers, guess what? Unless we do something.
Yep.
Whether that's education, outreach, which for me is a big thing to do as starting, and it's really actually, when you look at the rules, it's what you have to do first. Move from least restrictive to most restrictive. Everybody, certain people, not everybody, wrong word. Certain people want to immediately jump to stop them from being there. Permits, yes, stop them from being there, but not me, okay? Let's get rid of some people by going to a permit system. And the rules are set up so that that's not really possible. I mean, you can jump a step if problems become that acute. And they need to, and if they're that acute, then we probably should. But my whole point is that I was kind of shocked when I read that. And it made me scratch my head, and I brought up some of the same things that Marcus said, some of the same things I think that Ben said about the fact that does this really encompass that broad spectrum of river users that are out there? Because I've seen other surveys. Now granted, those surveys largely were given to anglers and non-anglers. It's who they see at the fishing access sites. It's largely
It's who responds to this.
Yeah, it's also who responds to
Yeah,
these
yeah.
or
I don't
following
think people
river health. and-
People that didn't have a fishing license aren't getting that either.
Probably.
You're right.
Both great points, and what I value about what you're saying, Ross, is that your experience as a Montanan, you're seeing it absolutely. And one of the frameworks that I kind of reached out to really understand both of those perspectives is outstandingly remarkable values. That's a term that's used in designated wild and scenic river systems. So we were going through the data, and Marcus said, Derek, what's happening up there in the Flathead? People are vandalizing all of your facilities and people are trashing the place. Absolutely, it's happening. And that the Flathead is the home, the origin of the wild and scenic river systems. Outstandingly remarkable values to a angler from Texas who is fishing on Madison is different than an ORV from a person from Great Falls that's floating on the Missouri.
For sure, and that's why I asked Scott, who's taking these angler surveys, or who's taking these Am I Satisfied surveys, because somebody from Texas is gonna go to the Madison, maybe see 100 drift boats and think that it's just normal.
Yeah.
And
Yes, so that's where, to me, your Montana values, I'm developing those, right? Not as strong as yours. Montana values has to be an overlay to me on those ORVs, because when people come here to experience the Madison or the Flathead or the Kootenai up in Libby, they're seeing different things. Their outcome, right? Their solution to that problem is different than perhaps ours is. So is it up to us to say what the ORVs are and our values are going to be in this decision-making process? Or are we considering those who did not put in their feedback to this? Is it Montana values we're trying to reflect here in this decision-making process, or are we considering?
I think
That's a
we're
good point.
supposed to reflect what Montana's decisions are supposed to make. Like, I probably had 20 people reach out to me that I had also told that I was on this thing, what their opinions were. Now, whether I'm sharing them or not, I've taken them into account in my thoughts.
Yeah.
Like that's.
I did
Some of them are residents and
I
some
did the
weren't.
same thing, and Flathead County is growing much faster than a lot of places in Montana. And the perspective from folks up there was, I didn't get a perspective because they didn't really understand what was at risk up there. They just used the resource, whereas Ross's perspective, you know.
And I'll add this in too, from my personal experiences, I'll tell you this, is the increasing amount of people, okay? And all the things that go with that. I largely don't see it. And I know it's gonna be a shock to you.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that I don't recognize that it exists. It just means it's adapt or die. So that's the reaction in and of itself. I think there's a recognition of that.
Yeah.
So what I do is I put in earlier. I have a buddy who owns a fly shop. He does the opposite. He gets his guys out the door, waits a little bit. If he's shoveling the water that day, he puts in later. And I remove myself from those busiest times of the days.
That's
my
migrate
job, to keep
Yeah.
flying.
Adapt, migrate, or die.
Right.
I wanna
So-
kind of go back to what Derek was saying. I don't wanna interject, but
No, dude.
part of what the problem statement needs to start with is identifying who we are speaking on behalf of as part of the RRAC.
Yeah.
And there's no doubt that under the United States Constitution and Montana law that the surface waters for the state of Montana belong to the people of Montana. And, you know, I think we're all residents and citizens of the state of Montana, and that is how we have to look at this problem. From not just a user standpoint, but from a Montanans standpoint.
Yeah.
And if we can agree on that, I think that's a big step.
I think we can agree on that, but I am gonna say one thing to that is this, and we can probably shouldn't go down this rabbit hole on this. It was when Liam did his breakdown of the NCA code and the ARM codes. One of the things that was left out of there in 12 ARM says that for river recreation management plans, the residency of the river user cannot be used to discriminate against that user. Well, we can't, unless it can be determined that that user group has created that problem.
So FWP decided with the Smith River that 90% of the permits would go to Montana residents last year. And only 10% go to non-out-of-staters.
They did.
There's another one too, on Big Hole in the Beaver Head, there's a Citizens Day. It
Oh,
eliminates non-residents from fishing sections.
Yeah.
And also, non-resident float fishing from fishing sections, one per day.
And Dustin-
It's never been adjudicated,
Yeah.
in my opinion, that's illegal. That's illegal. And we asked 5 or 6 years ago, former legal counsel of FWP, what does this mean? Could you give an example? Because it has never been adjudicated. Her example was, well, if there's a group from Wisconsin that is bringing aquatic invasive species in, then we can basically say that those people from Wisconsin can't put on to certain lakes or certain areas.
Well, that's not why those regulations were put in place. I mean, the no outfitting on certain sections during certain days, it doesn't have anything to do with AIS.
No, but that was the example that she gave us. It was kind of deflective in some respects, because I think because that MCA or that ARM code exists, it's kind of one of those things.
Oh, well, I can't say that I'm sitting here advocating for anybody besides the citizens and residents of the state of Montana. And I don't know that it would be appropriate for anybody on this council to do so.
Well, I guess I would,
I make my living rowing a boat and I'm a citizen
Well,
of
yeah,
Montana.
well,
And I entertain guests 200 days a
So,
year.
so from your
No.
perspective, and you guys, we got all the guides here, right, in this group. You are citizens and residents of the state of Montana, so that's your perspective, it should be heard.
I guess I'm just looking at this, both residents and non-residents alike, the first opening sentence. And I wouldn't discriminate and say, well, we don't want to think about what the non-residents think. I think they should be part of the consideration that we have for the work that we do in stewardship of the resource.
But, and I see that I might be in the minority on this, but as far as stewardship goes, the people that live and work and make their living here have more at stake as far as stewardship than the people that come, float the rivers for a week and then go back to wherever they came from.
And you're absolutely right, but it is the duty of all of us as Montanans to make sure that visitors here understand our values and how we appreciate our natural resources.
For sure, but our natural resources, the surface waters for the state of Montana belong to Montanans. They don't belong to anybody else. They don't belong to people from California. They don't belong to people from Canada. They belong to us. That's what we're here to figure out how to regulate or not regulate.
Well, at the same time, Dustin stood here in front of us and said that regulation is coming. Whether you like it or not.
That's not what he said. What he said is limitations are coming.
Yeah. Limitations.
So,
To all of them.
and I guess that's probably my point, is in conversations of the past, if those limitations come down the road, they have predominantly been just gonna use a word punitive. The ideas, now I'm jumping forward to alternatives, I apologize. The alternatives that have been proposed by people usually shouting from the mountaintop is let's be punitive towards non-residents.
So-
And that affects us as residents as well,
Sure.
because we gotta remember 75% of the budget for them comes from non-resident license sales. So if that budget, if you're punitive towards that large group of people, or that people that brings in that hefty of amount of funding, it's gotta come from somewhere else.
Yeah, 'cause the ASI inspection stations,
So,
most of the funding
I'm-
is non-residents.
I'm not saying that we shouldn't limit those people if that's decided what we need to do. Just it needs to be balanced and fair. It can't go towards one user.
And I'm not suggesting any punitive alternative one way or the other. What I'm just simply saying is the water belongs to Montanans. And we need to remember that.
And there
And
should.
it belongs to
and
nobody else.
There should be a priority towards Montana's too. Absolutely.
Well, I mean,
Fish and hunting, you name it.
Yeah.
That should be the case. And that's speaking from a guy that largely takes 90% non-residents fishing, 95. But at the same time, we can't hammer down on these people. And be punitive about it.
Yeah, it's the quote that we saw at the beginning that talks about the formal application of common sense.
we can't do anything.
No,
But
we collectively,
There's kind of an interesting situation on the Bighorn. There's a nonprofit group that brings teachers and marriage counselors out for respite, and they're running a guide school. Well, they started out about 10 years ago, real small. They keep getting bigger and bigger. They're to the point now where they're entertaining like 100 guests per week. And they're on a path to continue to grow exponentially. And again, they're on a path in another 5 or 10 years to be over 90% of what the traffic is right now on the Bighorn. So essentially using the entire resource for what they're doing. And it's just kind of interesting. It'd be like if one outfitter was able to take over all of the days on a specific river. I don't know how you manage that, because again, one of the guys running it's a Montana. You know, I mean, he has the right to be here and fish and
Installations,
take people out.
so. Kind of taking a step back, Ross, if you. Anything that's in there, you know.
Oh, yeah,
edit it
no, it's
yourself, let's do it. Or scrap anything that I wrote. I mean, I just was thinking last night, putting words to paper.
Well, and I'm talking to you just because you went through the trouble of writing something down. So, don't be.
Yeah, so-
take it personally.
So I'm
I can
not
tell
taking
you
any.
don't.
Trust me, I will not take on.
Yeah.
I've been called so many names over the years by people that think I'm the devil.
It's
Trust
a
me,
difference
You're
too.
not gonna.
Well, I don't think you're the devil.
I know.
It's a difference between the statement like, yes, but, and really what we're looking for is an and. That first sentence and the second sentence can both be true. If it's phrased where it's a but, then it's different. So it can be true that there is a high degree of satisfaction on river systems that have been surveyed.
And you can take out the word high, doesn't necessarily have to be high.
Yeah.
Just say
And at the same time, there is expressed concern over increasing conflicts between user groups.
So, yeah, I'm looking at that language right there, and so if it just went from however to something like,
Could we address maybe the a scope of time? Would it be appropriate to say over the last 10 years? Would it say over the last 5 years? Do we?
It's different.
Or is it?
It's
that
different
fine?
for everybody.
Yeah.
It's- And I would say longer than 10 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is probably largely since the '70s.
Wait, does anybody know when the Smith permit system?
That was, they had that up on, Liam had that up, I think it was 92 or something that they originally established.
And to some extent, I mean, the permit system, while it's intended to decrease use, it can have the opposite effect. If you allocate so many permits to a certain system on a certain day, even if the weather's bad or people get a permit, they think they have to go use it. Or or an outfitter gets so many permits, he's gonna try to use them all. You know, there can be some negative impacts to the permitting
On
also.
Smith, they're limited to per day launches.
Yeah.
The outfitters are. So you can't have 5 stacked on top.
Well,
of each other.
I'm talking about just, I'm not just
But-
talking about
Just
outfitters, just
hypothetically.
anybody.
Anybody.
Yeah, just like,
There was some wisdom in not letting it be a first come, first serve, or anybody can come and do it sort of a thing, you know, outside of that season. I've been on October 1st and not seen another person on the river for 5 days. I was there in May and there were a lot of people on the river.
regardless of the weather.
Yeah, regardless of the weather.
And that's, like, sometimes a permit system can have the opposite intended effect, is all
Yeah.
I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like
It's
it's
true.
not, it's a tool, but it's not.
The only thing that I see that a permit system would give is that if it was tied to some sort of education. Like in Montana, if you have a motorboat, you're supposed to get a motor license from the state. And, you know, there's some education and tests you have to take. Not that I want that for river recreation, but sometimes anytime you throw up some hurdles, you're gonna have at least a little bit yet less use. And if you can tie it to education, hopefully you have.
We've jumped ahead to alternatives,
Right.
but
That's common.
I think.
Sorry.
It's quite common, that's where we all
I think
wanna
one
go.
alternative everybody can agree on is there should be a test that you have to pass to back up a boat trailer. That is something that everybody.
There's actually
That's the problem
There's actually a pretty
Well,
funny little bit on the Family Guy.
Sarah,
about
I
that
like
that
the word
Put
change.
in the.
Okay,
presentation.
great.
Pretty funny.
Sorry for
So,
digressing.
I would almost suggest that the first sentence of or the first couple sentences of your second paragraph, Scott, of utmost importance to biological natural resource health of Montana, that could be moved up into that first paragraph at some point.
Yeah.
Just to put a little bit.
We can all
Put some
agree on that
teeth to
too.
Because that is true no matter whoever puts foot in one of our rivers or streams.
You wanna put the next sentence up there too, because they kind of go together. Any recreational use negatively impacts his health should be addressed.
Yeah, yep.
Be prepared, however, for perception. Because somebody's perception that being at one of the launches on the Madison and there's 30 drift boats sitting at the launch waiting for their spot to take off is really different than going up to the Kootenai and.
Oh,
seeing
it's completely different and you kind of need to adjust your expectations at the same time. I never deal with it.
Because you
I've
know when,
adjusted.
you know when to go and where to.
Now, does it exist? Hell, yes, it exists. I know it exists.
And so in some cases, it may be necessary to put a framework together to address that particular situation. Again, I think that what we're looking for, what the FWP is looking for is how do you put a framework together that acknowledges different needs in different places and provides a way of addressing those specific needs and situations as it becomes a priority. And maybe even how do you determine it is a priority?
So one thing that I think needs to be in that first paragraph, you know, whether it's some people think or some groups think or whatever it is, but the overwhelming consensus from that survey was the word overcrowding. Some people think, like, whether that, I mean, obviously that's a negative experience on the river, but specifically overcrowding, I think is one of, you know, whether we were funneled into addressing overcrowding or not, I think that's something that we need to tackle.
Could we add, so in the sentence that says river users have expressed concern over increased conflicts
Including.
Yes.
between river users and conditions that diminish their user experience To
including, but
increase recreational usage and overcrowding.
That's perfect.
Yeah, there you go.
Sorry, where is
Nice
this?
job.
did you
The
say?
last
Yeah.
last sentence in that first paragraph.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Last sentence in it, when it says increased recreational usage, right after usage, but and overcrowding.
Yeah, great job, guys. That is entire, that's an example of me, instead of a but. Yep.
And what is overcrowding to you guys?
Well, again, that's, I mean,
That's-
it's
Such a
very
slippery
relative.
slope, isn't it?
It is so
Completely-
relative.
it's completely subjective, just like all those
Yeah,
questions.
those questions
have
were
subjective.
yeah.
Like what you think is, like,
Very.
Too much noise.
what do you think a good cast is? Like, one that gets it in the water
That's the horse.
yeah.
We were told to keep stories limited, but I will try to keep this limited and just let you know an answer generally. Is there are days on once we get on the Madison River, and it's not the only place I fish in a lot of places, but I'm there probably more than anything else. There's days when I get on the river where it's boat after boat after boat, and we're fairly evenly spaced. But those spaces between boats can be in the 400, 500 yard vicinity.
Oh, and the big
River
one, it could be
generally.
me to you or closer. We bump
Different
boats.
rivers.
We bump boats.
On
the
the,
Bighorn.
on the Madison, that river moves fast, everybody gets moving. When it gets to that point where it's 300, 400 yards, and you have to literally, you're pulled over, you're re-rigging your clients or re-rigging yourself, you're fishing yourself. And you have to literally put that boat in the queue in a situation that you wouldn't normally do it because it's a breach of etiquette, but you have to.
To get space, to get back in.
That's overcrowded, to me. Doesn't happen that often.
It happens.
But if you wanted me to define it on that particular river, that's how I define it.
And that's part of and that's why this is in the problem statement, because I don't know that we have the data that actually points to what impact overcrowding does have on a watershed, and can it be overcrowding on one watershed be more impactful than on another?
I would say absolutely yes.
Oh, yeah.
How can that angling effort, and we're just talking about angling.
Yeah.
And it can be other things too, but how can that effort, that participation in that resource impact three things? Catchable size of the population, catch rates, and overall abundance. Three biological parameters. Boom, boom, boom. How does it impact that? So we were talking before about how there's food hour regulations. Those are in place to address temperature and flow and how they impact the resource. What is not in place, to my knowledge, is anything that puts parameters down to how the resource is impacted by angling effort or effort and participation in that resource. See what I'm saying? How that impacts that biological resource. In terms of fish, it's those three things: catchable size of the population, abundance, and catch rates.
So get back to overcrowding. While it is subjective, we would not be sitting here if people hadn't been talking about it.
It's quantitative.
I mean, that's why we're here.
It's really the only complaint I hear from clients sitting on my boat
So
is,
what, while it is subjective.
Yeah.
Like, that's why we're here, because it's been a concern that's been addressed for decades in Montana.
No, I agree. Do you want to define it more clearly? Right now, I just have it as very subjective depending on the river and user. But we can put more specific words that. I think want.
Although it is subjective, it is something that Montana river users have been expressing for decades. Or an issue.
at the same time, rivers like the Bighorn seem to handle any level of pressure and stuff that you can throw at it and it bounces back.
Carrying capacity is always, one issue,
The ones that have the most amount of people on it, they're almost, in some respects, feel immune. And there's a reason why there's so many people going there.
Yeah, there's a reason why it's bumper boats some days.
Yeah.
because Everybody's catching fish.
Yeah.
They wouldn't be going there if it's the Jefferson.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
I go to the Jefferson a lot. My expectations are lowered. I love that river. I'll take the clients there a ton, a little bit, not a ton. But I know when I'm personal fishing it, what my expectations are. I may come out of this with a skunko.
It's
Sometimes I
okay.
do, and I'm okay with that.
But if you come out of it with a skunko on your day off, and you see even 5 other boats, you're not gonna like that.
And you do
You're
now.
gonna, you're gonna have,
you
so,
want to
and that's
know-
why we're here.
You do now.
Yeah, and
That's
that's,
the thing is
Yep.
I largely don't see that personally because I've adjusted to it, but I recognize it. I know it's there. I mean, yeah, I used to never see anybody on the Jefferson. One person here or there. There are days now that you see a few boats. Is it a problem in my mind? Nope, not at all. We're sharing the resource. No big deal. And I can deal with a lot of sharing the resource, but the fine line and the difficult part in the slippery slope is how do you determine when there's too much sharing of the resource? And that's really what I was hoping for more than anything else with this, because I've struggled in my mind of is how do you quantify that? How do you put that on paper? How do you develop parameters to that? And maybe somebody has an answer to that.
it's like pornography, you know, when you see it.
When you see it.
And the
I'm
other,
not
par-
gonna put that.
yeah, right.
I don't care. The Supreme Court said it.
Yeah, the other paradigm is that, you know, we're sitting here trying to define what overcrowding is, and there's just over 1 million residents in Montana now, and many people who come to visit here have 1 million people in their city.
Yeah, well, and that's why when we're defining, you know, who the, who the stakeholder is,
So, yeah,
we have to do it from Montanans' perspective,
absolutely, yeah, the taxpayers in Montana.
not anybody else.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
No, I agree with you. Agreed. Doing that also includes folks that run guide and outfitter businesses, because the economic impact of their businesses has a big impact on our streets and our law enforcement and everything. It's a big part of our economy.
And, you know, you don't wanna gloss it over too and say that, is I try to be pragmatic about it. It has a cost as well.
Yeah.
And the cost with increased visitation is sometimes the local infrastructures have difficulty handling it, and those local infrastructures are largely funded by our property taxes.
Yeah.
So, you know, I'm gonna recognize that, you're not gonna, you know, I'm gonna advocate for things. You heard me say before about how much non-residents contribute and how much outfitters contribute. I mean, $550 million went to outfitters last year, 2 years ago. 2023, it's the 4th highest expenditure in non-residents. It's huge, but at the same time, there is costs. You're never gonna hear me gloss over that.
Oh, yeah, and I mean, part of the I mean, I live here because I'm from here, and I just wasn't adventurous enough to move. But there's a reason why a lot of people live here, so they can recreate and use these resources without seeing a bunch of people. There's a cost, not just on infrastructure, there's a cost on, you know, social happiness. And that's reflected in this perception of overcrowding. Why we're here. Back to full circle. And,
Yeah.
and you can't say, you know, while I understand that there are all sorts of other groups on the river, including just Montana fishermen, you can't say that part of the overcrowding issue isn't because of increased guiding, because it absolutely is. I mean, you see guide stickers now in like the 80,000s.
Well, yeah. but
What
you
is up
gotta-
with that?
Don't, it's not,
Come on.
it's not 80s, it's gonna be 60.
Okay.
You gotta remember with that is unfortunately, and this really drives us nuts and crazy, because you judge yourself by how small your number is.
Oh, yeah.
You do, yeah, you do. So I was originally 11,709, I'm 26,313 right now. And the reason why my numbers changed is because they don't reissue it. So if you stop being a guide, that number was never reissued. So when you see 50,000 something, that doesn't mean there's 50,000 guides.
I know,
But
the
There's
number
more.
from 10 years ago and more now, I wish I could see that.
I still work with plenty of guys, like the other day I worked with a guy at 444.
Yeah.
I mean, there's still
There's still some
a
guys
couple
that's-
hundred.
Dave Johnson.
Jim Wilkins.
Okay.
But, yeah, I mean, I saw 62,000 the other day on the river. It's just, I don't know,
It's,
guys
it's,
working, guys.
it's,
Filling the need.
there, it's undeniable there's more outfitted effort in the fishing realm. Doesn't happen in hunting. Much as people want it to happen in hunting, want it to be the case in hunting, that isn't the case. It does happen in fishing. You don't have any firm numbers to back that up, but anecdotally, we know it.
Yeah.
I know it. We all know it. The thing about it is, I've talked to so many people over the years, and it's this exact same conversation. We saw it on some of those surveys, there's too many damn outfitters and guides out there. And I said, okay, so, or what you actually hear is, it's nothing but outfitters and guides. And I said, my very next question when I hear that, this has happened multiple times with me. How do you know that they were an outfitter? Well, they were floating down the river.
Well, you got a guide sticker on their boat, like,
Come
on.
No idea the amount of people whose entire worldview is such that if they see, oh, it's an outfitter.
oh, well, that's. Not to be fair to those people, it's just, they don't know.
You understand.
Oh, yeah, it's.
So what I was getting at with that is best we could tell, and this is just from Rivers work, the Blackfoot, Madison, places where our logs are, the amount of trips that we do in a year is censored. We basically have to report it and send it in. And largely, from best we know, in that Upper Yellowstone watershed group found what they could determine about this same thing is the overall percentage, at least in angling world, of guides and outfitters is somewhere in the vicinity of 12 to 20%. So it is a smaller percentage than a lot of people think.
Yeah,
Now-
I've heard 85 to 90% are private boaters.
Now, some days, data backs this up. On the Madison River is probably the biggest example. A certain section during that day, this kind of organically happens, can be upwards of 70-90% it's outfitters.
Well, some sections of Beaverhead, depending on the day, are 0.
And that's, well, yeah,
But,
but then you go to the other sections and it's,
yeah,
One of the problem statements that the Flathead County Chamber of Commerce came up with when Blankenship, when use of Blankenship on the North Fork, where it meets the Middle Fork, they recognized that they were probably doing too good of a job of advertising how great it was to be in Flathead County. And it resulted in an absolute mess at Blankenship Ridge. They recognized that. And so they dialed back their advertising, their marketing. They were doing too much of it. They recognized. They recognized that they were doing too good of a job of advertising what was happening up there. So does our problem statement,
what is up?
does our problem statement also address that the state of Montana, and by default probably FWP, will continue to do what is best for the state of Montana and FWP in terms of managing the natural resources and the progress of the state? Is that reflected in our problem statement? Because to me, I would want FWP to take this problem statement and say, we need to better before we start putting restrictions in or limitations in, we need to better understand where this is happening, why this is happening, what the public, what taxpayers and what can want to do about it. And that all stakeholders can at least agree upon some solutions to. I mean, that's why we're here, is to help FWP make those decisions, right? So if we can't define what overcrowding is, then maybe we push this to FWP and say, we need some more.
Well, so I think we gotta wrap our heads around what overcrowding is. That's,
I guess,
develop a baseline.
yeah.
When I see overcrowding on the river, it's more than 5 boats working together in the exact same spot all day long.
You know, it's 5 guides that are doing circles like this down the river, eating lunch in the same spot every day. where they take over Crow Beach and now the local crow population that uses that as a swimming hole doesn't get to use it anymore because now it's the lunch spot for this group of 5 guys that are working every day.
So you could define it for you with a bighorn.
Right,
I
but
think we
does
could
that
all
work for
define it.
everybody else?
I mean, just overcrowding, like. We have to recognize that people perceive it as a problem. And no matter what river system we're talking about, except for maybe region 7 and 6. So we have to come up with eventually some solutions, but I think at least at the outset, concede that that's why we're here. And that it has a negative effect on some people's perceptions of their day of recreation.
There's plenty of days where the bighorn fishes so darn well, it doesn't matter how many people are on it, everybody's happy. You know, and it's one of those problems where I've seen 200 guideboats, literally counted guideboats or recreators before I've launched at the after bay with the whole ramp full. And it's overcrowded, but the river's still performing.
That's the very thing that I struggle with, is how do you define it? And I don't have an answer.
No, I don't think we have to define it.
It's the only complaint that I get in my boat is it's overcrowded or busy.
No, I think you're right.
I mean,
You know.
so why does it matter? Because there are some Montanans, whether I'm one of them or not, that think that overcrowding decreases their experience on the river.
I agree with you.
And so I didn't come up with that. It was just one of the trigger questions. Why is a plan needed, or why does it matter? Like,
Just it improves the quality of experience on the river.
yeah, and whether it has any impact biologically.
Or
that's-
not.
Well, that's a factor. Like, that's not what we're here.
Yeah, I mean, the glacier went to a reservation system, right? So now, months ahead of time, you have to say when you want to go and when you want to be there. Locals in the Flathead complain that I cannot get into the park when I want to go in July. And so I have to either go before 6 AM or I have to go at 3 PM. But no matter how many reservations they take and how crowded that gate at West Glacier is, you get into the park, it's still crowded. It's just a matter of perception. It's a matter of perception.
You still had to get reservations.
You still had to
for your
get
camping.
reservations for your camping, so, but you know, their solution to that, their problems, the resolution of their problem statement was, we'll just start making people have to make reservations. And everybody else can just get lucky, or you can come before 6 or you can go after 3, which most outfitters and guides do too. If my river is crowded, I get there before they do and I leave after they do.
What I'm hearing from you, Ross, is we need to put something in our problem statement that says that there's a recognition that people, I don't wanna say all, but should I say some, and we could wordsmith that. People in Montana.
We shouldn't say some or most, or just say people.
People.
Just say
Yeah,
people,
yeah.
because.
So I think we just gotta look through and figure out whether or not we did that.
Yeah.
If we haven't, stick it, let's put it in there.
Yeah. I don't feel like the survey was, had enough of a response to actually. With a high, I mean, we
Yeah.
can say, everyone says that it's overcrowded, but there's not a high degree of response.
No, I agree.
This survey right here.
Yeah,
347 responses.
Right here?
Yeah.
86.
I think there's, you know, the experts will be better at this than me, but I think there's untold amounts of bias with,
yes,
That
within the
survey.
questions,
Yeah,
yeah.
Statistically speaking, is a bias.
and I don't think it was, and so because of that, we should just take it with a grain of salt.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Use it, flag some things, and see some things.
It's an online survey.
Yeah.
It's just like having a survey at the front of a desk.
Yeah.
And say, take this survey.
And as Mike was saying, is maybe what we do is recommend is let's look at this again. Let's try to get best we can, really get perception and feel.
Yeah.
I mean, well, for sure, 380 responses to this type of survey. I mean, it's a super small sample size compared to the river days.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, you probably have a better idea of what river days are in Montana, but it's gotta be hundreds of thousands.
Oh, the amount?
Yeah.
User
User
days.
days.
User
I
right?
mean, some rivers that get high amounts of use, I think are in the 200 to 250, that's just angler days, actually.
Yeah, so
200, I think the Madison was, last I remember the accounts, it was angler days were in the 250,000. That's anybody fishing any part of the day. And then the BLM tries to do their best estimate of tubers on that lower river, and I think they were at 375,000 per year, somewhere in there. So you're getting upwards of 1 million people.
well, it'd be nice to have more data. For these 3 days, we don't have.
Regional data and with the higher response rate, you know, X percentage of the population. Region 1 should get 50% participation. So facilitate that and for somehow. Region 3 should get X. That's going into action, but I think,
Yeah, that's more alternatives at this point.
but problem statement is that we do recognize that FMC doesn't have statistically reliable data to describe what people are saying is overcrowding. More work needs to be done to really address and define what overcrowding is here.
Well, I like the statement that has been drafted here, the first page or so. I think that it does define that there needs to be some sort of framework within which the Fish, Wildlife and Parks can address concern when it's identified. I think you also mentioned, Scott, that the river regulations that have been established so far require, or at least suggest, that you work from least invasive to most invasive, impactful, and from education to regulation. And I think that might be something worth putting in the problem statement.
I think it did. If you look at the third paragraph, the last couple of sentences just basically follow ARM rule. Framework for these plans should consider and
Yeah.
implement options from least
Yeah.
to most restrictive, feasible, legal, affordable, measurable, enforceable, and reasonable to administer. That's just verbatim ARM code right
Yeah.
there.
You wanna say something about including going from education to regulation? Do you wanna have that?
Well,
specific
I
written?
think it's there before, but the framework should be from least to most restrictive.
And certainly, you know, a framework to. I mean, ARM code could be changed. It doesn't mean that, that's what it says now, that doesn't mean that's what it's gonna say in the future, it's just what it says now. And you know, truth be told, the reason why I put that in there is because I've dealt with a number of times over the years, a knee-jerk reaction. And the knee-jerk reaction is, as we talked about here earlier, is going to alternatives here. There's too many people, permits, but not permits for me.
For somebody with a hammer, everything looks like a nail.
And we just heard Director Temple, and I've been saying it for years, is in the past, some of these going directly to alternatives, as we tend to do as people, and saying, restrict them as largely, not largely, has entirely been on, let's just go to the commercial industry. The problem with that is it does not address the overcrowding at all. Doesn't, and it won't.
So I'm gonna have to push back on that. I have to push back on that. You stated that as far as guide usage, it's 15 to 20%. That's one in 5 people or 1 in 5 boats?
One in 5 trips, boats,
So, okay.
1 or 2
So-
User days.
2 or 3 people.
User days or boats, because those are 2 different things. 'Cause usually a guide boat's got 2 users in it.
Usually, but the impact of one boat is not felt any heavier by anyone else if there are 2 anglers or 1 angler. It's one boat.
Okay.
Did you agree with that?
Not completely. not completely, but a guy boat
From the
goes over on
resource
a run,
standpoint.
2 anglers get out and fish the run. I mean, the more people, the more pressure. Okay, well, whether you do it or you don't, there are people that do that.
Right. If there's a guy that does all
They
of
are
those
people that do
things.
that. I wish they would, but there are people that post stuff. I
So-
don't post stuff.
So you can't just discount that, limiting out of state users, for example, instead of limiting guided trips, limiting out of state users, that would be an option, although you say it's illegal. That would be a way to decrease river days or increase the cost of out of state licensing, which is also, sorry.
I'm gonna move us away from that because that's an alternative. We can
Okay,
get to
yeah.
that. So let's keep focusing on the problem statement. What about the scope and temporal scale? So far, I don't think it's been addressed too much in this conversation. And just so you know, we've extended our conversation, so 2:15 and it's coming back.
I
think
wrote down
there's-
statewide plan with regional flexibility and management practices.
That's good.
And I
I
have
think,
that,
yeah, you have that in there.
I have that kind of in the last sentence,
Somewhere.
I believe.
Yeah.
Overarching framework
Yeah.
applicable throughout the state, yet it be adaptive enough to meet local concerns.
Does that work for everyone with that phrase?
Because what will work in one region may not work for another.
Rivers.
Yeah, for sure. What is a perceived problem in region 4 is not in region 6 and 7.
As maddening as that is, because the best way to do this is just have one thing for the entire state and keep the confusion and complexity out of it. It's just not possible.
Game into the point where different sections of the river can handle different pressure and different resources and things like that due to infrastructure. You know, like the upper 3 miles has boat ramps that can handle 3 boats being launched all day long.
Yeah.
You know, where you're down lower on the river, down 20
So-
miles.
So the scope is statewide, temporal scale is immediately. Timing of it.
If that's what you guys want.
Doesn't make sense to sit here and do this for 3 days and then say, well, let's
Well,
enforce it
it's-
10 years from now.
I don't think there's an issue saying immediately, and Director Temple said,
Yeah.
I don't know how he's gonna have time, but we do it, but he says he wants to potentially do something with this now. He said this legislative session.
Which begins in
It's
January.
scary to think about,
That is scary.
because that's a short time frame on policy.
And there just realistically, there are legal, political and financial constraints to doing so. But it's admirable.
What part of framing the problem do you want us to focus on now, Sarah? Objectives? What have we not talked about?
Yeah. I think a lot of discussion about broadly overcrowding, it seems to kind of be focused on boats on the river, but are there other objectives, or other?
Yeah, it could be, for example, access to the river. Not just number of boats on them.
Right, because if you had more access, you could spread out the crowds so that you wouldn't, in theory, see that bumper to bumper boat traffic.
Well, at least it wouldn't be congested at access points. And getting more access points is extremely difficult for Michigan to do. Not cheap.
No. No, but it is the solution
Oh, yeah.
to the boat parade, say on the Bighorn.
Yeah.
You know, there's only after Bay to Bighorn that 90% of the guides fish. Unless you're doing some sort of tricky thing where you're floating the lower half and then coming up to fish the upper half and. You know, that's how you avoid those crowds, but other than that, there's a parade that starts every day.
So from an objective standpoint, is the desired outcome increased satisfaction? I don't know.
Largely, I think that that's what it would
I
be.
think that's what we're dealing with. Right?
What, yeah, increased user satisfaction while protection of the resource.
Less phone calls. The hell in the office of people bitching. Right?
That'd be nice.
What's the number?
I know.
Sorry.
It's unlisted.
It's unlisted.
They never call to say great job, do they? You guys do a great job. It's an impossible task, but you guys do it well.
Where to start with the constraints? I don't know. Where to even begin?
Yeah, I mean, there's acknowledgement in the third paragraph that anything that's, any plan needs to be feasible, legal, affordable,
Yeah, we just leave that in
enforceable.
there.
Yeah.
So that kind of at least
Yes.
acknowledges some of the constraints.
And the end of that was the local actions have the impact the local actions have on local economies and other rivers and streams in Montana. Put that in twofold. One part of it is the fact that you reduce effort, these towns that grew up around resource and frankly depend on the resource. Probably the best example is Ennis. You'll probably throw in maybe Bonner, might be another good example. If you cut them off at the knees, that's affects families, that affects, and these aren't just random people, these are our felt residents. So we need to recognize that and be cognizant of that, and I know we will. And I over the years now, I think people recognize that more than anything else. And then the other part, and other rivers and streams in Montana. What I mean by that is, it's the bubble, it's the balloon, picture it. You push it in on one end
Pops out
and it
somewhere else.
pops out on the other end.
It's, yeah, I feel it on Missouri in springtime.
Yes.
When the freestones are unfishable, whether the balloon is being pushed by regulation or
Yeah.
just by non-availability of other. places
Clear
to go.
water and
Yeah.
It's,
And that's, I think, a major problem that the resource doesn't necessarily handle. Like, the bighorn can handle almost anything you throw at it, but I don't know how well it handles all of a sudden everybody from Livingston and Bozeman coming to fish it on top of everybody fishing it.
What was it like during the floods? 2022, July.
It was just a zoo.
You saw that bubble push out.
I mean, you see it every spring, even to the point where I get calls from my buddy guides on the Yellowstone. It's like, oh, there's a bunch of mud plugs. Can we come down there? How's it fishing? Tell me what's working.
well, the bubble can be created by not just muddy water, but for instance, I don't have any data to back this up, but if you limit guiding on, say, the big hole or the beaver head, where are those guys gonna go? They're not gonna stop working for that day.
Right.
That's why it's a statewide problem to some extent.
Well, and
Not to just single out the guys, but
Yeah,
it moves pressure around.
It's a perfect
Yeah.
point, because I could show it to you, and I won't bore you with the details, but I authored a paper, I put this together about how, and this is, you know, again, I'm sorry, I'm gonna do two things wrong, so tell me not to do it. One, talk about alternatives, and the other one is just tell a story.
Tell a story about.
you got 3 minutes.
Yeah.
3 minutes.
I'll
I kinda wanna hear what you guys say. We gotta wait for the other people to get started.
Tonight over beer.
One of those things to consider for the upper Madison and the rest of it. And when you do the math and put the figures on paper, what it was going to do is end up, you know, we know what those numbers are on average. What it was going to do on that river is put anywhere from 7 to 11 more boats, maybe more than that, I can't remember, depending on which rest and rotation schedule per section of guides on each section. So all of those sections that don't have regulations, we're going to get more outfitters. You might say to yourself, well, that's fine, because then you got a section where it can't be on. Have you guys, maybe you have you driven around Bozeman, Montana lately? No. You don't want to. I don't want to. Every other house has a drift boat in it. So what I've found through extensive, a lot of time with that same system on the big hole is when it's popular, and largely during the salmon fly hatch, those rested sections are just as full, if not more full, than the ones but the only ones that outfitters and guides can use. So what does that solution produce? More crowded conditions everywhere. It does the exact opposite.
Yeah, I mean, I would only
Exact
go
opposite. And the math backs it up.
the big hole on Residence Days.
You go to the big hole during salmon fly hatch on Residence Day, and it is a line of inner tubes that will rival anything in the state. Starting after 10 o'clock. Because largely it's a lot of people from Butte and they show up a little later, it's the weekend or whatever.
The more we talk, I think the more we agree that overcrowding is an issue.
Yeah.
Of course, it's not easy to define, but it's an issue.
And it shows up in many different
Yeah,
ways.
on many different rivers. Yeah.
Whether it be commercial or private use. And the same thing will happen here now that hunting season's over. The lower section of the river becomes nothing but motorboats and hunters. Right now, that's only clean water on the big one.
Mile 3 down, or is it so creek?
It's so grassy, the grass has grown so thick on the top, say 3 miles. That's roughly unfishable now, where that's normally your bread and butter. 3 mile to Bighorn's fishing, okay, but Bighorn to Mallards is your best section right now, where normally you have 1 to 20 boats. Well, now you've got 20 boats plus some other people coming, plus all the hunters that are running jet boats. So where all summer you have no jet boats basically down there, except for 2 outfitters that run jet boats down there. And now you have 20 boats that are hunting ducks and pheasants along the river. The other day I got a peppered. Like I was hunting an island and we were bait fishing a spot and fallout from the shell fell and. You know, it's just multiple people using the river.
Like find places to kind of input some of these.
Oh, no, you have a hard job. Yeah, we'll try and synthesize all this stuff that we're saying into something that's readable.
Here, I'm gonna take my name off the top of this.
Okay.
Sarah's good at this, though.
No.
Like, you guys have a hard job because you're talking about so many things complex. You're interweaving it very well today, so it makes it easier for you.
Bill's actually.
So, but she's very good at what she does.
You know, and then because there's no access on the lower than Mallards, you gotta go over the diversion dam. Almost no pressure gets diverted down to that lower section, the lowest section of the Bighorn, that's one of my favorite places to fish. And so if somehow we could, and I'm diverting to the answers, access. You know, that's how you spread out the crowd, yes.
Well, yeah, absolutely, and probably another aspect to that, and we put together a plan and it just never got implemented, even with some help with some NGOs, is, this is at the worst place is the pinch points, efficient access lanes, is redesigning some of those so that traffic flow is better,
Well, that's,
parking is better, takes money.
you're into solutions again, but.
Sorry.
No, I agree with you 100%.
So now some people will argue, and I've heard this before, is, oh, why do you, that's stupid. Because you're just giving more opportunities to people for places for people to go. That just means there's gonna be more people that go.
But I was looking at this map.
I don't know if I follow that necessarily.
I'm looking at the map, for example, where from, Ovando, well, maybe Helmville down to, Tura, there are dozens of fishing access sites, at least a dozen, not more than that. And yet, that is where people say, there's too many people.
From where to where?
Say from, Helmville or, Ovando, down
Like
to.
River
Tura.
Junction or Harry Morgan down to.
Down to the confluence.
Down
Down to,
to.
yeah,
Well, probably the heaviest use section of that river by.
it's the lower part down to Bonner from Ubers.
With tubers, for sure. I mean, it's every bit equal as what Madison gets,
Yeah.
from what I've seen.
And the
As
only.
far as fishing, probably in my mind, if you were to pick a section, I'd say it's the box, Spot Canyon, River Junction to Russell.
In terms of usage. Yeah.
And,
But I would say the same thing, I mean, on the Missouri, if you look at Craig down to Cascade, there's a lot of fishing access sites, but a lot of people say, man, that's too crowded down.
Yeah, I wish I had a boat ramp every 2 miles though, like Missouri does. I mean, I grew up on the Missouri and, well, that's nice having a boat ramp every 2 miles.
I was talking to Mike at Trout Shop. Yeah, I got out here. We were talking overcrowding. He said on June 24th this year, across the rivers that they ran 400 shuttles. 400 shuttles in one day. From the dam down to basically Cascade. Wow, that's a lot of traffic.
Hey, I grew up in northwestern Pennsylvania, people follow stock trucks around.
Right.
All right, so we'll dive back in. If you want to follow along and read on your own pace on your screens, I did add, so each of the group 1 and group 2 notes now have each other's documents added to them. So I can also scroll on here for those of you who don't have a computer up. Just let me know when you're ready to move the screen down. But we'll let everyone have some time to read. There's actually a lot of text, which is nice to start with, so. If anyone wants me to scroll, just say the word. That would be mainly Ben has a computer, and everyone else seems to have a computer, so.
Send us a link for the group too.
It should be now, if you refresh your page, it should be on the copy that you have to. I put in each case, group 1's at the top and group 2 below.
Thank you.
So if you're not seeing it, just try refreshing the page. Folks have had time to kind of digest group 1s. We can start some conversation on just thoughts, feedback, questions. Come to mind as you look at that, like, and maybe think is missing. Anyone wants to take a stab at any of that?
Off the top of your head, you know what the funding split is? Between residents and non-residents?
Oh, God, no, I can find that out for you though.
Could you?
Yep.
Yeah. You know, the funding stuff, like,
Yeah, I can't think of it, what,
it's. 75. And is there any way-
75?
Is there any way to parse out?
That's what Emily told me.
Is there any way to parse out what revenue streams those are coming from? Is it all angling or are there other revenue streams that go towards that?
You're talking about the support FASs or?
Sure, I
Okay.
guess I'm just trying to parse out like where it's coming from to support river conservation.
It's mostly general license fund. It is mostly that, but, obviously we do get some other sources, you know, DJ. That's about it.
And that's probably primarily from out of state conservation dollars, not
It would be,
different than hunting licenses.
yeah, that would be the federal dollars,
Okay, thank you.
but if there's a specific ask, Marcus, I can,
Yeah, sorry, I'm just kind of spitballing, so I'll have to think through exactly. what it
okay,
is.
yeah,
Sorry.
that's okay.
So I see in one area, we're writing that there's a lack of data from the survey. So Deb,
Sorry.
what would we define as not a lack of data for the survey? Like what number would we say that this is a good ratio of our users of water?
A good number for survey response?
Yeah.
That would be a Mike Lewis question.
I'm not following what the question is,
I-
like this.
Which, we're
There's
just
two
saying
different
here, the
questions.
presentation one here, that there's a lack of data for the survey.
A lack of data from the survey we did.
Yes.
Yes.
I think it wouldn't be a number of responses we need, it would have need to have been a randomized survey from the beginning, because the way it was done was anybody who wanted to fill it out online could. And there's no way to go from that to an estimate of how Montanans feel. Even if we had 5 times the number of responses, we would have no way to know who that represents. It would have to be us selecting a survey based on probability response back, and then we can extrapolate it to the people we pulled the sample from.
I would say, I believe you could get some of those numbers for specific waterways, but there are historical surveys. They may not be as scientific as that, but Blackfoot's been surveyed for 14 years.
Yeah, we've done, so I think Mike's probably done 15 surveys of different water body, users of different water bodies with a sampling design that allows us to say, this is how people that use this water body feel. But we've statewide surveys or regional surveys, we've never done that sort of thing.
I would hope we could help you develop a structure that doesn't rely on analysis paralysis. You're always gonna be behind. Especially if there's an issue. Describe people want conflict, people want something to happen. What we don't want to happen, this for FWP to say, well, we need to get more data. Because by the time that data is processed, the data we used to see them more than that. You start chasing your tail a little bit. I think you gotta be able to have the flexibility to make a management decision. And see what happens. See if it fixes the problem, no. Go back and readdress it in the future. So that's been the issue on the Blackfoot for a long time, is, well, we need more data. Let's do another survey. We need more data. Let's do another survey. And you're always like 2 years behind the actual use that's occurring, trying to process the data and make sense of it. So my hope would be that you have the capability of making decisions without data. And I've been involved with FWP things. They made a decision on the Clark Fork below Missoula to stop power boats. And they didn't have any data. They just said, we want to do this. And they did it. I mean, it's people mad, but they just made the decision and lived with it. You know, it worked pretty good, actually. Then after 4 years, people were kind of adjusted to what the changes were, and it wasn't a big deal, but you know, institutionally, FWP could gather data full time, every day, all day, and probably never get caught up in the data. At least that's my opinion.
I think we were challenged by, and our discussion was really kind of went around defining what overcrowding is. in one river system, the perception is different than others. And so we talked about, you know, a regional approach to surveying constituents as a potential action to take, but you know, I agree with you, it does take more time to do that, but did we get the right kind of representation from this survey that guides our decision making?
Can you email us that survey that you did by regions?
Yeah,
I'm not sure if that survey is supposed to guide our decision making. I think that we were compiled to guide the decision making process, not the survey.
Survey's just.
Kind of a bummer. I mean, I would love to have more data.
I don't want
But-
FWP to get paralyzed with data analysis trying to make decisions. I think they need to have the capability to make a decision. As I like to do in my business, I tweak something and see what happens. I'm not gonna do it this way, I'm gonna do it that way, you know. And I'm not gonna try to predict what's gonna happen, I'm just gonna do it and hope that what happens is what I think is gonna happen, but if it doesn't, then you're like, oh, okay. Well, it didn't work to get rid of all that advertising, I needed to do, you know, it's a different thing.
We did struggle with what does overcrowding mean, but I think at the end of the day, we all realize that at least there are perceptions, residents of Montana, that our river systems are overcrowded. That needs to be clearly set forth in the problem statement. Whether I believe that or not.
I think a good metrics is like, is the decision we're making scientifically defensible? And that can be social science or that can be biological science. And I think what you're talking about from the survey data is that social science. Can we defend our decisions based on what the social science is telling us? And we have to balance that with, is it biologically defensible? You know, if they said, yeah, we're gonna run power boats up and down the Blackfoot all day long, 365 days a year, we say, well, that's probably a bad idea because that's gonna really screw up the river. So I think we can do both. I don't think we need to exclude the data that we got from the survey, but I also think that maybe, you know, paralyzing ourselves by saying we have to adhere to it 100% is maybe not the best. So I think you can do both. We just have to be able to defend whatever we come up with. There should be some kind of backdrop to why we made that decision.
And there's always groups like Big Run River Alliance that can still continue to be active in their communities and still gather that data.
Yeah, I mean, that's making a decision based on science. Social science is a science, you know, getting the information from local communities to say, we want this would be good for us. This would help our economies. This would help our, you know, getting kids outside, like that all, you know, that is defensible decision making. So I think what you're both saying can be done. But it definitely gets at the problem, which is how do we create a framework that allows those decisions to be made quickly and effectively and have them be defensible. So hopefully we figure that out by day 3.
Yeah, making sure that those challenges are captured in the problem statement, like the need sometimes for data will be good. And then when the data needs actually rise is more likely when FWP is thinking about a particular river and looking at those consequence tables, right? So at that point, they can determine what, you know, surveys need to happen and go out and get that information or what have you. But probably not like any specific things. I'm guessing that this group will need to recommend, but we'll see. Something to keep in mind. How overall did you feel about this first draft problem statement from group 1? There's a lot there.
Is that all of it or does it?
No, there's quite a lot more, so. About 3 paragraphs worth.
I felt like it was really hard not to get down in the weeds quickly, you know, with specific problems and challenges.
Yeah, and I think like including some examples or, you know, like some user groups, and I think this is where that survey can be really helpful. Some user groups perceive this in these places and that might become a problem in other places in the future. And other groups perceive this, like it gives you, you know, some backup of these ideas that we kind of all understand that there are these perceived challenges that groups are facing. Without getting into the overly specific, like 60%, I don't think we need to think about that because it's discussed, it's not representative, but yeah, making sure that those challenges are like explicit in the statement, at least in like the broad sense, is helpful so that people can begin to understand and appreciate why this is a big deal and what makes this so challenging. And I think that's beginning to take shape in here, but yeah, take some time to keep adding to it.
I know in our discussions, we didn't try to specifically identify what does that overcrowding suggest, like wait times at the put-in, or wait times at the takeout, or bumper boats going down the river, or unsafe behavior because people decide not to wear their life vests as they're going through the whitewater, or those were not things that we put in here, but I could see how that might be useful.
Yeah, they might be things that are good to have explicitly added, that these are problems in some places. And that would give you then, you know, a way to directly lead to those objectives that we start working on tomorrow about things we'd like to see happen in a perfect world. And then the alternatives that you propose, how that all links back. So we should be able to look at one piece of this and see that link threading through all three pieces that you come up with, right?
I think we can all agree that overcrowding leads to dissatisfaction. Satisfaction is the result we're trying to achieve. Right, these are satisfaction.
It's almost certainly one of the key objectives that we're going to be a lot of.
So a really key point that was made on one that was also made on two is a framework is needed for FWP to address concerns with overcrowding. It's the framework that needs to be created.
Yeah, why don't we go ahead and look at group twos and then we can see.
So. I give more time for people to read or comment on something. So there is a bullet, it's kind of in the middle. And it starts, additionally, commercial permits are currently a business asset that can be sold to other users. And this can lead to consolidation of permit ownership if the businesses are sold. Unfortunately, that's not true. The permits, there's no property right that attaches to the permits whatsoever.
They've been sold on the Clark Fork, they've been sold on the Smith.
Permits are not. They are not sold. Now, the business is sold and those business valuations. And this is unfortunately the case across the board. People say, well, the US Forest Service does the same thing. There's no property right attached to the permits. When we talk about priority day use, and I just want to have an honest conversation with everyone here. And the honest conversation is, I'm gonna preface it with this. So I can say this out loud to all of you and to anyone else who's listening. With my position that I have in the industry, I am not advocating in any way, shape, or form for anything different than currently exists. There should not be a property right attached to those either state or federal permits. Am I clear about that to everybody? Okay, just so I'm clear about that. The way this works, and here's the honest conversation, is one outfitter decides that they want to get out of the business. And it can be an entire sale of their business and also be a partial sale of the business. And there are state rules, there are also federal rules written where that permit is relinquished back to the state. And then as long as the buyer of that business meets the requirements, a new permit is issued to that buyer of the business. And then the allocation, if there's an allocation that goes with it. And the only way these things are sold is if there's an allocation that goes with it, goes with that new permit that's issued. So the business is sold and not the permit.
It's semantics.
Yeah.
It's not semantics.
I mean, I understand what you're saying.
Semantics. It is not semantics. This is very, very important because we get accused all the time of, and when you make these decisions, you have to remember that. With that said, is whenever you put or you begin a process where there's an allocation with commercial users, is for that first generation of users, the ones that are currently in business right now, they do receive a windfall. And they receive a windfall because here's the thing about the capitalistic system. Whenever you make something scarce, you automatically put a value. Let's all agree that that's the case, right? That is the case. So when you have a system where you've made it scarce, capitalism finds a way to take advantage of that. And for years, it's been a wink and a nod. And any river recreational manager, federal or the state level that tells you differently, that these permits are sold, is they're lying to you. It's a wink and a nod. We know that the value of these businesses are inflated. And they are, because the buyer of that business understands that that permit will get reissued. That's how it works. But cannot say that those commercial permits are currently a business asset. They are not. It is right there, bold-faced type, maybe not bold-faced type, but it is right there. There's no property right that attaches to that commercial use permit.
Just so you know, I mean, this was a broad conversation between our group and it was specifically about the Smith River. The idea was that once a business is done with their allocations, what permits, whatever to call it, you just go back to the FWP. And then FWP decides who to reissue those.
They can decide that the business owner that's buying the business, if it's sold, they can decide not to reissue that permit due to the fact that they don't meet standardized things that they need to meet in order to be a permittee on that. It's not automatic, and it happens at the federal level as well. But that permit just doesn't say, okay, give me $20,000 for that, and it's cross a name out and it's now mine. That permit dissolves and goes away.
Makes it tough for somebody that owns a business to then sell it to somebody if they don't have any skin in the game.
When you are a river, or when you are a recreational manager, you have to go into it with your eyes wide open and understand that what you're proposing produces certain things. And we have perfect examples of that over and over again. The biggest perfect example is the H2, Big Hole in Beaverhead. And there are businesses that have been, the question has arisen is what does an allocated client day? So this is one client for one day. What's it worth for a Big Hole permittee? Well, the answer to that question is simply this, 0. Because you can't sell them. Can't sell them. But the real answer to it is largely we're in a scenario where it's probably upwards of getting up there probably to about $15,000 for one client day, one. And that system, and I don't want to get too much into the minutia of that system, allows for unlimited shoulder season use on the shoulders of the season. Whereas that client day can only be used essentially in the months of July and August. I think it's mid-July to mid-August. I'm not entirely sure. I'd have to look that up. Well, how could you make money on spending that much money? Is because you could put unlimited shoulder season use on it and make profit off of those trips in the shoulders to get your foot in the door. So what I'm getting at is when you make that through an allocation, you make that resource scarce, you artificially inflate the value of what it takes to get foot in the door. Director Temple talked about that very briefly with us when he was here. And that's one of the things that was difficult and has essentially led to nothing with Madison River regulations. This is how do we provide for a framework to let, so that and it's what I want to, so you know, it's what I want to, is how do you provide a framework so it's easier for that new outfitter to get their foot in the door?
Is it realistic to say that, I mean, you have an outfitter and you have a guy that's working for that outfitter and they are learning the, you know, how to run the business, and is that typical in how a permit changes and that business transfers and the permittee is granted that base because they've been holding that hand of that outfitter for the time period? They said that.
Yes, except for the fact that the guy cannot hold a permit. That's one of the prerequisites. Is that SRP permit? You have to have an outfitter's license as opposed to the guide.
Sure.
So the guide would have to pursue and get an outfitter's license before that permit could be transferred. Again, not sold, can't be sold, transferred. I know it's semantics, but it's important semantics for a guy like me because my industry often gets accused of having a property right for these permits. It's just simply isn't the case, nor do I want it to be the case. Nor does our industry want it to be the case.
But I guess Todd was the way, because I was confused about this earlier. So the way Todd was explaining it was, that's not a property right for the business owner. But the business is being sold for $15,000 more if they have that one. Todd's question was, why isn't that money, that $15,000 going to the state for selling that permit? If the permit is worth that much, it's going to the private business.
So here's my perception, and just, if you give me just a little bit of rope here. The windfall occurred for the first person who was essentially handed that permit.
And it's a cost for the next generation.
And it's a cost for the next generation. And what I think needs to happen to level the playing field for everyone and to reduce the barrier for new outfitters to get into the business is that everybody who bought a permit from somebody, let's just call it what it is, and they bought a business that came with the permit and they paid more for the business because it had the permit, somehow needs to get made whole so that at the end of their career, the permit simply goes back to the state. And I view it as sort of like a conservation easement. Like, you know, you've got 5 days on the Smith. You know, there's a valuation that's made on those 5 days. And FWP writes you a check today for $150,000, and you run your business as long as you want to run it. And when it's done, the permit goes back to the state, and then the state can either reallocate it, lottery it, sell it to the highest bidder, or simply say, we don't want to do it, we got more use than we want. But it's unfair, in my opinion, it's unfair to the people who are second generation, who essentially paid for that access to that permit by buying the business, you know, whatever semantics you want to use. And my view is, if you want to fix it, you got to fix it now. You got to get your checkbook out, and you got to pay everybody out.
and say the permits now belong to the state, you can use it as long as you're in business, you're getting the windfall that you paid for. That, you know, because what's gonna happen if we don't do that, when I look 30 years down the road, is that every time one of those business changes hands and the value of the business goes up because they have permits attached to the business, you're gonna get consolidation and you're gonna make it more difficult for new outfitters to get into the business. And we're gonna end up, the example I used is we're gonna have Xanterra. And if you wanna go on an outfitted river trip in Montana, there's gonna be one company that owns all the outfitted trips and everybody works for them. And that's the thing, you know, how many outfitters are on the Smith now? It's
There's-
half of what it was.
There's 8. I think there,
And when the permits were initially allocated, I think it was 16 or
I think it
17.
was, yeah, 15 somewhere in that vicinity.
But we've already seen a 50% decrease in the flexibility.
Big Hole has 75. It started out at maybe 125 or somewhere in that vicinity. So that absolutely happens, permits consolidation.
Yeah.
You're gonna have trust me, I've been called numerous names. Try selling that to Big Hole, Beaverhead permittees and Smith permittees. It's really the only 2 that have an allocation in the state. Because the Madison and the Blackwood, there's no value in it because it's unlimited. Anybody can get it, and there's also in Westwood, sorry. And it's unlimited, number 1, and number 2, anybody can get it as long as you meet the qualifications. But the Big Hole and Beaverhead ones will point out to you immediately, because most of them now are 2nd generation. Same way with the Smith, most of them are 2nd generation, and they have sunken huge amounts of business costs to basically take that on, and then, I hate to say it, but it ends up being equity for them. Now, then you could turn into a situation where it's a regulatory taking for those BH2 permit holders and those Smith permit holders.
Unless you pay it.
Yeah,
I'm suggesting they get paid.
From the state.
yeah.
Absolutely.
It's just the 3rd generation will end up paying via through the state, the 2nd generation, and then the 4th, 5th, and 6th, all that revenue goes to the state.
But I think the price will come down, and I think the access for new outfitters to get in the business will be more approachable because, you know, hey, there's a lottery or there's a closed bid on a Big Hole Beaverhead permit. And what's it worth? Well, you know, if you gotta buy the thing outright cash, it's probably not, you know, it may be worth less, but then every time it turns over, the state makes the money and they get to put that money back into managing the resource. And I think I believe what it would do, this is a me statement, is that it would solve a lot of the challenges that FWP has had about ratcheting down new regulations on rivers because that it becomes a taking. And I don't subscribe to that. I think that there has to be a way that people got caught in this process that occurred that created value. And they need to be made whole so that we can just level the field again and say, all right, this is a public trust resource. And at the end of every career of business, it goes back to the public trust.
I think that's a worthy conversation. I think that's getting more into alternatives.
Well, I agree.
I'm just more concerned about that first sentence.
So this is really,
Typically says.
Yeah.
That it's a business asset.
yeah, this is a great conversation and obviously it's gonna be really important that we get the language right, which is why, like, when we think I would propose pretty soon here, we go back to our breakout groups and keep revising, taking, you know, pieces from each other's documents, whatever you wanna work on, and making sure that we keep, you know, fleshing this out and getting the language pinned down a little bit more. And then, yeah, we can keep talking more now, or we can just head back. We would have about 45 minutes or so, I would say, to, if we left now and came back right around 4 o'clock, we could review each other's documents and then we can have public comment at 4:30. Does that sound okay? We could keep talking. I'm sure the entire rest of the time, but we might make more progress if we go back in and start getting more headings done.
You tell us what.
All right, that's what we're doing.
Our objective is to try to refine these 2.
Yeah, like, go back to your group statement, and, you know, take the pieces that you like from the other one if you want, but, and just start like adding more context and adding more information about, you know, things that were just, you know, initial jotted down. I think there's so much more detail that we can keep adding to this and, you know, corrections and language and making sure it's more representative of like a problem statement that you like, begin to like the looks of. So we're not gonna have a final thing today by any stretch. We won't probably tomorrow either, but at least by the end of today, we'll have like 2 drafts-ish that we can, you know, maybe print out and go home with and They'll on overnight. So. Let's do the same groups again.
Should we leave this time?
I think it'd be easiest if group one stays in here and then we will
I just wanted to go for a walk.
do that soon. I can walk to the window. All right, so yeah, plan to come back at 4. We'll share these again and then.
Good job on it. Very good.
Start it. It was easiest. I already copied it.
I know how it works.
I did, 'cause I already
It's
put it.
20 years old.
So
Yeah.
That's.
Okay. Track changes.
I have a finance. Yes.
Especially if we get through the Monday, make sure.
I don't agree. He said, it's business house.
Right, Samantha.
So based on group two's inputs, and kind of the discussion we had, are there things you wanted to change about what we have written? I can do track changes so you can kind of see where edits are being made.
Okay.
So we're still just editing ours.
Yeah,
correct?
I think so. We're taking ours and we're elaborating or adjusting.
Okay.
We can pull ideas from group twos if you want.
Well, we definitely need to add that bullet point that starts additionally friendly permits on it. No, I just. Thought about that.
How long has that been like that, Scott? I'm not supposed to ask.
It never has. It never has. At the federal level or state level.
See, I'm just a guess, I'm not supposed to have a question.
No, I see your hat. Okay, we're in breakout rooms, that's all right.
Because I asked that question at a CAC meeting in Missoula, when they were talking about the Bitterroot. I brought up the fact that as soon as you permit, creating asset that's worth money. And they all thought they didn't even have a clue that that was the case. I mean, that's Econ 101.
It's a liquor license.
That's Econ 101. It's Econ 101. If you, like you said, if you make a demand for something that there's less of, the price goes up.
Yeah. But the difference with the liquor licenses are, there's a property right. Even though it's issued by.
Well,
the state,
I know,
liquor
we're getting back,
licenses.
we're not gonna go back to the semantics.
Anyways, I'm sorry, I interrupted.
I think this is a good debate for
Another
after,
time.
yeah, beers afterwards.
Because it's interesting that I don't wrap my head around it because I'm not an outfitter running the business, but even my outfitter was chatting with me about the same kind of issue before I came up here. About permits and whether they're grandfathered in or, how they go back to the state. It was just kind of a little over my head at the moment. Yeah, it's interesting stuff.
I like their comment that demand is increasing. I perceive that to be true.
Okay.
Don't know if everybody else does. That's me.
There's another comment that makes me a little bit concerned, which is a little bit later, that's somewhat related to just what you said. Scarcity builds demand. And I don't think that that's necessarily so.
I think that was just because of the permit. Hullabaloo.
You think that's what that was
Yeah, I
about
think
specific to
Yes.
permits?
I mean, I guess you
private
could
folks?
broadly say that about everything, but I think they were talking about the permits.
Okay.
Yeah, the reality is that you have groups of people from across the country that are collaborating together to get a Smith permit for June the 26th.
Yeah, that's true.
And there's hundreds that put in for it.
Uh-huh,
And then one of them gets it, then they have to choose which the 15 people are going.
okay. I guess just following up on that, there's just more users here.
Oh, yeah, that's,
Yeah.
that's why,
Oh, yeah.
so my comment about demand is increasing. That's
Yeah,
demand for
yeah.
river usage broadly across the state. That's-
Right. That's why that's why I
Population in the
Yeah.
last 5 years.
I think that with COVID, things just popped. I mean, people decided that they wanted to do something because they were, and had to be outside because they couldn't get together inside and play cards or something, so they go outside and they
Boy,
recreate.
and they
They
moved, and they moved here.
Mhm.
And we moved here. It was that, it was the TV show, I mean, it was never ever one thing.
You ever
We
get-
know the impact of
You ever get asked what you think of Yellowstone?
it all the time. Said Montana, I just tell them Montana's exactly like.
Right.
I was in Europe for 5 weeks and I had that question. Three times.
Just murdered someone the other
Yeah,
day.
ask me again, ask me again.
The Wyoming border's really
Train
close to
station,
the
yeah,
big
yeah,
barn, you
yeah.
know?
At the bottom of the bullets, this is one thing that we didn't put in, but I did like their language. Perceived loss differs among user groups, so what might satisfy some groups will mean loss to others. Basically, what they're getting at there is whenever you go to regulations, you're picking winners and losers. That's what you're doing.
I think there's a risk of, and there was some pushback on the need for additional data, and I think the risk that FWP takes on is if they just make a decision as was suggested, and then let the public respond the way that they will, unless there is a process in which to gather that feedback, it could really backfire on FWP, not only from a credibility standpoint, but now you have an agency of the state that has made a decision that potentially could have some legal ramifications.
And if it's regulations, there's winners and losers.
Right.
And
Especially with rationing.
there's an argument to be made that there's winners and losers regardless of whether there's regulation, because I mean, the resource is a pie.
Yep.
It doesn't get any bigger. It is what it is.
And should the people that, you know, hypothetically, the outfitter that's been on the Bighorn since the early 80s have more equity or more, I don't know,
Standing or whatever. it
stake
might
or
be.
whatever, yeah, then the guy that just turned 18 and did 100 days that can go take the test.
You wanna know the rabbit hole that you just opened up right there?
No, that was a comment that was given to me by a couple guys that own businesses down on the Bighorn. And it's just like, oh, it's interesting. You know, and the Bighorn's really interesting because it's limited by more housing than anything.
Right.
You know, at the same time, that whole trailer park there has become, there's over 200 Airbnbs in the trailer park now.
Wow.
And it's like, it's an interesting,
Yeah.
you know.
Well, scarcity.
Right.
Demand, right?
Interesting to me.
What is the rabbit hole, Scott, that you thought you were jumping into?
Oh, when it comes to permit allocation?
Yeah.
Different plans, you don't wanna.
Okay.
We could talk about that for hours, and I don't think that's really our purview.
Right.
At some other point.
Yeah, not at this point
At this
anyway.
point.
But isn't that what we're dealing with FWP coming and saying, hey, limitations are coming down the pipework?
Well, it doesn't
know?
have to be a permit system necessarily.
Sure, but how else do you limit it without permits? Permits or increased fees,
Regulations.
okay?
One of the first things I learned about being a Montanan is adopting the phrase, don't tell me what to do.
Yeah, I mean, nobody really tells me
So
what to do.
no matter what no matter what FWP says,
Oh,
there
yeah.
are gonna be people that say, don't tell me what to
Yeah.
do.
Yeah, 60-person town because of it.
Yet, despite what Montanans might say, the government still tells us what to do.
Sure.
And
Yeah,
it's just
absolutely.
because we have a constitutional government.
Right. Yeah, yeah.
Rules that we need to follow.
In my opinion, the only way, if you truly want to limit use, you wanna either
keep it static or decrease it. Either way, the only way to do it is through a rationing system. And if you try to do it any other way, it doesn't have the impact because the people will fill in the gaps in the regulations and find places to go. You're not decreasing. Rationing is the only way to do it. And I'm not saying we need to go that direction, but if that's ultimately what needs to be done, it needs to be rationed. So essentially what I'm getting at is you go to a permit system and allocation. Smith.
Yeah, which is horrible, but that's what I see on the Bighorn, where it's just like this one guy's been fishing here for a week. And he's got, you know, this lodge sewn up for that week or two with his group that comes out. And you couldn't fish the river the first week. It'd be really tough to get the opportunity because he's sewn it up.
Kind of going back to some of the problems that they identify in their problem statement. And it's the same thing we've been talking about, that there are key groups that differ in needs and end up in conflicts. And I mean, sometimes it's private users and other private users, but a lot of times it is commercial and private users. Because the pie is only so big. Which is why it's now you brought up rationing.
And I'm not in the least trying to say that that doesn't exist, not denying that. I just don't see it. I don't personally see it. Maybe I have a higher tolerance for it. Maybe I'm just nicer than the other guys that are out there on the river. I try to treat everybody with respect and be good, communicate. And you know, while you're sharing the resource and if we're good to each other, I know that sounds like utopia, and it is. But I just, the conflict between the outfitting, and the guided and the non-guided just doesn't exist in my world.
That exists in mine.
So tell me how, I wanna know how.
Yeah.
Here's an example from just last week. This is anecdotal, to be straight as a story. I am with my 9-year-old daughter, I'm trying to teach how to run. She's doing a great job, but sometimes the mow is a little bit pushy. I get pushed to within 10 yards of a guy who's got 2 clients, bobber fishing a run. My daughter gets through where he's casting and she gets a comment to keep the boat out of the way. Okay, guy, this is my 9-year-old daughter here. She wasn't trying to do that. She wasn't gonna hit your boat. The fish are gonna come back. Like, why are you confronting me in front of my family? And there's, but, and I know you would never do that, but you have to understand. Well, let's see, I don't know you very well, I just met you today, but judging based on what you've said, you realize that that's bad for your business, that's bad for your industry, and you're just not that kind of person. But there are a lot of guys out there, call them bad apples, there are recreationalists that are bad apples too, that are just jerks. And the more of them that are out there on the river, the less enjoyable it is for everybody.
Yeah, but you can't.
I would say that there's a lot of them, but everything else there.
Yeah, yeah.
And there's enough of them that have an attitude in my own industry and a narrative entitlement.
Well, the island river, and just because you guide a section every, Monday through Friday, you go from Wolf Creek to Stickney, doesn't mean that that is your river. You know?
So, and I'll be the first one to admit that we as an industry, we as professional trade organizations need to do a better job of trying to eliminate us. We're not gonna eliminate all.
No, you can't.
No, you can't.
You can't.
But is there more education we can do? Absolutely, absolutely. And there's more education we can do with the ones who are taking guided trips as well. Are most of them good people that are doing the right thing? You better believe that.
For sure.
But it's those bad apples. I just wouldn't say that there's a lot.
Somebody I see a lot of it on the Bighorn.
Yeah.
Do you?
Yeah, I see a lot of.
I wanna know more from what, cause you said the word, or what I thought I heard you say was you talked about rationing. So walk me through what that looks like, because there's two groups you can ration. There's commercial and there's recreational. So I've heard you say that you believe that that would be harmful in a number of different ways in commercial operations. And I've heard him say that as a Montanan, I have just as much of a right to that water as an out-of-stater on a boat.
Oh, it's not just as much.
More,
Yeah.
right? Okay, so walk me through how you got to where rationing would work. Because I can't see in my, up on the Flathead, I can't see how rationing my access or when I could go float my river would actually go well.
I think what I meant to say, that there's confusion, I apologize.
No, it's good.
Because rationing is the only way to curb increased use.
Okay, so I agree with you.
Okay.
In their statement, they almost describe that this problem will take care of itself. So when they write, given ongoing and future challenges, a framework for developing recreation management is needed. Climate change and otherwise changing conditions make overly specific recommendations too restrictive. We could do nothing and this problem will solve itself. If the rivers have a fish die off, if they, the dam breaks. I mean, there are
None of this makes any difference then.
a number of scenarios that could take place. A landslide could block off a big portion of the Blackfoot.
Derek, where are you looking?
Yeah, I
Uh,
didn't say that.
It's the first sentence of their problem statement.
Rivers are the public trust
Right.
and an essential public asset.
I think what they're getting at, climate change and otherwise changing conditions make overly specific recommendations too restrictive, that sentence.
Mhm.
I think what they're getting at with that is that's the purview of the department, FWP. But what we're trying to do here is provide a framework for when they decide to slide into those least restrictive options, which involve things like education, which involve river ambassadors, which involve changes to infrastructure. All those are least restrictive. You get to the most restrictive, which is rational, which is cutting off use. This group gets this group gets this, it's Smith River.
And that's the most restrictive in your opinion.
That is. most
Yeah.
restrictive.
Yeah, great, thank you for clarifying
Well,
that.
the
That's-
only thing higher than that is nobody gets to use
Yeah,
it.
Right.
Yeah, you can use the river and you can't use the river. That's the.
Or for
That's the
example, in
picking
some
winners
places
and
it
losers.
might be, you know, if you want to float the San Juan River between March 1st and October 1st, you have to have a permit.
Remember,
And if you want to go outside of that window, that's fine. You don't need a permit. But this is the window where the most demand is, so we're gonna ration it at that point.
That's the
That's
first
an
river, that's
example.
the first whitewater river trip I did, San.
Liam in his presentation brought up a reference to this right here.
Okay.
What is that?
Allocating river use. So
River
this
management.
basically, I don't recommend you read it. This is all basically the ration systems that we have in our country. It's not 2 pages. These are front and back. And it is varied. And it is wide. And there's 2 basic types of systems. You read it in the rules. There's a fixed and a non-fixed allocation. And a fixed allocation, that's the Smith. The Smith is fixed. Commercial users get 73, I think 73 might be 75, 78, whatever. Launches per year, the rest of them goes out to non-users. That's fixed. Each group gets a certain percentage. And a non-fixed allocation, it's untested. There's one. There's also some things in here that says that there's a couple river systems.
How do you allocate a system, fixing? Days.
So in the case of a non-fixed allocation, what happens, and it happens at the boundary waters, which is completely different than what we're talking about with rivers. We're talking about multi-day trips and everything else. And there are some big time reservations I have with a non-fixed allocation, which I can explain and provide more detail later. But in a non-fixed allocation, every single one of those permits goes to a non-outfitted individual. Now, if they decide that they want to use an outfitter, They can't.
They can hire.
They can hire.
Oh,
That's
okay.
correct.
It's like getting a sheet tag.
But you put in for specific dates and specific places, and then you go.
And I know, we're getting into too many alternatives.
Yep, we're getting all here.
Thank you for, yeah. I'm trying to think about, I woke up on Sunday morning and the weather was nice and I thought the October caddis were coming off and I told my wife, let's get in the boat and go for a float. And I went, there was nobody else there. We didn't see another boat the entire day.
So
The ability to do that is,
in a ration system, it's completely eliminated.
Yeah, which we don't want that.
Well, again, you can change it. I mean, you can allocate for a specific period of time. And outside of that time frame, then it's unallocated.
Yeah,
That works.
there's so many
in some
times where I
places.
get off work and it's August 2nd, the 200 boats launched a day. And I can get off work and go have the entire Bighorn to myself. You know, after work, if I'm willing to launch at 6 o'clock.
yeah.
And that's not cool to prevent me from taking my kids fishing after work.
The adapt or die.
Right, like you know, like I live there for a reason, cause it's like I work here and play here, like I don't know.
This is where you might see the Todd Franks of the world come back and say, I've got a retail floor full of boats that I can't sell to anybody because nobody's gonna be able to use them.
So getting back to the problem statement, I like the idea of potentially having some specific
Okay,
things to point at.
I have no problem with putting in any problem statement or anything in there about the fact that there are conflicts between and I even hate saying commercial and non-commercial, because actually, when it comes to the fishing aspect, commercial is a completely different thing. We're talking about nets in Alaska here.
Right.
So like, I tend to try to use guided or non-guided, but you hear me use commercial and non-commercial. That's neither here nor there. I have no problem with what you're saying, Ross.
Regs? Isn't commercial use defined in our fishing regs?
It
is.
It is. It's just, it's back to the semantics. So whatever,
Yeah.
we'll call it
FWP
commercial.
license use, something.
Getting back to the point is, I have no problem leaving in there, in theirs and ours and whatever. The fact that there are conflicts between commercial and non-commercial, there are.
Yeah.
There are. I have a problem with saying that it's a lot.
Oh, yeah,
I think
that's
going
just
a little too
like
far.
me having a problem with, your definition of people being happy with the way things are going, based on surveys, like it.
It's wordsmith and change it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As long as we get to the intent of what we meant.
Yeah, I feel like ours is more narrative and theirs is more actionable.
So I added a sentence, hopefully kind of capturing that, just saying demand for river usage is increasing across all forms of recreation in Montana. And different user groups with different needs are often pitted against each other. Does it capture it?
I think there's even, just going to Missoula in the summertime, there's more tubers on the water than there used to be. Like, it's all river use, like this.
So,
Especially now that you can go through town.
Yeah.
There's no dam.
do you wanna maybe then acknowledge that river uses, like the type of use is changing as well?
would
I don't
say-
think it,
They had a comment in there about uses changing over time.
Right.
Diversity of uses. Types of demands are diverse and continue to diversify.
oh, that's a good one, I like that.
Okay.
There's now a surf wave in the middle of,
Uh-huh.
imagine the McLeans driving past that.
You get out there on your paddleboard.
On your surfing.
It's gonna be a conflict, when you fish right there, there's some guy surfing.
You know, you can surf while you're fishing.
Right.
That's the next thing.
I actually have a video of myself catching bass surfing while I'm fishing.
Nice.
I've got a friend with a canoe that puts a sail up on it.
I mean, their version, I don't have a whole lot of feedback about it. I think it's pretty well written and there's some things in ours that I think we could kind of weave into it, but.
Yeah, outside of something that I already talked about.
Right, yeah,
Yeah,
outside
I
of
don't
that.
really have an
Outside of
issue.
that.
I think a lot of it really dovetails with ours.
Mhm.
And it really, there's nothing bad in there or wrong, well, except for one.
I would take that part out because it's not a true statement. But the bullet points are easily digestible. I mean, no one's gonna disagree with these.
Well, they talk a little bit more than we did about climate change.
Yeah.
And I don't think there's necessarily any reason to take that out.
I would agree with that.
I'm not the type of guy, I hate hearing about every little thing. My daughter's poop was green the other day. I think that happened because of climate change. I get a little bit tired of things like that.
The one thing that it might, is I don't think whether climate change is happening or not happening, that fact doesn't really have a ton of bearing on what we need to do to address the problem and come up with a framework. And what it might do is it will give some legislator a reason to just discount what we've come up with just because there's the words climate change in there.
Good point.
It's woke.
I guess then I would go back to the potential effects associated with temperature increases and flow decreases with changes in seasonality and precipitation
Robert,
and so on.
I agree with you, but I don't know that it's helpful to have that language in there. That's all I'm saying.
Again, maybe we just change the words to talk about the effects that it has.
Yeah.
Concerns regarding recreational impacts associated with increases in temperature, stream flow, and decreases
Yes.
in.
Yeah, that's great.
And do we acknowledge the number of groups, the Clark Coalition, Bighorn River Alliance, St. Smith, Blackfoot River Challenge? Do we acknowledge those groups in this problem statement as part of the partnership or solution with FWP, interested parties, stakeholders? Yeah.
Well, they're not here, right?
Not at this table.
Not at this table, but they are stakeholders.
Well, the same way that my neighbor's a stakeholder.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I don't want to reference her.
Right. But the solution doesn't necessarily fall entirely on FWP though. I mean, there are.
Right, again, I mean, the Blackfoot Challenge said, we've got a challenge here in the Blackfoot, let's see what we can do about it.
He didn't say you can't do that.
Well, and I guess what I'm getting at is like, we're here to come up with a problem statement and a framework for addressing the problem. Like the Blackfoot Challenge, they're a group that has a specific goal. And if they want to reach out to Fish, Wildlife and Parks to enact some regulation or talk to a legislator about rule change, I mean, they can do that, but there's no person here for them. Right?
No person here for them.
There's no person.
Representative at the
representing,
table?
yes.
I guess I would say that I've worked with hundreds of watershed groups and I would say that I represent those groups in a larger sense of having the same kinds of goals and interests.
Sure, but like, are we gonna put every river
No.
watershed group in here?
No.
Like,
No,
It is part of the framework and the tools, in my opinion. Yeah.
Think, and it'll take great mind than mine. That's what we have the experts. I think the thing to do is kind of combine the best of ours with the best.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's where we're going next. I mean, we can do that if you want right now, but I think that's kind of the plan for, it sounds like maybe tomorrow. Is to we get happy with ours, they get happy with theirs, and then we'll work all of us together and merging them. But if there's like things you want to pull in from group twos that you really like and want to embed that within ours, we can.
It'll make it easier to synthesize with theirs.
Yeah.
To me, that means looking at their bullet points and seeing if there's things that we want to address or change, and then just merging our two problem statements, because I think those bullet points are very effective.
And I've taken a couple of the bullet points that you highlighted that you liked and kind of added them into ours.
that works.
Some of their bullet points like are great and I agree with, but they're jumping the gun on. They're talking about solutions.
Yes.
Most of them.
So edit for solutions.
Yeah, definitely. Everything I've liked, it's a solution. It's improve the parking and infrastructure.
Yeah, those were specifics that were to the problem statement. that I
Yeah.
think will be helpful.
Yeah.
Teach people how to be good stewards of the river.
Teach
Park a
people
little bit
etiquette.
closer to each other. if you-
So Robert, you mentioned that you would like to see more specifics of some of the problems. Are there
Yes,
particular ones you want to highlight?
Parking, the amount of time spent putting in a boat, taking out a boat.
Yeah, overcrowding at access points.
Yeah.
Right?
That's
Um,
what we,
Yeah.
Yeah.
it really is.
Well, that's.
Displacement.
That's also where I see people.
Of
taking advantage.
users to
Yes,
other
worse.
locations as a result of things like hoot owl restrictions or fishing closures.
Yeah.
Those have an impact that's larger than just a specific segment, but
That's the
The
bubble.
bubble, yeah.
yeah, that's the bubble, push the bubble.
I mean, perfect example was, it wasn't this summer, but it was last summer, I did one in the previous summer. And Big Hole was shut down for a period of time.
Yeah.
And they went to food hour restrictions on the upper Madison. It never really happened. This is 3 summers ago. The same time we were in the middle of the COVID bubble. And the reason why they did it had absolutely nothing to do with temperature and flow. It had everything to do with the fact that there's an overrun. And what you were finding then is, because of that, there was an inordinate amount of people on that river that were showing up at ramps at 2 o'clock. Imagine that, right?
Well, you take the drive over there.
And guys, people would use different strategies, you know, one outfitter friend of mine would pull over somewhere. Have the folks would grab a crack of beer and wait a half an hour or so.
Do some
What I found
research.
with that is largely, and I was in the midst of some of those 2 o'clock takeouts, 1 or 2 times. Is what I found largely, sure there were exceptions, is this, everybody understood the situation, we all knew about it, we all knew it was gonna happen. And what you would do is you just help each other. So you get your boat on the trailer, immediately walk down the ramp and you're winching up the next person's boat. Whether they're guides, whether they're not guides, it doesn't matter. Everybody's helping each other. It was great. Great to see. And that's the type of behavior that we need to teach.
Exactly, that's the education piece. It doesn't take but 5 minutes and somebody's gonna say, man, weren't they great?" And all the way back home, you're driving, talking about that nice guy that helped you get the boat on the back. of the trailer.
We need to teach those idiot guides that you don't, when you're out there on the river, you don't yell at each other. If you get an opportunity at some point to take somebody aside one-on-one and say, hey, you know, I wish this wouldn't have happened, could you
Oh, what?
fix that? That's the way to do it.
What
That's how
what
I do
happened,
it.
what happened is I asked him not to talk to my daughter and I did it in front of his clients and I'm sure that was unpleasant for him. Like, it's just that kind of, that's why you go to the river to get away from that kind of stuff. And when it happens, people don't
unpleasant.
forget about it.
Yeah, for sure. I remember on the Smith River walking to the next camp down at Rattlesnake 1 and 2 and saying, hey, you guys got the music on really, really loud. You know, we came down here to hear the birds. Could you turn down the music? And they're like, you're in our face. You're ruining our river experience. Watch this. Crank it up. It's like, oh, man.
Yeah, that's.
I think it just comes down to how do we get education? You know, the only person that I saw a single problem with on the river, honestly, this year was this guy that caught a fish. Didn't have a net, lifted it out of the water like this. Then he lip gripped the rainbow. They took a dozen photos, threw it like this towards the bank. And it landed in the water and then bounced onto the bank. And I couldn't help myself but to say something. It's the only person I've ever said anything to, you know, because I just don't feel, remember the guy, hey, don't do that. Here's what's working. Here's what flies are working here. Have something that works. And just how do you get education to that person, you know, after talking to them, they were, you know, from out of state and they're from the river.
Back to solutions,
You know,
but alternatives, you're never gonna fix that with everyone. That's just-
education, I think that like the boater license program that we have for running a motorboat, it's great education. My 14-year-old son's taking it and he knows how to run my motorboat and do it ethically. I think that needs to happen for floating rivers. Some sort of education. I don't know how else you solve any of these issues.
The other way to tackle it is, well, I'm gonna talk about alternatives.
Yeah,
Well,
no, I'm sorry.
we're either
Trying-
just keep going
trying
through
really
our.
hard.
Right, I get it. Oh, wow.
Okay, I mean, like, sometimes you guys work your way around to getting your thoughts about an alternative lead to a common policy.
It's totally an alternative, but a sign at boat launches, it's just like proper etiquette, what to do. Right? Get all your stuff ready before you get to the tank or the put in. Put in your boat, anchor it, don't park, don't shovel all your stuff into your boat and rig your fly, like just common sense stuff that not everybody knows.
River ambassadors, that too, and there's NGOs lining up right now. So that we don't have to foot the bill. We just need to push it, do it. Blackfoot has success.
Hired one was just
I wrote
a
that.
couple months ago.
Very, very good. There's 60 ambassadors up there. It's very good.
But anyways, that's alternative.
One thing that you guys kind of said is that people often go to the river or use rivers to get away from people and experience that solitude, and then these conflicts can lead to bad experiences, and bad memories of the river. That's something that is worth including. Does that kind of capture
it's-
part of the problem?
It's not really any different than. Well, I mean, we talk about increasing conflicts between river users. that
Yeah.
Diminish the user experience. It's just a different way of saying it.
I think it's in there.
Or is overcrowding an asset? Did you put that in there, Sarah? The overcrowding at access points?
That is I was gonna use that as an example to bring in. If that works for you guys.
Maybe state that there's a lack of a clear definition of overcrowding, but
That's in there.
I think that's in there.
no, that, we're saying that, but we're also saying that overcrowding at access points is an issue. Yeah, I think overcrowding at access points is pretty easily defined.
Do we?
I think you're absolutely.
No lack of parking.
I mean, you could even go to do a censure on that and literally, there are this many parking places. So, count them up, move down to the next one and so forth. And then have a baseline right there is, okay, this is the maximum capacity. Any more than this,
You get ticketed.
but at the same time, is because there are people parked there, there can't be overcrowding at the ramp.
Oh, yeah.
Got that one person that insists to put their raft together right on the ramp.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't see it that often, I know I've said that before, but I know it happens.
Missouri's one that's a lot different, I think, than some of the southwest rivers. No, there's not a bunch of kayakers and tours probably that are tubing the beach. Like, I never really saw that. I was fishing it, but like the Missouri, all sorts of people use it. Paddle, like it's,
Yellowstone gets.
which is good.
Yellowstone gets varied use. The Madison gets varied use, at least the lower Madison. Outside of that, it's fairly homogeneous, I'm trying to think of any place else. It's pretty much fishing.
Yeah, there's
Or just pleasure floating,
The-
rafting.
the common denominator that is true for all of these areas that have perceived crowding is trout. Yeah. It's trout fishing. It's not walleye fishing. It's not cat fishing. It's trout.
We're running out of cold water. There's definitely other things to do when you get to hoot owl hours and.
Oh, yeah.
You don't have to chase trout, you can go chase bass and carp and all sorts of cool
Yeah,
things
but
over on the
nobody's-
Bighorn, but
Nobody's talking about that,
no.
you know? It's-
There's I've actually never done it, but floating on the Clark Fork below St. Regis, I floated to St. Regis, but I've never. My buddy says is you get get just a mile or so outside of Plains. And you stop catching trout, you start catching smallmouth bass all the time.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely.
It's like, it's awesome.
As soon as you get the bridge, as soon as you get 200,
Yes.
it just turns to bass.
Sounds like an awesome day.
It is pretty good, actually. White clousers is all you need. But then so was the flathead below the dam.
Uh-huh.
I mean, it's permitted, it's restricted use, it's worth it.
Like the lower Madison, you've got all the tubers that float, and it's almost like a blessing in disguise, cause it shuts down the fishing. And it's hot, the water's hot, and it's darn near in hoot owl hours anyways.
On the Missouri too.
Right.
Understand, like, I don't wanna be on the water at 4 in the afternoon when it's 95. Tubers do.
Right.
Where it
Unless I'm in a
happens,
tube.
where it happens on the Madison is just to your point, Monte, is there's zero fishing that's happening.
Right, I mean, there shouldn't be at
I
that
mean,
point.
even if it's only on Hoot Owl, and that's usually all it is, it's never really a full fishing closure. Because the licensing agreement with Northwestern requires them to do pulse flows. So they'll do pulse flows to keep that fishery a little bit in better river conditions. So, you know, you still could fish in the morning, you still could fish after midnight. I don't know why a person would. Just leave them alone.
Right.
Now, stress is stress on fish, and you got 1,000 inner tubers going over your head, and you gotta move all the time. And that's stress. It's not the extent of the stress when you got somebody pulling you in by a string from your face, but it's still stress.
Well, and I don't know that, I mean, have we really, has either group really defined in the problem statement that when outfitters and guides are most affected by river closures, it doesn't affect recreational floaters? Are we asking FWP that if you're closing a river to fishing, you're closing a river to floating?
I don't think there's much of a conflict there.
If the water is low and it's warm and people are dragging coolers of beer and walking through the deeper water, because that's what the fish are congregating, because there's a thermal refuge there, that's having just as much harm as fishing it does.
I agree that could be, but that's a biological issue.
And I think we'd have to ask for some legal clarity on any of that, because there may be some rules out there that really, outside of emergency closures, should happen, you know, TKD on the Yellowstone. Was probably the best example here, however many years ago. Outside of emergency closures for public health, safety and welfare, or to protect a resource, I don't think you can close people down to float at all. You just can't,
Right.
but we would need legal clarification on it.
Because like you said, you can fish until 2 o'clock and then you tell your clients the rest of the day, it's just gonna be a pleasure float.
Booze cruise.
Booze cruise.
Yeah.
Enjoy it.
Does this kind of get the idea of like equitable use
Right.
and regulations?
Yeah.
So do you think that needs to be clarified that
Where we're looking.
it's not in here right now, but I've got kind of a comment below our two main.
If the perception is that the only group that is going to have a consequence for regulation is outfitters and guides, and the general floating public does not have a consequence for a regulation.
Well, I'd say that if they're anglers, it applies to everybody.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah, but it's not, anglers aren't the only users.
Right, but if they're recreators, they're not.
The conflict, the person-to-person conflict isn't, I mean, I'm not saying it's not there at all with the tubers, but I don't think the rub is as hard as it is between the commercial and non-commercial anglers.
It was just as hard when I was in
Was
college.
it?
I did 7
Oh.
years
Yeah.
in Bozeman, and I used to float 60 tubes with 2 cakes down almost every weekend.
It's that group wrapping their boats around an anchored up drift boat that's sitting there on the river.
I occupied the launch and the takeout for probably an hour on any of those days that I was out there.
I'll tell you a story. I know I'm not supposed to tell stories.
You've said that before.
My family was just here in July. And they wanted the first day that they were here, do something stupid and quick, so they inner tubed Lower Madison. And I just threw my drift boat in and cooked burgers and brats. Nassar Tubing Company had their raft, or that ramp completely covered in their tubes, so I could not get it.
Didn't know that such a thing existed.
So, was it a conflict for me? No, I don't consider it a conflict because it was a mistake. They rectified it fairly quickly when I pulled my boat up there and moved it. Okay, they're not dummies. And I could get my boat in the water, no problem. So it wasn't, no yelling, no back and forth, nothing. I don't consider it a conflict. But would have been someone else, maybe may have turned to that. So that's just one anecdotal thing about the whole, it does exist with tubers.
Yeah.
And it's not just Montana that it happens in. It is a societal issue, you know?
Yeah, and I don't know how you would solve that, even if you had 60 people using that ramp. It's like if you had an allotted amount of time for each person, there's that much
we're
time,
not,
you know?
we're not, I don't think we can realistically provide a framework for regulating inner tube use.
Right.
This,
Well, the
Think of
thing
like
with,
the
the
concept
thing
of a
with,
toll gate.
the thing with that is, and we're not gonna provide it, it would be FWP.
Right.
well, framework
But-
for regulation.
A framework for it, yeah. I don't know, I think you're right on that. Now, as far as the companies that do commercially is they're, all they are is shuttle companies. So that's, they're shuttle companies.
So they could lose their commercial license, or they could.
They don't have one, do they?
They don't have they don't have like a professional license. They do have an SRP, same as a shuttle company does.
What's an SRP?
Special recreation program, so basically a permit system. Blackfoot, Madison have one. I have one for Madison, I have one for Blackfoot. I have the one for fishing services, gotta have an outfitter's license for that. They're doing it, they have a special kind of category for shuttle services in those SRPs, which you're not required to have a professional license, an outfitter or guide license in order to. Well, guides can't run their own trips, but you don't need to have an outfitter's license in order to do that commercial activity, which is moving people's vehicles or moving people. So that's what the tubing companies are. And I don't know if there's some in Missoula, I assume there are. I don't think so. There's one on the Lower Madison and they're a shuttle company, is what they are. They're moving vehicles with people.
I'm gonna interrupt. I think the other group's coming back in a minute or two, so you guys wanna look at what we have here and make sure you're happy with what it says. I'm happy to change things around, reword, delete, let me know.
What are we doing with all those one sentence blurbs on the bottom?
Those were just notes to kind of keep track of things you said, so some of those have been integrated in. But I can kind of save those and move them down, so they're just collected and we can always come back to them.
So it all got lined out.
Not what I wanted to do, I'm just gonna move these away so they're less distracting.
I'm looking at the numbered comments there on additional thoughts. What is the decision to be made? I see regulation, legislation. What about funding? It's 4, 5, 6. What is the decision to be made?
Oh, yeah, these are just kind of different pieces of.
That's just the thing that I copied and pasted in to start, that I think just kept getting bumped down.
Oh,
But yeah, your funding should be.
We, I think, have that incorporated. I guess. In your problem statement, you have the framework of these plans should consider and implement options from least to most restrictive and need to be feasible, legal, affordable. It's got the kind of financial side in there.
Okay.
Measurable, enforceable, and reasonable.
And that's, those things are direct out of the RMO. Actually, have a bullet pointed in there.
Do you have anything else to add or adjustments that you'd like to see?
I'll let you wordsmith.
Okay. Yeah, I've been kind of moving things around a little bit so it flows, but.
Yeah.
Awesome. I don't think I said it. That story that you were telling your daughter.
Yeah.
Are conservation licenses also needed for?
I know, but
It's for all.
as somebody,
Yeah.
leader.
All state land, yep. It's for our grading. Yeah, we pay them a portion based on past history of their licenses.
You guys saw all the books for all.
Oh, yeah, yeah, we don't have to get back tomorrow.
Tonight.
But the windbag.
Kiss my dog. Oh, yeah, we'll go to the wind bag.
Yeah, I only found out about the conservation.
Free hotel room too.
Does everybody know the history of the windbag?
Okay.
Or, you know, other folks?
I never
So it was
heard
the
about
last
that
problem
before. They said,
was
well,
that
for the
development
first
in
year
the
legislature,
70s.
just get people educated.
Yep, we haven't given out any
You go in there,
like citations or
The
anything.
last mat of her butt shot was on.
And you know, probably our law enforcement will probably go very slack in the
You
book.
hope
Probably
she
give out
stands out, you
citations
will not
because
miss
it's
it.
She got a cool name.
still a learning.
Big Dorothy.
Yeah,
Big
but
Dorothy.
still that half,
Big dot.
people are gonna say, well, why not?
A lot of people
I hope
say.
not.
they're going to the
Well,
police,
because
and
what our
that's-
law,
that's-
they have service. They
Well, now
are given
I
keep their system right now.
Oh, right.
They don't, our law enforcement.
She's
officers
probably
are calling
the
out.
owner.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
In fact,
Yeah.
did,
yeah.
and it's.
Similar story about St. Xavier.
So we have that.
St. Xavier's a little 60-person town down on the Bighorn, 20 miles away from Fort Smith.
We hope people are honest.
7 churches and 7 courthouses there in the 70s.
Really?
All the way to the 80s,
That's
probably.
St. Xavier?
Yeah, back in the day.
Now there's one burnt out school.
Yeah, there's a burnt down school, and I'm the little white house behind it.
Are you really living at St. X?
I had a friend that used to store his drift boat at a woman's house across the road. Yeah. From you, and now it's like a trailer house there, and he paid her like $500 a year. Then she parked his drift boat at her house, and then he'd drive over and I'll pick it up and go float. She was totally happy. You know? Yeah, I've got the part right there. You know, because everywhere else you kept losing, like, you know, you can't leave your anchor because there's so many people around. Stuff would just disappear. And so it was
St. Xavier's pretty safe.
You'll get a shuttle from the Kaiser bus.
No, no, you can't. They have, one of them passed away and then they got kind of left town. And then the couple nephew moved in and then he got ran out of town because he was selling stuff he shouldn't have been.
You know, it's like a cool, different, completely, you know, it's so isolated and insulated from the, you know, the rest of the. I just remember we went into Fort Smith one night and, you know, there's probably 20 or 25 fishing guys all kind of hanging out, sitting on their bumpers. You know, just like that was just social hour. There was no bar, they were all just hanging out, bullshitting after the day of work, and you could tell it was just, they all lived there. It was a deal. It's just, you know, the season.
There was a German internment camp there in St. Xavier back in World War II. There was a Japanese one north of Harvard. Just some interesting history, you know, really cool stuff.
I used to go down there when I was a really young kid before the river closed. You know, not really probably long after the dam was put in, it was put in 60 or 50 or something.
Wasn't completed till like the late 70s, but that's about when they were starting it.
Yeah. So we would go down there, camp, hang out.
That's Montana.
And then I never went there for years, and I sort of reconnected. Every summer for 3 or 4 days.
Not off the top of my head.
It's a long drive from Missouri, but it kind of was a nice little road trip, you know. It's like there's tons and tons of people around, but I never felt crowded. It's just like, you know, fish everywhere.
It's not as much. There's only about 1,700 fish per mile, so we're at like historic lows.
But it's like.
At the same time, I've never seen a big fish so big.
I was like,
I was gonna say, are they bigger?
Forward Montana, I don't.
And the river really supports 8,000 pounds of biomass per mile. So that's 12,000 fish for the 1,700 we're looking at today.
We ate almost exclusively.
Substance fishing the best right now today, but you run with those today.
Okay.
So they're, I don't know.
That's what I've been told. Yeah.
Or 17, or 17.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, everyone. Want to take a few minutes to read the new problem statements from each group? Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, and if it's easier, I'll put this back over on group 2s as well, so you can see that again. So if you open up your document, sorry for the scrolling. Yeah. You can see that on your own screens now too. They're getting these printed out for you right now to say the learning, so. So and I are just working on that, so you'll have copies to take home and read over tonight too. Yeah, let's hear feedback or questions as you're looking over this.
Look at the same thing. I think fix it with one word. Fire away.
In the first paragraph? Yeah, it's in the first paragraph.
that real quick.
If you were reading verb. If you were to change the word and to but.
It's two sentences that are smashed together. That's the problem with it. If you broke it down into two sentences, it would be better.
So, when you get your printed copies that Justin's getting for you right now, those kind of things, like marking some of those, like, we definitely will do some final like wordsmithing, so don't worry too much, but where language can be clarified and stuff like that. That would be helpful to look at tonight too, if you have time.
So for group one, when you're bringing that into this big of a statement, am I reading this that we know there's a problem, but we also know that there isn't a problem?
It's a good question.
That we have scientific data that says we don't have a problem here, but we also know that we do have a problem here.
Yeah, so I had issues with that too, because like if everybody's satisfied and there's no problem, overcrowding's not an issue, then why are we all here? But Scott had surveys indicating, and I'm sure he's got them. I don't know anything about them other than they exist. There's some people who say that they're happy. Obviously, we have a survey that says that people aren't, so like.
I think historically you could look at, and I apologize, obviously I'm hyper aware of Blackfoot situation. The majority of our survey did come back that most of the time people are doing pretty good. But when they're not, they're really not. And I think that's probably a hard that's probably hard to put into words or how to conceptualize it.
That was the exact intent of that sentence.
Yeah, okay.
There's a lot of satisfaction out there.
Yeah.
But
There's issues. So if both those sentences are in.
That was the intent.
Some people are satisfied, some people are not.
So change it to make that sound that way.
Yeah.
However, fine with me.
Yeah.
That was.
It was just that
Cause it meets the intent.
Yeah, that's what I thought we were getting at. Thank you for the clarification.
So just because we weren't part of that conversation, you know, what does your data tell you that our survey does?
So there, in the surveys that have been done in the past have been completely different than what we just saw earlier today. And the two big ones that I'm the most aware of is one that was 2018. And that was on the Madison River user satisfaction survey. And largely that survey says that the biggest issue identified in that survey is congestion and FAS, efficient access sites. I mean, there's some other areas where dissatisfaction is higher than the satisfaction. But those areas amount to very small percentage of, you know, total responses, really.
And what you're saying, that is a geographic area.
That's,
Yeah, but I mean, a
specifically
specific place.
How big,
Higher River system. Okay,
how big a surveys were they? How many
I think
respondents?
there was about, just actually looked at it last night, I think there was over 1,000 respondents, 1,000 something respondents to it. It was the confidence interval for that. Mike would be a better one to tell you about that. The confidence interval was really high.
Can we get those printed?
The,
The surveys that you have broken down by region?
do you want the by region? I sent the PowerPoint slides, which those are just screenshots of that. So hopefully everyone got that.
And he fixed them.
Scott, those are surveys of fishermen.
Scott's talking about.
Yeah.
Those are, no. Those are,
Solid river users.
it's largely fishermen, I think. I'd have to look to see what ones identified angling that day and what was.
So the latest one, 405.
And then the other one that's pretty recent that they're still working on and I know Abby got this, I don't know if you got it, Marcus, you do a lot with Upper Yellowstone. Watershed Group. It's Upper Yellowstone Watershed Group, which is a private entity, nonprofit entity. Has been doing an ongoing study in the past 5 years. That they are in the process of putting it all together. But the preliminary results from what they're seeing from their users of satisfaction, again, this is not just anglers, this is anybody that they intercept at access points and they ask them questions. Primarily, it's a high degree of satisfaction. Am I correct in that? Have you looked
Yeah, I
through
have a
that?
document up right now that they sent over to me.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm happy
Let's-
to email
happy to
this
share.
to everybody if they want. Generally speaking, there's a pretty high satisfaction rate for river use. There's definitely concerns about river access, which is pretty common. There's some concerns about safety in the region also. We have for signage for river access points, and it's pretty easy for people to be flying down the interstate and somebody's looking for their river put in spot, and it just causes a lot of chaos.
And they put out, sorry, Abby, they put out a 3-pager. I have a hard copy of it. If you want to see it, I'll pass it.
Yeah, that's the document that I have. that I
And then there's a, what do you call those little things that you scan into your phone?
QR
code. And there's a QR code on the bottom of that, which you can do right now if you want, is to scan into your phone, and it comes up to their 69-page full report. This gives a really good synopsis of what they saw. And there's a lot of other things besides doing the user satisfaction surveys. They were doing counts of people as well, using camera data and with intercept data where they're basically counting cars at access point. Pretty scientific. They were, they're pretty well funded. It's, a lot of the funding comes from Arthur Blank Foundation.
And they're directly interacting with not only the anglers in the area, but there's a pretty large river rafting community just outside of Gardner, so you're getting that demographic as well. That is in addition to the wildlife guides that are interacting through the whole river. So it's a pretty broad.
Here you can read group twos and group ones.
Do you have any insight on the study that's going on with MSU?
And
Study.
yeah,
Is it focused more on fisheries or more? It's not.
there's both.
Okay.
There's the biggest, financially biggest part is to devise.
So we get the code or no?
Estimate river
just
use
resent it as
in a standardized way that could be applied to it. So they're investigating methods like satellite imagery, remote cameras, comparing that, comparing that to what we get from traditional river-based surveys in terms of accuracy and also the cost.
Up there, you know, they got all of their data. Put charging to walk.
So all emails that you've sent me today are requiring a code.
But there's also like aerial imagery that you can purchase, like high resolution,
This is PowerPoint.
for specific, you can, like, yes, and so like there's a budget in there to come up with a sampling scheme and get imagery, and we zoomed in, and it's like you can see what kind of boat people are in.
Yeah.
Waders, I mean, it's a little scary because like we are the government and monitoring by satellites, but.
Watching us what we're trying to do.
Sam, the Madison study was 2,921.
Gotcha.
So for people watching online, I do have group two statement on the screen, so I'm gonna leave that up for a minute and we'll scroll down, but go ahead and we have public comment starting in 7 minutes, so chat about anything that you see in group two's draft here.
Deb and crew, not, I don't have a specific ask, but just as we're going through this process and we start coming up with some recommendations, can you flag for us if it's something you guys have already thought of? I just was thinking specifically about staffing. You know, we might just, there's a lot of discussion about staffing, and if our recommendation is something you guys are already thinking about, obviously.
Yeah, obviously, we're always looking for more. We generally don't ask for it. But yeah, I'll mention and I'll even say how you might be able to help in other ways too.
Perfect, thank you.
Well, I'll speak for group one, if you guys don't mind. Real quick. We kind of came to a conclusion at the end that we talked about this with Sarah, is that there's nothing in what group two did that really, there was one thing I had a problem with, but it looks like that's been changed. Thank you, Todd. But I think we're kind of at the point where I think a lot of these things are really similar, and I think combining the two is a logical next step.
Yep, that's great. That's just what I was gonna suggest, that if you take some time to keep digesting this and think about, tomorrow morning, if we come together and are ready to pick one of these and carry over the pieces that we think are missing, or, edit whatever. Obviously, there's ideas that could be put together and others that should be split and others that should be expanded on, but there's a lot of really good stuff here to, I think, to launch hopefully to that in the morning. We all still feel like that's what we're comfortable as a next step. So. It's gonna take some time though to digest it all and think about where that duplication lies. Final thoughts before we turn it over to public comments for today.
Would it be helpful to groups, I'm reading in group one, for instance, there's a lack of data, how increased recreation leads to degradation or user satisfaction. Would it be helpful if we were supplied with all of the surveys, annual reports that FWP currently has on rivers? Or is that information overload? And then second question is, would it be helpful if we were provided those numbers, those reports from riverways and management zones outside of the state? Is that data overload?
My gut on that is that would probably be data overload, and that information is gonna become particularly important as like particular decisions are being considered, right? So I'd suggest maybe holding off on that for now until we get to a point where that actually is more pertinent to the discussion if we get there.
I would maybe mention that when we're concerned about lack of information, that there's a good chance that a lot of the information we think we're lacking is probably available.
It's accessible.
Yeah, so just making sure we phrase the words here correctly, like information may be lacking, it may be available, seeking, information to make these decisions is important. Gathering new data where needed is important. All right, well, at that, we are at 4:30, so I'm gonna turn it back over to Liam to run the comment period.
For me, I guess I'm
yeah.
gonna do it from here. So right now we'll take comment from the public, if there is any. I will ask that members of the public raise your hand. I will give you guys, let's see, I don't think there's many, so I'll start on the Zoom call, and then we'll go to the room. If there's a member of the public that would like to provide comments to the committee, please raise your hand. Seeing none. What I will do is I will go into the room. And do you have a comment, sir?
I have some, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, I'll go back to the online folks afterwards, just in case there's some technical difficulties or if they decide to speak. And I would also offer to the group, if you have questions for the gentleman, please, you're welcome to ask him after he's done with this presentation and have more of an interaction if you have some clarifying questions. So please go ahead and state your name and if you're representing anybody or just yourself. And
My name is Brian Teese. I live in Cascade, Montana, so very close to the Missouri River. Grew up in Cascade, spent most of my time on the river, a lot of time hunting, fishing, trapping. Fifth generation Montana, and I'm giving this information because I'm gonna be here the next day, 2 days also. Landowner, native Montanan, fifth generation. I currently serve on the Region 4 Citizen Advisory Council for Fish, Wildlife and Parks. The last 8 years. I actually sat in on the River Recreation Advisory Council in 2003. And Charlie Sperry, his group did that. I remember Mike Lewis being there. I guess he left. We were younger. Anyways, I have some experience with nonprofit. Was the founding director for the Upper Missouri Watershed Alliance. Also started the People's Park and Rec Foundation in Great Falls for recreation in the city. And several other nonprofits that I sit on board with. I was a financial advisor for 36 years. So I'm a numbers guy. Anyways, here's what I have as on this group. My first thought I wrote down here, and this is somewhat distracted because I have to wait till 4:30 to speak. I think it'd be nice if I could get at least twice a day or a little more options, but I understand. Multiple use for the public is best use. I'm just gonna put that out there. I'm hearing that we need to define overcrowding. We need a framework for the handling of overcrowding for fish, wildlife and parks.
And then, while focusing, all of this while focusing on recreational resources and stewardship. I think those are important. I do have one question for Fish, Wildlife and Parks, and that is, did I hear that right? There was 12 members, but 2 bowed out because they couldn't be here?
That's correct, yes.
How'd that happen? And when they applied, they should realize they were gonna be attending meetings.
They did, they had to confirm they could make it to this meeting and then they,
So we didn't have any alternates. I think that would have been appropriate.
yes, we didn't have time to vet the alternates, sir.
Okay, that's just a thought. That's all I really have today. I'm gonna share some more thoughts after I decipher your work.
Does anybody have any questions? I'm gonna go back to online. If there's any member of the public online that would like to make a comment, please raise your hand. And I'm not seeing any hands. Okay, that concludes the public comment for today. Sarah, back to you.
All right, well, we have about 25 minutes, so up to you all what you want to do. If we're not for the day, we can wrap up and take that extra 25 minutes maybe after a beer or two. I know for me that clarifies my thinking. Do some more brainstorming after we've had a little break maybe. Or we can keep chatting. It's totally up to you all. Saying no.
Let's go. I have a thought that I'd just like to pop out there. We were talking in our group a little bit about you know, the bubble of whatever it is that you're looking at as a limited resource and how you may push it on one side and it pokes out at another side. And I know we're discussing river recreation, but it extends to, I guess, my thoughts about public recreation in general around desired areas that include public lands and how if you increase somewhere something, you might diminish something somewhere else and vice versa. If you increase the restrictions on one piece of property or a river corridor, that interest in that river corridor gets displaced elsewhere. And thinking larger picture about resource management in Montana and Fish, Wildlife and Parks' role in that, as well as the role of Forest Service and BLM, which are the major landowner partners in this state. I wonder how we might want to, we as this group and framing our recommendations, might want to think about how direction from this group might also either influence or might suggest courses of action that include those other land use agencies that have a significant component of recreation, and just throw that out there.
I think that when when the agency or these management plans produces a very strong idea or plan, it's not inconceivable that you're joined by those. You know, the MOUs that are present between FWP and BLM or Forest Service are very functional in many cases. So while I agree it's not a bad idea to have a nod or a thought process that if we do produce a good product, I don't think there would be a reason why cooperative or adoption would be restricted in any way. We do a good job, I think my experience has been it's pretty easy to work with those agencies if you have a good product and they have somebody willing. Two things, one of those things we can't control.
So what I would propose is, as you think of things that you think might be good to add language, write some stuff down. We can put it up on the screen tomorrow if it's on electronic, or we can transpose some notes for you in the morning and whatever easiest. And having something to actually like look at on the screen is the quickest way to get more things added and conversation going, I think. So yeah, just a little homework for tonight. It's good to ask these questions and think about these kinds of things, and yeah, keep chewing on this stuff. Really good work today.
I will add, Liam sent out the PDF, so ignore the slides he sent out. For some reason, there's a code needed, so he sent out the slides in PDF, and then I see Abby, you just sent out that Yellowstone document or Yellowstone River document, so thank you. Since we're ending early, I'm guessing that we'll probably head over to the Windbag earlier. So, wanna show up, and, we'll eat, drink, and be merry.
What time is that supposed to start?
5:30?
I think, yeah, I could probably get there at 5:30 if anyone ends up getting there. Probably looking for a group of about 10 to 15, so, or space. They don't take reservations, but if we're there early enough, we can hold a space, so, if I'm not there by 5:30, I should be close to.
Are we at the point where tomorrow we combine these two documents as a whole group?
I would suggest that that's probably where we should launch tomorrow, unless anyone has any like major heartburn over that idea, but as you take time to look at this tonight, think about which one you think would be a better one to start from, and maybe pull pieces over from the other one as needed and reorganize as needed. So yeah, come with some ideas of where you think we should start and how we might begin to edit this to pull it together more formally. But yeah, great work today. It's a lot. It's gonna be a lot the next 2 days, but we're making great progress. So yeah. Good to drink beer.
People on the other side.